Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Finding Gnosis. I do hope that we find you exceedingly well today. If you deserve to be exceedingly well, that is. If, on the other hand, you have been a bit of an arsehole today, or up to now, maybe most of your life you've been an arsehole and you haven't thought about changing. Well, let's hope that you get an adequate dollop of suffering to perhaps help you understand the error of your ways, that what you're doing isn't nice, and perhaps you can turn out a better person. So, this is the Finding Gnosis Show. We are trying to find out what the hell is going on in this strange existence and what it is we should be doing whilst we are all apparently here together in this strange existence. And today's topic, as you can see, is there in the title. How do you live in a world where no one really agrees with each other totally? So, yeah, I don't think the problem is just that we disagree with a few people. I personally think the real situation is much, much stranger than that. Because if you look closely, no one really agrees. Not fully. Not on what matters most in all different facets of thought and argument on what is going on and what we should be doing. And yet, we still live together. We still somehow or other work together as a society. We still build together, build systems, build a future. We still act like there's something that we share in terms of understanding. But underneath it, is this really the case? Is there a shared understanding and appreciation of matters, an agreement on what is right and what is wrong? And if not, what is going on? How does it even all work? How do you live in a world where people are not on the same page as you, do not agree with you, in a world where people fundamentally see reality differently, but you still have to coexist among them all and carve out your own existence in a meaningful fashion? Is this a difficult task? Is this something that bothers you? Is it something that you think about quite a lot? We are going to have this conversation. It might be hopefully beneficial to us all. And it might help some of us who have cognitive dissonance, where we get troubled by how we, on one hand, get annoyed by some things strangers say, but then we accept those things in people that we care about because, you know, we like them for other facets of their being. Anyway, I think you get the gist, hopefully. People here already. We'll go in order of first appearance. And if you want to join the show, the link is below the video in the video description. Do click on it. You will be live on the Finding Gnosis show. Nefarious Rockers. No, you were second. So Chickpea, you were the first here. Chickpea.
Hold up, yeah. So you're picking on me first.
Yeah, because you were the first one to come here. Chickpea, how do you live in a world where no one really agrees with you in totality?
Yes. Life never used to be like this. It seems to be getting worse as time goes on. And I'm going to say something I'm not going to like very much. Up until very, very recently, I never, ever in my life ever argued with a vegan, because vegans were somebody that I had something in common with. Now I'm arguing with vegans. I've never done that before in my life. That's only since the past year. So 70 years I haven't argued with vegans. That's the biggest one of mine, the most noticeable. And I'm somebody, if I go to the supermarket and I see somebody carrying their vegan goodies in their little carrier, I will stop and have a chat to them, even though they're total strangers. So I'm always very, very friendly and affable. And that's about the only one I've really, yeah.
How does this make you feel how do you generally feel in the world where you can't quite get along completely with everybody because, you know, there's something you care very deeply about and they're just not on the same page as you? Does that bother you?
Yeah, it does bother me that I do it. Right, I'm a member of the 2%, and it upsets me when I'm arguing with members of the 2%. Because I don't have anything in common with the 98%. You know that. I don't have anything in common. My relationships are very superficial with them. I say hello, I say goodbye, but I won't share food with them. I won't go out with them. Nothing. That's how bad.
Is that 2% of the UK? Are you talking about 2% of the UK?
I don't know. In the UK, it's 2%. I don't know what it is in the rest of the world.
I think the world at large, it's less than 1%.
Okay, well, I'm just going by the official figures, Noodles.
Okay.
You know, just going by the official figures. And I find that, yeah, it upsets me because it does upset me.
And also do you have any coping mechanisms? Like, it upsets you, but how do you deal with it?
Have a hissy fit or have a hissy fit.
Okay. Thank you for that. Nefarious Rockers, you're next. The question of this show, to get your brain going and to help us hopefully find some gnosis, is how do you live in a world where no one really agrees totally with you?
It can be difficult. On one hand, one wants to please others and fit into the herd or the tribe. When one is eating dinner with one's family, one might stall on bringing up topics like antinatalism or veganism. out of placating to others, but that can often come at the expense of spreading awareness of real issues that's going on. There's also there's also the desire to spread awareness too that can override the desire to placate to others as well. There's also there is also there's also some strategy which can be implemented and effective altruism if one knows that one's family members might not necessarily agree to what one is saying. One might try to find people who are more agreeable and can be more understanding of the topic. There's also should I add more?
We'll come back to you in a moment, the Forest Rockers. I just want to go around the table, and then we will come right back to you, brother. And you can interject. I just want to warm everybody up, bring them all in. Vegan Equilibrium, you were next. The question is, how do you live in a world where no one really agrees with you in totality? Is this something that has ever bothered you? Is it something that you feel is perplexing, perhaps? Or maybe you've developed a strategy. Maybe you've developed a strategy to cope with it.
Yes, the strategy is called ketamine.
Ketamine.
Lucky you.
On prescription.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
Okay, so are you saying, well, you are obviously saying that this is something that has bothered you to the degree that it's driven you round the bend and you're now on pharmaceutical drugs as a result. Is that right?
I mean, I don't know I don't know if that's directly a result of that, but I mean, it certainly is very, very sad and depressing, and it makes you feel like, well, makes me feel like I don't trust anyone, and I live in a world of pod people, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Like,
explain that for people who haven't seen the film. Go ahead.
Well, it's just about these alien plant things they're like pods, and they land, if they land near someone who's sleeping, they end up basically cloning, becoming a clone of that person that has no, I mean, it's very exaggerated. It has no emotions, completely free of conscience, and it's psycho. It's a psychopath. And I know it's humans aren't necessarily, all humans aren't really like that, but the fact that it's you can't, when something seems so clear as day and so obvious, and if you feel like you have a really good epistemic standard for something, and then there's all these people that just blindly follow something really awful and stupid or evil or whatever, and you just feel very alone and trapped, and it makes the world seem very bleak.
Wow, that hits hard. So now that you're on this ketamine, is that helping?
Well, it just helps when I get anxiety attacks or major depressive episodes. It helps snap me out of it.
Mm-hmm. Any pragmatic solutions, perhaps conversational tools, perhaps? That you develop?
Just try and I guess just try to embrace nihilism and remind myself at the end of the day, nothing it. I don't know. It's kind of this is where the cognitive dissonance comes in, because it's obviously I feel like things matter and I want things to matter, and I want people to sort of, you know, change a lot of things about the world. But at the end of the day, then I have to like be like, okay, nothing fucking matters. You know, there. It's kind of I become a little bit like Grazy Guru. You know, nothing matters. Like there's no right or wrong, right? You know. I mean, but I think there is truth, and I think a lot of people are just very far from it.
Does Brother Marcus want to come on and talk about Vistopia? You know much about Vistopia, the struggle of being vegan in a non-vegan world, and how it makes you feel, and yeah, is it something I think it is something we all resonate with. The existential
Can I
crisis.
just say something? Sorry.
The problem of trying to communicate something to people who don't care around us, and realizing it's not necessarily their fault, right?
Can I say something, Grumps? Somebody, the Poops, I'm very fond of the Poops, just left a message saying that, what was it? Oh, yes. Some people are plant-based, but other people are vegan. Now, if you're on a plant-based, sorry, I won't mention it because I don't want to get into a row. I don't want to.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Chippy will come to you in a moment. I just want to make sure everybody gets in with their, ice-breaking comments, and then the conversation can open up. Who's next? Pristine. No, sorry, Fatima. You were on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about this idea that we are all looking at matters from our own subjective viewpoint, based on our own individual experiences and intellectual capacity, feelings, psychology, all things we don't pick. And ultimately, sometimes if you are passionate about something or care about something, it can become disheartening. Maybe it can become, confusing, upsetting, when you realize that no one really completely understands or agrees with you in totality. Fatima, how do you live in a world where no one really agrees? Is this something that you've ever thought about? Is it something that has concerned you? The floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I spit on their faces. Nah, I'm joking. Well, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm a pretty antisocial person in real life, so like I don't have too many disagreements. But from my previous social interactions and from the limited ones I do have, I do get frustrated easily. I do have conflicting viewpoints here and there with other people. It does create friction. Sometimes it can lead to physical altercations, especially with family. It does kind of get into that point. But how do I deal with it, and how do I play with it? I just think it's a matter of like survival. Like I don't really live. I just survive, and I think that's kind of like the rule of the world now. It's just pure survival, and that's what gets me going. Like I guess what's good about me is that like I don't get like too attached to people. I like them. I love them. They're like, I love my family, but like I realize that like they're not always going to be around me, but yet they still live inside, like my words and like my past memories. So like, but that's a whole other thing. But like, how do I like live in the world? And I went, well, I don't really talk to too many people in real life, except for like the most bare minimum, such as ordering food or going to the grocery store, or like soon trying to find employment. But I do recognize they exist. I do. So it's just a matter.
You withdraw and you become antisocial. That's how you deal with this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And like I don't cry about it. Like I add a lot of the things I do like complain about. I don't complain about being a lonely person. Yeah, I don't. And all my time on.
Well, I tell you what, Fatima, we'll come back to you. I want you to have a little think more about how you muck in with other people and mix with them, socialize with them when you need to, because you can't withdraw all the time. So I want to hear about that in a bit. Just have a think about it. I don't want you to tell me now. Have a think about it. Don't have a little think about it. We'll go to Pristine next. Kenny, we lost you. I don't know what happened with Kenny, but Kenny, if you're listening, you can back on. Pristine, the question is, how do you live in a world where no one really agrees fully with you about anything in totality? Is this something that perplexes you, makes you worry, makes you sad, or is it something that doesn't bother you? It's part of life and you don't really give it a second thought.
I'm quite entertained by disagreements. They're fun to witness, I think. But, if someone is disagreeing with, like, if someone says that they agree with murder, that's when it becomes dangerous and not funny anymore. But as long as the disagreements are somewhat harmless, then they're pretty entertaining, I think.
And what about what about ones that you view as harmful? What about those?
Well, they're rare to come by, so I don't have to deal with those. But yeah, if I did have to deal with that, then I'd have to deal with it, I guess. And I don't know what I'd do. I mean, some people are insane.
Are you generally somebody who seeks conflict, or are you more kind of an anxious, avoidant person? Are you somewhat of an ostrich, burying your head in the sand, hoping things pass by? Or if an opportunity arises, or not an opportunity, but if a confrontation is on the horizon, are you somebody that moves towards it rather than away from it?
Oh yeah, I move towards it, absolutely. Yeah, conflict is drawn to me. Like, I attract conflict usually. So I'm used to it. And I like it. It's entertaining. I enjoy standing up for myself and what I believe in, and yeah, I'm not gonna like lie and be dishonest and be a people pleaser. Usually I'll tell the truth and yeah, just be,
even if it hurts feelings, even if it causes people to walk away from you. Do you value the truth more than personal relationships?
I don't care. If they don't like what I have to say and they don't like me, then they can go away. I don't know. I don't care. Like, I'd rather have people around me who actually like me for who I am, and if they don't, then they don't have to be around me. I guess that's how I see it, personally. But yeah, so disagreements are fine as long as they're not going to lead to physical harm, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of a tough one. I mean, people are going to disagree in life. I mean, you can't have everyone agree with you on everything. And if it's that important to them that, they're not willing to accept that, agree to disagree, and they feel like they can't be around you because your views are different to theirs, then that's their loss, and they can go about their own way. Like, I don't care. I don't know.
Okay, Pristine, thanks for that. Some might say it was a little bit harsh. Do you have any what are the thresholds in terms of what kinds of things are the kind of ideas that would make you walk away from somebody?
Well, if they are genuinely insane, and they agree with things that harm other people and they enjoy harming other people, then I'd probably walk away at that point, I'd say, because they'd be harming me at the same time, probably. So yeah, like someone who wants to harm others, I would say I'm not interested in being around those people. Yeah, basically.
Okay, Pristine, thank you very much. Okay, well, look, we can open up now. Has anybody been inspired to say anything based on the round of commentary so far?
I like what Christine said the most, I think.
What exactly did you like?
About if they don't if they don't want to, if they don't like your ideas or whatever, how you think, then they should, they don't have to hang out with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
the thing is, we live in this world nowadays where a lot of that kind of stuff will turn into a, some people will really take advantage of
Oh God.
the ability to blast someone on the internet,
Yeah.
and try and ruin their reputation and stuff.
But some things you care deeply about vegan equilibrium. Obviously, you are one of the most outspoken vegan individuals here, and that's great. That's fantastic. So you, in particular, it's interesting because you do have to sit down with people in real life sometimes who aren't vegan. And how does that bother you? What does that do to you? People you care about as well. We all do it. I have it. We all have to sit with people that we fundamentally don't agree with in some way. And it's easy for Pristine to say she walks away from these people, but I don't think it's as simple as that. I really don't.
You sure?
Well,
Sorry, Fatima.
No, I would actually agree. It's pretty easy to walk away.
I don't think it is. If you want to function in the world, it's extremely difficult, actually.
Well,
yeah.
if it's like a corporate or a job, I agree, or something that's like binding to you.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like,
and that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about in being in community, being in society, trying to be an influence.
oh yeah, well,
on others. It's extremely hard to walk away, actually, and be. And
I just like, I'm able to get along with people that aren't vegan, but in certain professional contexts, I am able to also do that with certain friends, and but there are times when people will start kind of making digs or whatever, or just saying things that I feel like I can't bite my tongue on,
Right. Yeah. So you look at the intention behind what they're doing as the kind of maker or breaker. So are they legitimately trying to be overtly malevolent? There's a difference between somebody trying to be malevolent and someone who is kind of ignorant in some way. Is that the threshold for you?
Maybe, like, I have friends, they know my position, I know them, we don't talk about it, but occasionally they'll make some kind of dig they'll say something about eating animals or whatever, and I know I know they're trying to get a rise out of me, and so it's really hard to contain myself when they do that kind of shit, because in my mind, they're not just mocking me, they're also mocking the animals who don't have a ability to defend themselves.
Right. Yeah. We have Grazy Guru. I'm going to welcome Grazy to the panel. Grazy Guru, welcome again to the Finding Gnosis show. Today, Grazy, we are talking about how to live in a world where no one really agrees. And I'll be honest with you guys, I hear some of you humming and hawing here, maybe not making welcoming noises for Grazy. But in actual fact, Grazy is probably one of the great examples of someone who lives in a world where people do not agree with him, because he sees existence extremely differently to other people. And in many ways, perhaps we should listen to him here. Maybe he does have something to offer. Grazy, we are talking about living in a world where no one really agrees in totality, and how that can be bothersome sometimes. Is this something you'd like to talk about, tell us your experience of, and perhaps give us some direction on?
You're on mute, buddy.
You're on mute, man.
You're muted.
Senor, come on, man.
Well, I can give some examples while he's sorting that out.
Yeah.
I was, part of a group who told me basically that I need to believe in a God in order to be a part of their group. And I also needed to be more acceptable to men, like I needed to be more like submissive or something to be part of their group, because that's how conservatives are. And I wasn't fitting their accepted way of being a woman or whatever. And so I was like, well, no, I'm not going to change for you, basically. I'm not going to believe in God just because you want me to, and I'm not going to be the type of female that you want me to be, just to fit in with a group that I wanted to be a part of. Anyway.
Yes, thanks for that, Pristine. We'll come back to that in a little while. Please think about that a bit more, because we would like to hear more about that. Gracie, good to hear you now. Yes. Gracie, you heard my introduction there.
Yeah, I did. And, sorry. I was just going to say,
how do you live in a world where no one really agrees with you in totality? And does it bother you at times? If so, what do you do about it?
Doesn't bother me at all. Don't really talk about it. I can sit here quiet every night, saying nothing. Because I mentioned it. Danielle said something in the comments saying, if you all live in a world where nobody listens, everyone's quiet or something. And I would agree with it, and the outcome is exactly the same, but the reverse also is the same. It's either everyone's quiet or everyone's too loud. I get the effect is the same, so it's a stunning thing to say, just in case somebody thought that was the only outcome. But you're right, I do live in a world where people don't agree with me. And we all do. You all live in the same world. I'm not special. And when you said sometimes we should listen to him, I agree with Dylan. We should listen to me both, but no, we should listen to each other. If I don't listen to you guys, then I'm not going to be able to. Why listen to someone who won't listen to you? I don't get that. That I will never agree to that. I know it seems like I don't do it sometimes because this might actually agree with Christina a little bit and saying that I found the best way to create a character to contact with you. Fucking don't swear, can't you? You have to contact individuals that didn't agree with me. There you go. And the show was to act like them. And so if you all think my act is a little bit this and that, which you do, which is good because that means I'm achieving it, then surely why am I mirroring you this way? And why is this the first time ever anybody's ever listened to me as much as anybody has? Was the first time I started acting like a dick.
So basically, if someone doesn't agree with you, you mirror them.
It sounded like that, so I'm going to apologize for making it sound like that, but that's not it. But there's a great question because that's not what I meant, but close. What I mean is a way to be able to communicate is to mirror sometimes if they're not listening to you. If they're not listening to you in a sense of like they just want to, you'll see why I do it. They want to shout over you and do all this stuff. I'll say it like this. I don't mind how loud you are and how much you make the other side of the seesaw go down with your voice and shouting around and bouncing around. So long as, on the other side of the seesaw, you've got some receipts underneath all that fluff to back it up. And see, it's a little tiny reason why D&W keeps me around and the fact he wants to get my wife. That's it. But what I'm saying is, I don't mind being loud and proud of the things I believe in, so I can have a little theatre and a show, because sometimes that's the only way some people listen to me. But what I'm not going to do is do that if I got nothing behind me. The moment one of you puts me in my place, with some information, I'm going to sit down and think about it and shut up a minute. But so I tried and failed, so it's no one else's fault. But my failings was always in being too nice. I've got interviews from 8 years ago, me and Danny Shine. I bet he doesn't even remember. I got a little tiny goatee beard, and I look really young, man. And I'll share it with you as soon as Danny says okay, and D&W, we'll share it in a watch party in my videos, so I can share them. But in there, you'll see a different character than you're seeing now. You'll see, oh yeah, this twat just makes some characters, but you'll see the exact same message under it all. Exactly the same. I'm the same with Danny as I'm with yourself. You'll also see if we do go around to watching, because I found them pretty much all of them now for us, so I'm really happy with that. The anti-Magdabasco interview said, a street epistemologist, it only takes people apart in 20 minutes or less, if you're watching correctly, couldn't do it for 4.5 hours and then ghosted me and won't speak to me again because I crush his whole worldview. He has to literally start again, and that hurts people. It's like I couldn't take I know, and I don't mean it's disrespectful. I actually made a big mistake, which actually goes to what someone was saying with vegan gains the other night.
Sorry, go ahead.
the mistake I made on Vegan Gains the other night was well, it's not for Vegan Gains, it's DNW. I was a bit disrespectful really because in my head I painted a false image, which I always tell you guys off that, of 20k subs, an old character coming in. I'd had a few tipples. I thought, yeah, he doesn't know what I am. I'm not going to go off and metaphysics and just shut his argument down and checkmate him in one move or something. I'm going to play a game. I'm going to do what I have to do. And then, even though everybody tried to tell me, my ignorant freaking self couldn't get up my own ego to realize, no, this gentleman actually worked a little bit harder than Carl, and he got a lot more viewers. You shouldn't have been as, putting things in his place, like to wind him up to get him to make fun of the autism or something like that to show his real character, so I could play on the fact, well, aren't you doing the same thing now, type thing? And this is exactly what I mean. But when I realized the next day when my wife said, you shouldn't have done that.
I think he may be neurodivergent as well, so it is what it is. It is what it is.
And what I mean is he had a lot of viewers and a lot more things to risk, and I should have been a lot more careful, and that's why I haven't talked about anything. There's a big feeling on my behalf. I'm not actually proud of that moment when I realized people were, because nobody told me, and my wife said, yes, we freaking did. DMW told you. They wrote in messages. I had a piece of paper like that. You was ignoring it. I was like, yeah, I was a bit. I had a few shit of it, so I was being a cock. I'm sorry. But I will say this, though, for the vegans in the room, other than doing that to him, he didn't make one original point the entire night and wouldn't engage in my points at all, just made fun of me. What kind of vegan activist does that? I know I was a twat, but just go on the logic alone. All I did was introduce a new era.
You can always try and get him back at some point if you want to have, but you'd have to give the parameters of the debate, perhaps.
Yeah, no.
Topic,
Did you go back and watch that debate? He posted it on his channel.
Yeah, no, I put it on through AI and things like that. And AI said, like, for a vegan to be mocking somebody because he is different is disgusting. I said, no, that was my fault. I shouldn't have done that. I had 20k in my head. I thought, fuck him, 20k, lose a couple of cents.
He totally smoked you in that debate.
Explain. I'll listen to
you. He made a lot of good points.
Name me one.
He was just pointing out that you were contradicting yourself about.
That's not a point. That's not a good point. Listen, vegan. Listen. Don't do this. Don't do this. We don't need to have this now. It's not about this. Really. I asked a simple question. Name me one good point he made, because I agreed with all his points and said I agree with you. I'm just making an extra point, and he failed to engage. When did he did? You're lying if you say anything different.
He was saying that you do believe in good and bad. He pointed out that
we've had a vegan debate. What are you doing now? You're going. What he did, he just called you a liar
about Hitler.
You don't believe in things. What you're saying is irrational and ignorant right now, vegan.
Kind of contradict, and you're actually the one who's lying, because you said you agree with the vegan position. You're on the vegan side, yet you feed your children animal products.
Where's the contradiction?
So there is a contradiction there.
Explain it, I'll listen.
You called yourself a vegan, but you're not a vegan.
No, I have a different definition of vegan than you, that's all.
Okay, well, you're just, that's right, you make up words, so.
All words are made up, it's whether you structure them correctly or not.
There's a reason we all agree on the definition of words.
There's a reason why autistic people are abused, because of people like you, because if we build a new structure, you're still laughing. If I build a new structure to explain, so I can communicate with you, you run me down. Is that not what you're doing now?
It's just funny how you try and say, like...
The question was, are you doing that now, you ignorant prick?
That you put him in his place, or that he didn't make any good points.
I did,
but
I don't
know. 1 second, folks. So what you're saying, Crazy Guru, is you're saying because you attempt to build a framework whilst admitting you have a neurodivergent mind, and you're utilizing that to build this framework, which you feel would be beneficial to others, you are saying they use your neurodivergence against you.
Yeah, and they won't straw man or steel man my argument to try and communicate with me. They'll just tell me I'm crazy.
Because you don't have
an argument. Wait a minute. Is that not what's happening? Is someone saying something different?
Sorry. But your name's crazy.
Well, we lost equilibrium. That's a shame.
Yeah, but that's because equilibrium. All he wanted to do is. Oh, sorry.
No, he's back. But so, Guru, look. We don't want to have a fight here now, please.
No.
Everyone just
I'm aware.
Back. Relax.
But that's why I'm here.
Relax. Well, I don't want it. I don't want to fight. I don't want us to talk
we
freely,
do.
but respectfully. Now, Crazy Guru, are you saying people are pointing at you and talking about you rather than what you're saying? They're not analyzing what you're saying. They're attacking your
Yes.
character. And I think that's a fair point, guys. Whether we like it or not, I think I've done it. I apologize, Crazy Guru. I've
Please
done
don't.
that in the past on this show. I have. Sometimes we get carried
Yeah,
away
we-
because he is a character. Yeah. And I think it's time. And by that, I mean you are an individual. You are.
No,
very
you was
unlike-
correct. You was correct. I'm a character.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing always. You know, you have a. I would say there's more about you that's an individual than most. You know, your Venn diagram is very unusual. Your Venn diagram of personal characteristics is very unusual compared to other people's. So we do have to remember, guys, we need to listen to each other and analyze each other's words rather than attacking each other's
That's a bit scary.
personhood. And I know
Oh,
we
it's gonna be a challenge.
that a lot. So remember that, guys. Try
The Gish Gavin.
Analyzing,
I got an argument with Fatima who might
ask,
change your
if
mind.
you don't understand something, ask a
Oh.
question.
Okay, but if I ask someone that, he's probably gonna just give me another dialogue chain. Like, with
No,
another-
no, no, no. I've
It's
got
up
a
to
question
you.
for you, Fatima.
It's up to you to learn how to
Everything-
counter minds that you find challenging by asking more questions. And by the way, you are free to change the topic and bring in your own ideas. We don't have to stay obsessed on one person's communication. We can move things around here. The control is completely within your agency.
Can I ask Fatima? I just want that one question to show my. Right, so the point I want to say, Fatima, the question I'm going to ask you is not from me. It's not personal. It's an example, so you can probably understand my pain. And that is simply this, ready? It's not a question for you. It's serious because I know the stigma individuals like yourself get for this question. And even I have an answer that's not what your opponents normally say for you in your worldview. And just veto it, and we won't have to go into the stigmata of it if you think it's a bit too much, you're not ready for it. But often people may say to someone like yourself, what is a woman? And I'm not asking you that. I'm not asking you that. I'm saying that in itself does not present the same issue when you have a different definition of woman than everybody else. Is that not the same? I'm curious, is that not the same or not?
No.
Dubious.
No,
We are
because
accused currently. Sorry. Go ahead.
no, it's not, because it's simply not, because it is a material way of looking at the world. We can observe that certain women are born with, like, two sexes, hermaphrodites, intersex people. So already
When you say woman, what do you mean by it?
Huh?
You used the word woman and you said my example didn't work for you, so that must mean you use the same woman as everybody else. Is that what you're saying?
First, if I can just tell you that
you can, yes, but because in your story you're using a word I don't understand, I don't know what you're telling me.
What word do you not understand, bro?
Woman.
Woman. It is a spectrum. It is a variance, because it's a biological spectrum, because being me is a physical thing,
Does everyone around you think the same thing as you, or does it cause you problems?
It does cause me problems. Of course it does. But
welcome to my world, and that's what I mean. That's my example. Like, we don't need to go further than that unless you want to go
but here's
further.
the thing. Everyone has problems, bro. Like, I don't know what you're trying to say. Everyone
and we align our words, they'll go away. That's what I'm saying.
Biological fact, in my opinion.
So no, I see what Fatima. I see what Grazy's doing here. Okay, all he's doing is he's trying to show empathy for your position by saying he too has positions that other people object to on a frequent basis, and all he's trying to do is extend the hand of sympathy to say he gets you, he understands, he sees the struggle, and there's nothing wrong with that. That was a nice gesture by Grazy.
I'll take it then.
And we have.
But at the same time, I don't agree with all trans people either. And matter of fact, I actually have a lot.
Neither should you beautiful being.
What point do you disagree with? Oh, we don't have to get into it, but I'm just curious.
Oh, me? Oh, no, I can answer that because I love to critique like a lot of things about my own people group. Like, like it's not just being trans, it's also being Hispanic. Like I have a lot of issues with being Hispanic that I become like downright racist towards them. Yeah, become auto racist. Yeah. Yeah, but like when it comes to being, huh?
I just said okay. That's it.
Now, Chickpea
Like-
says she's not going to listen to men who've bullied her. Please, no more bullying of Chickpea. I'm going to be on a major watch for that now. Chickpea is one of our respected females here. No more men bullying Chickpea. Okay, let's be mindful of Chickpea. She is a lady. She is an older lady. She won't mind me saying that.
Respect the elders.
Let's have some decorum for Chickpea. Respect.
Retard bunker.
Retard.
Hey! Wait, is that us? Did you make that? Someone has my idea.
That's got to be
crazy.
Kenny,
Who is
surely. That's Kenny.
Yeah.
That's Kenny. That's Kenny.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Okay. Vibe, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. We are talking about living in a world where no one really agrees with each other in totality, and how that could cause psychological distress, interrelational problems, and just a general feeling of neuroticism. What do you think of this topic? Is it something you can relate to? Have you got any advice for others?
I'm showing Kenny
And that's for Vibe.
what I did.
No, please
That
stop
is
changing the
crazy.
background, please. Please.
I'm changing it back. I'm just showing him the synchronicity.
Yeah.
I literally did that only like.
Please, guys, stop changing the background when I'm here. Yeah, do it on your own show. Vibe, can you hear Vibe?
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, did you hear me introduce you there? Did you hear me talking about living in a world where no one really agrees with each other in totality, and sometimes on very important points, and just how to orient that world, how to live in it, how to exist in a way that doesn't drive one insane or drive one to becoming antisocial and a problem for others. Can you please give us your view and maybe even some direction on the matter?
Yeah, no, I mean, I saw the topic, and the first thing I thought when I saw the prompt was, how can you live in a world where people don't disagree? Like the last conversation we just had, like, how would I ever know what a woman is if all of a sudden everybody agrees and somebody just steps up and goes, I'm a woman, and everybody else goes, okay. And then somebody else goes, hey, let's do slavery. And everybody goes, okay. And then somebody goes, let's do this crazy thing. And everybody goes, okay. Like, how crazy of a world would that be? How could we ever get to the truth? I would actually counter the debate topic with, how could you live in a world where everybody agrees? I am so grateful that I can jump up on panels with people that disagree with me, that have the capability of possibly educating me. And yeah, of course, sometimes I'll be like, yeah, that's not educating me. That's stupid. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right. I don't know.
No, it's very close. It's similar to the quiet, and if everybody disagrees, it's going to be completely quiet or completely loud, isn't it? Both, but it's the same result. I get what you're saying. It's maybe another time DNW does the opposite and see if the answers are different. And that would be the best part of Gnosis.
Okay. Thank you, Vibe. Vibe, we'll come back to you. Feel free to interject. I just want to bring in this panel, aka Kenny Given. Kenny Given, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. It looks like he's doing laps of his bedroom there. He keeps appearing and disappearing.
Is that Kenny? Babe, you put makeup on tonight. Kenny's on. I think you want to get
Kenny,
on with it.
you're
my
on the show.
God.
Well, Kenny seems to
What
be
happened?
elsewhere. Maybe
Yes,
he's been
his wife
arrested
gets put
or
on the
sectioned
make-
or
He's
something. I don't
tied
know.
up. I mean, look, he can't use the keyboard. He can't press anything. He's
No, wait a
in a
minute. I
straight.
didn't say that.
Maybe he's been taken away by aliens and he's been he's been probed in his anus.
I said,
at the
no,
moment.
this is her, by the way. She's already
Maybe-
put the makeup on. I
maybe
didn't
he's
tell her to
been
put makeup on.
raptured.
I know it sounds like I
We don't
didn't
know
say
where
that.
Kenny is.
She's already put it on. I was like, what are you
Kenny's
got
not
makeup
on
on
camera
for?
at the moment.
Wait, no.
Sorry, guys. Let's try and bring it back to some.
I swear I'm not 50-50 about to say I'm not.
Let's try and bring it back to something sensible.
C-U-C-K.
If we ever had that to begin with. Now, Vibe.
Sort of, Fatima.
Yeah, Vibe. I get your point, but do you agree that this is a problem in the world? That the fact that we can't agree, and it does cause a lot of upset with people.
I do not think it's a problem because I don't think we ever evolve without that problem. All these conflicts, they do eventually come to some type of fruition in the end. Sometimes they happen in a year. Sometimes they happen over a decade. Sometimes they happen over a century. But these arguments that we have improved humanity from day one. I know, like, we are all short-termed, especially now with TikTok brain. It's really like we get much more upset when people don't agree with me now. But I mean, we have the whole purpose of any of us, I hope, on this panel is going, hey, I have an opinion, I have a view. I know you don't disagree. Can I give you my side? And hopefully, if you're listening, you'll be like, and I'll listen to your side too. And let's see where we like come to heads. And if there is any like common ground here, like I said, it might take a minute in a debate. It might take a year. It might take a decade or a century. But if you look through history, we can see that we have been getting better, but we have new problems. So some people might say with the new problems, we're getting worse, but we're not necessarily getting worse. We just have new problems that we don't understand how to take care of yet.
I agree.
Very profound. Vibe, what about things, any advice for people who maybe are in the same family as, or even they're friends with, or they work closely with, or maybe they're even in a relationship with somebody who thinks differently on a matter that is dear to their heart and perhaps they care about passionately? Have you got any advice for people going through something like that?
Oh no,
Oh, good.
that's a traumatic thing to
I'm talking about close relations, really close in
D&W doesn't pay his actors much, does he?
I mean, the advice is, right, like, so I have a 21-year-old, I have a 10-year-old, I have an 8-year-old. My 21-year-old is the complete, like, he actually is just like me.
Oh,
However, he is on the complete opposite side of all my beliefs. So we think the same, but we don't think the same, right? And he has, like, it's true to his heart, this passion that I'm like, that's completely idiotic. It's stupid. And
you mean like as above, so below type thing? Is that what you're saying when you say you think the same but don't? As above, so below, yeah? Universal, yeah.
It can go either direction, right? It can be to your parents, where you're like, your parents are just like super old school and they don't realize the new stuff, right? So it doesn't matter age, but the real thing that I learned, especially with my son, is that if I just try to educate him on my experience, he's not going to listen. But if I sit there and let him educate me on where he's coming from, then I can understand a lot better. And I'll actually say my son actually has changed my mind on like 1% of my views. And I've changed his mind on a lot of views. And as he gets older, he'll probably change his mind more, right? But I would say the best advice, especially when people close and in your family, is stop trying to convince them that they're wrong and try to understand where they think they're right.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well done, yes. And my son, if I say I know, he'll go, Dad, you're away. And I go, that's right, son, I am. Or I go, I promise. He'll go, don't you mean oath, Dad? I'm like, yes, correct. We don't give promises. We make oaths. Thank you, my friend. So he corrects me all the time. I love it. Absolutely. I feel something in my heart when he corrects me, and it's I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's pride. Is that what they call it? I don't know what it is, but my heart just, when he corrects me and he's correct, I don't know. Best feeling in the world. Best feeling in the world. Buzzing I am. Did anyone else get that? My son, that is, my 7-year-old, when he corrects me.
You like being corrected by your son?
I love being corrected by anybody, but when my son does it, it's special to me.
Yeah, I'm sure. Vibe, can you resonate with that? Vibe's muted. Maybe he's busy. Fatima, what's going on with you?
Not much. Not much going on.
Sorry, guys. I just had an impromptu meeting like call in on me. That's so I missed the end. I got to switch, but I'd love to come back to this conversation. I really apologize for that. I didn't know that was going to happen.
You good, bro?
Okay, no worries.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Take care. Bye.
Yes.
Fatima, how are you going to stop yourself being a crazy fucker in a world where you're surrounded by people who don't agree with you?
How do I stop that? Stop from being well, I just know that like those other people, you know, are temporary in my life. They'll never see me as like, you know, what I want to be seen as. So like I just bite my tongue sometimes. And yeah, but usually people are passive towards me. I like to do something called hedging. Hedging means like, you know, I reach out limitedly while still kind of keeping myself isolated. You know, if I was a country, I would be like North Korea or like Myanmar. But notice they're isolationists, but they're not completely isolated. They kind of still have like their relations, right? I still have my relations. It's just that I would much rather be in my own social life, be those relations on my terms, if you know what I mean, right? And like, of course, I will have to do pragmatic things, but like to me, like it's more of like just hedging and trying to like survive out there. You know, like I don't have time to think about like, oh, how is this person going to make me feel, or how am I going to make them feel? Because I think the situation has already been established. You know, me being who I am, you know, with my particular mode of being. Yeah, I think it's already been established how I'm going to be seen as in the world. And how I must act. Yeah.
So you're not Switzerland.
Sorry, Pristine?
I was just making a joke that she's not Switzerland.
Oh yeah, I'm not Swiss. I am not a neutral person at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Brother Marcus says he likes getting out of his place every so often to stretch his legs and get fresh air, etc.
The same here. Oh yeah, I love going outside. I love going on walks. Thankfully, there is a pond by me, and just the other day I saw a turtle and a snake, and I think I saw also an otter. Yeah, sometimes we get otters here, and those always cheer me up. You know, like yeah, and yeah. So far, like what else? Yeah, I'm kind of running out of things to say.
No, it's okay. You know to the point of the gentleman just left. Who just left? Why did I just forget his name?
That was Vibe. And
that's Vibe. That's it.
Yeah.
No, Vibe. Not kidding. Vibe. He just left. He did ask a great question, though, which was about living in a world where everybody agrees, and I disavow that as well. The same way. I mean, I'm humoring the question tonight. It's a little off for me, but I get it a little bit, and I did agree with him as well, and I think everybody else may do that. He was correct that. In the same way, you wouldn't want to live. I wouldn't want to live in a world where everybody agrees all the time, but I would also want to live in a world where everybody doesn't agree. I think, was it the Goldilocks, isn't it? That's what we're best for, hot and cold.
Just warm, just cold, but just right. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. No, exactly. So I get his point exactly, and it doesn't go against the show. This question does the same thing, really. I think he's just highlighting and bringing out. It was a really smart move to do, and yeah, that's what I said before about just forgot the mustard seed rule. I love that was one of the best things I heard. A story, a parable. Christ said something about a mustard seed, and then they were saying something. But how I interpreted was that what he was saying is if you believe in 100%, the demiurges got you. Because you can't see anything else, can you? You must keep at least 1%. So why would you want this? If everybody agrees, you at least want a place, an arena where in misfits like us are disagreeing and pulling at each other's testicles and screaming at you. As long as everybody walks out the arena shaking hands.
What the fuck?
I was being colourful. Shut up. I was just saying. My point is. You don't all want to agree. You want to have a laugh. You want to have a little bit of. If you're only seeing something for. This is why I think DNW is a genius. That's why I call him out. So I'll explain it to him now. One thing DNW makes sure we all do is it looks like anyway. If he's doing it accidentally, he's an accidental genius. Is he tries to get us to see things not only from our different perspectives, but from our different emotions. And sometimes from a different emotion, you see something different, and then it goes together with another one. You go, right, because you've never looked at it from there before. So this is what I'm saying. You should never live in a world where everybody 100% agrees or disagree. And you should never just look at it from a happy point of view. Get someone to piss you off and look at it their point of view and things like that. And that's why rooms like this amazing.
Yeah. I can kind of come to like a small landing on that, kind of a close approximate landing on what you just said, Grazy.
But that's fucking it, right? Yeah, that's how we stick together, but the rest is all downhill from here.
Fuck yeah, it is. Yeah.
All right, I promised I was going to spend a
Yeah.
little time with Mrs. I'm going to be about 20 minutes, so I'll give you guys some breathe and take some air.
Oh.
I will be back though, okay?
Okay.
Oh, unless you've got a question. If you've got a question for me, I'll answer it. But otherwise, am I okay? Just take 20 minutes. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll be
That's
here
fine.
for like another 8 hours.
Yeah, well, probably, and so will I probably. But I'll be back in a bit, guys. You
Okay,
try and have some, logic in the room without me.
I think that's fine.
Guys, anybody want to come on?
Run.
While not here. Now's your opportunity to come on and participate.
Yes.
I don't know where Noodles went.
He went to make some 2-minute noodles. It's vegan, so yeah, that's what he did, I think.
So, who's there? Seb, you haven't said much. What's going on with you on this topic?
He's just been backstage for 3 days.
I could say something about the topic, about how to live with others. So it's important, how do one live in a world where no one really agrees? So it's important when one lives in a world where no one really agrees that one keeps one's cool. If one has some sort of worldview, that's rare. One doesn't want to turn that into a travesty in others' eyes. It can be difficult since a lot of fighting keeps going on with worldviews like that. But it can be hard to. It is also important to keep an understanding of others and why they have the worldview one has in order to facilitate less hostility in oneself.
So it sounds to me like you've had some personal experience of this.
Yes.
You trying to get to grips with and control your emotions.
Yes.
Because you've kind of realized your view is the minority view, and in many ways you're up against it. You only have so much energy, and all so it is in many ways a Sisyphean task on one hand, but also because you are the minority, you've got to be more careful in how you expend your energy, because you've got to make it count. And in some instances, you've got to. It's about your reputation as well. You've got to make sure that, as the carrier of the message, you are not damaging the message. Because if you lose your mind and you get emotional, then unfortunately people will, use that against you, and that can then make your ability to convey the message you want to convey more difficult.
Yes.
So I would agree with Nefarious Rockers here. Stay calm. That's number one.
Stay calm.
I'm laughing because I failed recently. I like to think I generally do stay calm. But with LA, I did lose the plot of it.
Oh yeah, you did like
That was in many ways. Sorry?
Oh yeah, you kind of crashed his live stream. I was there. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't regret it. I don't regret it because it was a reminder of what not to do. I'd forgotten, and
Yes.
it's good to. It's luckily LA can take these things.
Yeah.
But LA is an example of somebody who I disagree with, and it does irk me a bit, but I don't think he's necessarily evil. I just think he sees the world differently from me. And
He's not evil.
Sorry?
He's not evil. I don't
No,
think
I don't
so.
think he's evil. I don't think he's evil.
No, no,
I think he's got a different brain to me, and he is an example of somebody who sees the world differently to me, sees matters differently to me. I actually just think he's wrong. You know, his arguments don't make sense in my view, but he says the same thing back. Now, how do you foster a world of peace with that kind of scenario? Now, the good news for everybody else is this is an extreme example. You know, day to day, there's not many LAs and D&Ws walking around confronting each other. We're not all Team LA or Team D&W. That is perhaps an extreme version of events, but still, in this world of globalization and multiculturalism, we do have a mixture of people from different backgrounds, of different perspectives, different cultures, different religions, different mores and values and norms in their groups mixing together. It's a big clatterbang of civilization. And maybe now more than ever is the time for thinking about how to live in a world where you don't really agree with others on everything, and sometimes about very important issues. So I think now more than ever, perhaps, if we want to live in a peaceful world. I suppose one of the things coming to mind about the present day is, though, not only do you have to worry about getting your ideas out there, if you want to, that is, but also you have to try and protect yourself from others imposing their ways on you. Now, is that a bigger problem, would you say, for you guys than you trying to communicate to others your outlook?
Yeah.
Which is the bigger problem here for you guys individually? I want you to tell me this. Is the bigger problem you trying to communicate your outlook, or you trying to avoid being imposed upon by other people's outlooks that you don't agree with? We can go around here and talk to you individually. I'll start with Christine. Did you hear the question?
Okay.
Which is the bigger problem for you, would you say?
I just think that you can be friends with someone who you disagree with on some major kind of worldviews, and not talk about what you disagree on. Like, it's pretty easy to just focus on surface level situations, circumstances, and just talk about other things, anything but what you disagree on, if you want to avoid an argument. But there are also scenarios where, like on this show, where disagreeing with someone is beneficial to, entertainment, and so disagreeing therefore would be useful. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, at least it gives you something to talk about, and it's an interesting conversation. You get to hear someone else's point of view. But I think it is hard to get your point across if it's quite controversial and goes against what most people believe in, or what they think is correct. But I think that you can be friends with someone even if you disagree on something that is deemed fundamental, because it's their life, not yours. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, they're just going to live their life. I don't know.
Thank you for that,
Mum,
Christine.
can I say something?
You can. Just 1 second, darling. I'm going to go to you next. Just to read out this comment from Storytime with Liz. She says, what do you mean by evil, vegan equilibrium? That's a fairy tale mindset to express about someone's reality. Go ahead, Chippy. What did you want to say, darling?
On the subject of that guy, he's gone now, talking about it is good to disagree on stuff. I actually don't agree with that. And back to the vegan movement, okay? Like I said to you before, I've never, ever had any problems with members of the vegan movement, ever.
I
ever,
think that was
especially in the UK.
Vibe was here. He said that.
Yeah, especially in the UK, very sweet natured people. Then people come on here witching and twitching, giving me a hard time. And you saw yourself the battering I got over the cat food, and that other guy threatened to smash me against a wall. Another guy saying stuff. That was 3 of them teaming up on me. And now what's happened is one of their supporters, me, has walked away from the vegan movement because, quite frankly, if that's going to be what they're going to be talking about, I'm no longer a member. So disagreement isn't always good.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Chickpea, but you still fundamentally hold the values of veganism and
yes,
Bible.
of course, of course I do. Yeah.
I mean, should we let one person decide our life in terms of like if this is your outlook and has been your outlook, why let it be sullied by the actions of 1 or 2 people?
Because I'll tell you something, that day, that argument shook me to the core of my being.
I agree. It's not nice to say that they could throw you. It was a bit unnecessary.
You know, and I just find it so upsetting because, you know, speaking as someone who tries to convert people, them using that idiotic argument about feeding cats, they want to, everybody else, these vegans want to turn cats into basically vegans. You mustn't feed your cat on cat food, which, I mean, what's a stupid idea?
Well, I mean, if the food is available and it's been clinically proven to be beneficial, I don't see a problem.
Well, I've discussed it with my vet and I've discussed it with the CPO, you know, the Cats Protection League. They both disagree with me. Now, you know, and I must admit, I think a cat is a carnivore. A cat is nature's little carnivore. You know what? They've even been giving that guy in South Africa a hard time. Dean Schneider. You know Dean Schneider, the guy with the lion sanctuary?
No.
Have you ever watched him? Oh, he lives with a pride of lions. They're even giving him a hard time.
Chickpea, I just want to read this comment. Ragnar says some people actively want to choose to basically put their own light out. He says he chooses to be bright and optimistic. Some people want to be in the lake of fire. It is unfortunate. Yeah, okay.
But I'm just saying,
get on here later. He says his Wi-Fi is down, so you can come and explain that.
Chickpea,
make your point, and then the mind. Please
step in.
After
these radical vegans with their, you mustn't feed. If you feed your cats on fish, you are no longer vegan. You need to shut up because they are turning people away from.
I agree with Daniela.
What?
Oh, I was just reading that comment at the end. I'm sorry, Chickpea, but
they're turning people away, and they are, which isn't in their best interest. It's not. I'm just saying. And yes, it really hurt my feelings, and he did, because it's very hurt by it. Sorry, you know, I don't like arguing with vegans, but I'm sorry, I'll shut the fuck up, DW, okay? I will shut up. I will go. Bye.
The Mind, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
The Mind, we're talking about living in a world where no one fully agrees on matters. Would you like to explain how that makes you feel, whether it presents a problem or it's something that you don't really think about, and it doesn't worry you, it doesn't bother you? What does this question make you think and say? Go ahead.
I think it's fine to disagree. I think it gets annoying on both sides of the spectrum when you see people just agreeing with people because they want their approval, right? So they'll just put their nose up their ass and just say whatever they say and laugh at whatever joke they tell. So that's kind of annoying. And it is kind of annoying on the opposite side of the end of that, where, you know, if they don't like you or if they don't like some aspect about you, they will just disagree with you, even if they actually do agree with your concepts and stuff. But because of the fact that it's coming from you, all of a sudden they don't agree with it. So I do think ultimately disagreement is fine, but when it comes from a bad place, that's when it starts getting kind of annoying. Regardless if it's agreement or disagreement, it gets annoying when you see people do it. When I see people do it a certain way. So That's kind of my take on it. I think the real issue is people wanting other people's attention, and then literally when they get it, they want to kind of like they want to unblock you, right? And then you try to talk to them, and then they just want to ignore you while they unblocked you. It's like, yo, what the hell is that about? Like that's the thing that happens. So it's just like this constant need for this vampire energy sucking thing where you always have like somebody as your little cheerleader. That's what I think.
Interesting. Anybody else have anything to say on what the mind has just expanded upon? Okay. Fatima, what's going on in that head of yours?
Oh, not much. I was just reading some news and topics. Yeah, not much. And I was thinking about the song I heard last night. It was a German song, so I can't play it because you know why.
So you weren't focusing on the conversation at hand.
I mean, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I have ADHD, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Dirty Lowlife, that's interesting. Come on and tell us what you mean by that. I suppose, guys, I would take a somewhat similar view to Vibe in that disagreement in of itself isn't the problem. It's how we react to it, you know? And it's whether we allow that disagreement to, you know, benefit us and our thoughts, you know? Do we use that disagreement to make our own thoughts more sensible and maybe make our own outlook more rational? Or do we allow the disagreement to boil over and become a cause for disharmony and chaos and, you know, just further problems? Now, I suppose you've got to choose who you're, how you're being, how you're replying to people. And it is true, some people, they're not really, in terms of agency, even if you disagree with them, they haven't really got power to change matters. Now, in disagreeing with them publicly, I suppose you can use them as a tool to shine a light on whatever it is you're trying to bring to attention of others so that they take it seriously. But I would say the main thing to do is to try and influence power. Influence those who can change hearts and minds. And the bickering and fighting amongst the plebs, as an individual, it will grate you down eventually. It will destroy you. It will hurt you. And it will cause you great pain. You need to be trying to influence power, those above you.
Not those around you?
Well, when I say those around you, I'm thinking of the fighting side of it. It's how you do it, isn't it? I'm talking about energy expenditure here. If you're fighting with those around you, that's a lot of energy being.
Well, I didn't mean fight. I meant like changing, like helping.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about expenditure of energy, where you put most of your energy. Yeah, and I would say if you're trying to bring about change, it may be best to try and put it at use your energy on those who can bring about the change, instead of fighting with.
Well, others. I thought the people had the power.
Well, they do as a critical mass. But how do you get to that? How do you get how would you get people to come to a critical mass, come to a number that is able to influence power?
I honestly believe that it doesn't really take that much, that many people. I think it can take a few, and really, in reality, to make a big difference. Yeah, that's it.
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading the comments.
I believe in reality, all it takes is for a few people to make a big change in the world.
Yeah,
But
look, as usual, you know what? I've got to backtrack and say it's not as simple, is it? Because sometimes it is about influencing those around us and even those, in lower tiers in society. Because it is sometimes about getting as many people talking about a subject at least, and even
yep.
sometimes argument is good, even robust argument online. But the problem is, I'm being practical. I'm talking about energy expenditure. As an individual, you only have so much energy. Where are you best putting your attention and energy in
Well, okay,
society?
but this is the thing though, because I think they set up a certain system to make us think that if we go to these politicians, to these certain leaders, that we're gonna find change. But in reality, that is a lie. That's an illusion. Like in reality, it's the what they tell us is how things are is not how things are. The people in power are puppets.
The people in power are puppets. So you believe in kind of this deep state thing, or there's secret societies running the shop?
I believe that money talks. Like that's been the name of the game for a long time. Whoever has the most money makes the rules. Like literally, if you want to be a president, why is it that we're talking about the land of the free, right? Where there's no racism. Why is it that all the presidents since the beginning of America have been white except for one? And then you're trying to say there's no racism, there's no corruption, there's no hidden agenda.
I haven't got an answer for you, but we'll have to think about it. Ragnar says he had no influence until he healed himself, and he made testimony by walking the talk.
What the
Story
fuck?
time with Lise says, be the change you wish to see. I mean, that's another way of looking at this. You can't really change other people's perspectives, in totality. But yeah, you can try and ensure that your energy is being utilized so that you walk the right walk, and hope that in doing so, you inspire others to do the same.
Yeah, I would want to say I don't think we could change people's perspectives, but just by living the life we want to live, we could change somebody's whole world just by interacting with them. Because yeah, that's it. That happens. Like you interact with somebody, your whole world changes.
Hello to Skyworks. Hello to all of you. Dirty Low Life says they'll be on in a moment. Point on the spectrum. Do come on. Point on the spectrum. Do come on.
Almost fast.
It's been a while since Point on the Spectrum came on the show. We really would like to see you on here.
Can we get Ragnarok on there? He's got some brilliant banging.
Yeah, he'll be on in a while. He said he's trying to.
Oh God, the famous.
Vegan Equilibrium. You hop back on. Did you want to say something, Vegan Equilibrium?
I don't know. I was kind of triggered by what Chick P was saying.
Oh, right, really? So go on, tell me.
I don't actually want to talk about that. Okay.
I don't know what to talk about.
I tell you what I want to do. 1 second. The topic of the show is how to live in a world where no one really agrees.
Yes,
Vegan
we
Equilibrium, and I want to ask you both: how can you live knowing that you both don't agree about this? I mean, what is the outcome here?
There is no.
What does it make you want to do? Because consider this: you both have to sit down with people who aren't even vegan, and they may be close to you in your family or at work or whatever. So, what is the point in you both fighting publicly and being enraged when in our private lives we can't even change minds? I'm just asking. This is something worth thinking about. Go ahead.
Grumps, according to vegans now, and according to Noodles, I am no longer a vegan. So I'm the one that's been out on the bloody streets arguing and fighting about all this for years when I was young. I'm the one that hasn't had any meat for, since I was a little girl, or milk or anything, but I'm not a vegan. Just because I happen to feed a carnivore.
I've heard some people say you should just let the cats go.
I was going to say about time you missed it.
Oh wow, no, Chick P.
I've heard people saying that. No, I'm not saying you should. I'm just giving another spanner in the works. I heard a vegan say that to me once.
All the love
that makes no sense.
Cats are capable of living in the wild. Let them free.
No, they're not. Not in the city.
Really. That doesn't make any sense.
My cats are free. Two of my cats have walked away from our family. They've just got big toms, and other cats have come in and they've just walked away. We haven't forced them to come back.
Well, my cats love it with me, and they all come home. They all go outside and play. Well, they chase mice. They run around up the trees.
Do me a favor, give them an
freedom
opportunity to go away and see if they come back. Some people smother people.
Going back to the point here, you two are at each other for this, and I can see why.
Not me, is it?
No, not you. For once, not you, Grezzy. For once. But what does this say in terms of the topic of the show? How do you live in a world where no one really agrees? I mean, vegan equilibrium, we can use this as source material for this. You obviously feel very aggrieved, and understandably so. But how the hell are you dealing with it? You said you got triggered. You said you got triggered. Tell me about that. This is a great example, guys. This is real-time example of this matter.
This show is basically family therapy.
Yes.
So thank you for that, DNW. Thanks for being a good therapist. Anyway, how do I deal with it? I mean, literally just by what I just did. I wanted to make a snide remark. I did make one in the comments, but I don't really feel it was like a snide remark. I actually feel like it's a reasonable question to ask. Like, should vegans operate slaughterhouses for their pets? And should we trust when a doctor tells us that the vegan diet is unhealthy for us? And if we don't trust a doctor when they say that, why should we trust the veterinarian? Why not open slaughterhouses to kill animals to feed to our pets? That's like where my mind goes with it. But I don't think posing these very reasonable and logical questions are ever going to get through to someone who's emotionally attached to the ideas that they have. I think it's going to take an emotional. I think it's going to take an emotional shift, and I can't do anything about that. So we just come on here to vent, dude.
There you go. No, we're getting some. I want to say something now. I want to say something now.
I just want to say, I want to finish my thought. We use these spaces to cope with that. These are our outlets. These are where we come to vent.
Now, this particular issue, when you come to this position where there is somebody who doesn't agree with you and they're not going to change their mind, it isn't just about coming on this show and venting. It's about directing your energy in a way that matters. And for me, vegan equilibrium, that is doing what you did here, where you spoke about it, but also, maybe trying to look again at what I feel is the only viable solution here is because if there are people who will not feed their animals plant-based products, is to go into the world of lab-grown meat, synthetic meat, and start pushing that more and more and hoping.
But why would they, if they're going to be as unreasonable as they are about what is perfectly a reasonable solution, which is fortified plant-based cat food, why would they be any more reasonable about lab-grown meat?
Because it may be that they won't have a choice in the future. That's the hope.
Well, that's a different discussion.
Yeah.
I can answer though.
Can I say something?
The hope is.
Can I say something on this?
The hope is in the future they won't have an option but to buy either lab-grown meat or plant-based products.
Can I say? You know what? No. Noodles really laid into me that night, and he's laid into me a couple of times all over this. Plus, he's got his nasty little friend here, Vegan Gaines, to threaten to smash me against a wall. Lovely.
He did not threaten. He did not threaten you.
He threatened to smash me against a wall.
He called him a
Chickpea. Hold on. No fighting. Let me give what I heard. Chickpea. He said he could. He said he could do it because he was trying to show he was trying to show he was much stronger than you were. I don't know why he was trying to show that.
I can see
why
that.
was he trying to
He
show
was just making a point that he's bigger and stronger than you when you're little. That's all.
I should hope so. He's a stupid little man. Well,
he
he might-
delivered his point incorrectly.
Right,
and
he didn't
came across as
threaten you.
neutral.
All right,
That's why I scared him.
guys, 1 second. Let's ask Gracie. Gracie says he delivered his point incorrectly. Now, you didn't watch the debate, first of all, but you are getting second-hand information here.
Because they
Gracie,
really
what way would
sounding
you have?
slow.
Why did he deliver? Why did he want to say that? I forget vegan ignorant. What made him want to say he was physically stronger than Chickpea? What was that? About?
It was the
She
could.
called it.
The word
1
could.
second.
I'm sorry.
She
One second.
called him a
What?
Oh, we lost vegan equilibrium.
Damn, dude, your audio is shit.
Basically, it sounds like you called him a weakling.
Just say my part. Hey, wait. Stop talking over me again.
We couldn't
She
hear
called
you.
him
We
a
couldn't hear
stupid
you.
little man. Okay, she called him a stupid little man, and he said, "Little, I could throw you across the room." And that's what he said. That was not a threat. He was just basically just saying it's silly to call him small, and he's strong enough to throw her across the room. That's all. That's all that happened.
Chickpea. In the cold light of day, you might think that although you didn't like it, he was just replying to what you said, right?
Yeah, and he'd be screaming and yelling at you about 20 minutes prior to that. You had been.
Right. So there was a reason why you called him a silly little man, then, is what you're
He'd be
saying. It goes
screaming
on
and
and on.
yelling at me.
This
He
goes
wants
on
to-
and on.
He wants to
Right.
turn all carnivores into bloody vegans.
Okay, fair enough. I want to go
And you
to
agree with it?
Gracie.
You seem to
Gracie, what would
agree with
you
that,
have
BW.
done if you were vegan gains and Chickpea called you a silly
When I
little man?
finish, I was talking. I'm
Sorry,
supposed
go
to
ahead.
shut the
Oh,
fuck up
Gracie,
to you.
Gracie.
You don't reciprocate.
Gracie, after Chickpea has finished speaking, will you reply, please?
When I
And
get-
nobody else but Gracie.
Right.
Now,
So
I'm saying, as I was saying, these guys want to turn the entire animal kingdom into vegans, okay? Lions, cats.
Yeah, that seems
Sorry,
impractical.
that is wrong. That is
It's
evil, in
impractical
my
too.
opinion. And I'm a radical vegan, as you well know. You cannot turn a cat into a vegan. A cat is nature's carnivore. Sad, brutal reality. It's how this fucking planet was invented. And we can't change that. And you know what? They should be concentrating on the 98% of meat eaters, not giving a little old dear like me a hard time for feeding a bloody cat a bit of fish. That's what I'm saying. And they really ranted and raved at me. And I tell you something, they are not doing the vegan movement a scrap of good, because anyone listening to this is going to think, right, they're right, load of bastards. I think I'll carry on the way I am. And you did,
Crazy
WG,
Guru, what do you have to say?
with them.
I'm not. So I'm not going to say you're both correct and incorrect or anything like that. I'm going to say I can see where the confusion is, and this is my point, and it goes with the show. Ready? This is it. The word "could" was the qualifying word that was the neutral balance between all this that made it seem that basically it turned the whole thing, because of the context and everything, that word "could" made the whole thing be allowed to be taken out of context, because it neutralized it, because it can be seen as, because of everything, that he was saying, I could do that because, you know, I'm a big guy or something like that. I could do it as in that sense. But when you do with emotion and things, because you use the word "could," which is a connotation, you're not actually, like my son says, yeah, you could do that. I said, no, I couldn't, because I wouldn't. Yeah, but you could do it. No, I couldn't, because I have empathy. It wouldn't allow me to do it. Because he thinks, because he's strong enough to do something, like hit a woman or something, he could do it. And I'm like, yeah, but haven't you got empathy to stop you? So it's the word "could." It messes with, because then what it can do is, if Chickpea doesn't understand what he means by the word "could," and clearly from what you guys said, he roughly said, if he said it, then she's going to see that maybe because of the thing as, love, I could do that to you, you don't shut up. He didn't have to say it. The word "could" can imply it in someone's imagination, the demi, and that's enough, because he should understand also that this is a lady from a different era. There's also this whole intent. He obviously understood there was emotions involved, and there were certain threats coming from it. I mean, if you're going to take threats of Chickpea, you know, that seriously, I mean...
Yeah.
I'm just saying, gentlemen, but that word "could" was, it not only was his response immature, like me the other night, yeah, we can all make mistakes, obviously, I'm not going to quote him. And I don't believe he meant to hurt at all. Of course not. The NW wouldn't stand for that if he thought that. But it could, from Chickpea's point of view, which is the whole point of the show, she could have interpreted that, all because he used the word "could," where he could have said something like, my love, I don't want to meet him. I'm a big lad. I'm not threatening you or anything, because I know you're here, but like if it was, you know, if it was just in, you know, as a test, I could pick you up, but he didn't. The way he said it, it can be taken either way, and that's what I mean by words. And it kind of goes with things. Does anybody agree?
Yeah, but crazy, what I'm saying is, okay, I am an ex-member of the animal rights movement. I worked at it. I gave them money, okay?
I was, okay.
Yeah. I gave them. Now they're telling me I'm not a vegan anymore because I feed my cats on a little bit of fish because I believe a cat is a carnivore.
That's ridiculous, but go on, yeah.
Oh, it's ridiculous that a cat is a carnivore.
No. I mean, they're ridiculous to say that to you, in my opinion.
Yes. You see,
Can
really
I
don't know the full argument, though.
into the conversation?
thing is,
And
now D&W, let me finish. D&W. Now,
we
the
did.
research regarding all this turning cats into vegans has only taken place over 4 years, okay?
And by someone other than yourself or them, so they haven't really got a clue what the fuck they're talking about. But yeah,
So
go on.
that a cat can live for 20 years or almost 20 years if it's well cared for on a proper diet. If you start feeding a cat on a vegan diet, it will get diabetes. You can guarantee it the same way if we ate a sugar diet.
There's certain vegan diets, not all vegan diets, like D&W is pointing out. If they've found a new one, again, that's like you saying, I don't accept your new presentation of these words. But if you're saying so far, there hasn't been no evidence for you, that's why you won't change your mind. I'm certainly on board with you, lovely. You're still correcting me. But the thing you said wasn't absolutely correct. That diet could work, but you haven't impressed you enough or proven it to you yet. That's what you're saying, yeah?
Yeah, it's only been tested for 4 years. It hasn't been tested for 20 whole years, which is how long a well cared for cat can live up to.
Oh, actually, that's fair. Yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
So they haven't
thank
done
you
20
to
years
those of you
research.
who keep the show on the go. If you do want to help out, you can send
Sorry, it's just that,
an Amazon voucher to the email address that's in the pinned message in the live chat, and also below the video in the description as well. You can find the link.
But crazy, all my life I've got on well with vegans, and I'll always give a vegan the benefit of the doubt. And they've destroyed that in me.
That's because you see them as characters, my lovely, and I'm going to help you with that. Don't worry.
Don't. Oh, Fatima, oh, she's so plants are in oh, sorry, she's laughing. It's just I find it so cruel that people are actually doing
What
this.
happened to Dirty Lowlife? They disappeared. Dirty Lowlife, are you coming back?
Yeah.
And D&W, a dog can be a vegan, but a cat can't. A cat has got a very, very, very short digestive tract. It's very short.
Yeah, Chickpea, can I ask D&W? Chickpea, do me a favor, my lovely. He was really gracious then. Was Chickpea, I was going by Chickpea's story. Was that, should you tell me the absolute truth there if you was listening? Is that what actually happened? It was, because, the story she told us that, what did he say? I mean, what happened from your point of view?
What it was. I don't remember. It was a lot.
All right, what was the overall impression you felt from it all?
It wasn't emotional. It didn't emotionally resonate with me the same way as it did with everybody else, because I think that at the time there was a lot of shouting at each other and there's a lot of name calling. As usual, it did deteriorate into that, unfortunately. We're trying to stay away from it.
But they started it crazy, not me. They started.
Come back.
I don't believe, that's the only part I don't believe. I'm sorry, Chickpea, but go on. I'll listen to the rest.
No. I got laid into because I was talking about my cats. He said to me something about. He sent me an email telling me where I could buy vegan cat food, so I didn't say anything about it. So then, and I said, no, I'm going to feed my cats on fish. I always have done, because if I had to kill a fish, I could do it. Okay, I couldn't kill a hen, but I can kill a fish. And then it just went off into the stratosphere. It did. And what gets me is he wouldn't dare shout at you like that. He'll do it at me because I'm a female.
Oh no, he does. He does. He shouts at everybody.
Anyone else?
No, believe me. No. I will say that much, and that is kind of in defense of him in a strange kind of way. He does shout at everybody.
I would want to bring up a good point that Pristine's son made not that long ago. Plants have been known to actually communicate, and
yes,
if you have the right type of sensor, they actually scream and they cry and stuff. So you're hurting and they actually have like genitals and stuff. So you're literally eating like the body parts of.
Yes, I know, but okay.
The literally reproductive organ.
What about fruit and what about nuts and things like that? Seeds.
Right, if you're as a
D&W, you're eating small people.
10 to 1. Takes 10 kilograms of plant protein to make 1 kilogram of meat protein. So it's 10 to 1. So as a meat eater, you're doing 10 times more damage than I am. Gooey.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying there is still suffering that's happening.
Yes, I know. Wouldn't surprise me one little bit.
And I feel bad for everything.
Look, the mind. There's one less chain in the causation of hellishness. Then, if you go directly for the plants, at least you're not, at least it wasn't necessary for an animal to hurt
It's
those
10
plants.
to 1.
Yeah, but if
eat
you
that
do what the
animal.
plants
Be
do,
right back. I've got a phone call. Sorry.
if you do what the
It's
plants
10 to
do,
1.
just photosynthesize.
Oh wow, he can't take it.
Yeah, got a phone call.
Thing is, mind, the end of the day is 10 to 1, okay? So by eating meat, you're doing 10 times more damage than if you ate the plant straight away.
But aren't we
Yes.
all doing damage every day by just breathing the air and just still
Yes,
being
I
alive?
know. You try and do as little as you can. Plus, it's destroying the planet. It is the shit that comes from these places is destroying the planet.
Why do any of you care about this stuff? Who asked you to care, really? Who said, I want any
We
of you
chose
to
to
care
care
about this stuff?
as Senior Cook.
Why? I want to know why. I'm not saying you're incorrect or wrong. I'm interested in why did anybody here choose to give a shit about any of this stuff? I'm interested.
I've always cared. I've been this vegan since I was a little girl.
Thank you, but why?
I don't know. I was 7 years old and I thought, what is this on my plate? How did it get to be here? Blah, blah, blah. And I've been at it ever since.
Yeah, I did as well, but it tasted good. My parents never said, don't worry, that's normal. And everybody around me, except
Yeah,
for
well,
us,
I didn't. You see, my
Why?
mother used to hit me. You know what my mother used to do to me, the bloody bitch? She used to force feed me meat. She used to actually force me get meat into
That's
my
crazy.
mouth.
Wait a minute. Is this the vegan? If it's a vegan crazy, no, sorry guys, I'm being. You know when vegans go overboard like I do, and they force it, and all that just to make a point. I get that, but did that really happen, or are you just
Yes.
saying it like vegans do? Are you
Yes.
saying like explain? Can you
She
explain a bit
actually
more in detail if
force-fed
you're okay
me.
with it?
She force fed me. She forced him. I had 8 months in a psychiatric unit
Senior Cook is
recovering
having
from the bloody
depression
shit
now.
you inflicted on me. 8 whole months, okay? But that's another
Oh,
subject.
I'm sorry that
That really
happened.
started then, so
Don't
that's
worry
good.
about it. Other children get sexually
Do you hate-
abused, so
do you hate-
it could
Do
be
you hate
worse.
chickpea?
What?
Chickpea?
Oh
Do you
my God.
hate humans?
I'm not too keen. I don't hate us, but my love has gone.
I do.
And I
Do you
used to love
do you hate most humans?
I said I don't hate them. I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent.
Oh no, okay, that's fair. Sorry, I wasn't listening. All right, so
Indifferent.
can you explain what you mean by that in more detail then? Because indifferent is a bit vague, isn't it?
Indifference. Well, I don't hate humans. I don't hate anyone per se, but I think we're a nasty species, and I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent.
Come back, Penny.
And do most people care about other people? They don't, actually. That's a lie. Because if we were sort of loving people, we wouldn't have the disgusting behaviour that goes on all over the place, and we wouldn't have it. And
Yeah.
I've never done these things that I read about in the paper every day.
I'm gonna answer if everybody thinks. Ready? That is true, but we wouldn't see it if the opposite also wasn't true.
It lost me now. The opposite wasn't true.
No. What I'm saying is,
I do nice things.
Yeah, if there weren't other people other than that, like say it might be true up to 99%, but so long as there's 1% of people who are looking the other way, there must be. Otherwise, we would all agree and we wouldn't see it. You wouldn't even be able to talk about it because it'd be like a fish looking at water. Yeah. So somebody must disagree with this and is fighting back for you to have been engaged in it. Unless you tell me Chickpea designed all of veganism, all this stuff you fight for, and only Chickpea sees this. So I'm saying there are people who you do admire that you think we could all live up to and inspire to be.
Of course, there are some people, but on the whole, I always thought you meant en masse. En masse, I'm totally indifferent.
I get that.
Indifferent. Yes, there are people I admire. I love David Benatar. I love Peter Singer. I love D&W, even though he props all over me.
Okay, I was looking for hope. I was just looking to see if there was hope in you.
It was what? Yes,
I was trying to see if you had any hope. That's all.
Hope? No.
Yeah, as in
no,
hope that there are people on the other side that you think are amazing.
I think.
Well, you explained that you did, didn't you? You said you can see there are people on the other side that are not like that. So that's hope.
Yeah, a few of us, a tiny few of us. I'm very, very anti-meat eater. I've got a real bugbear against it. I'm very anti. And
I'm just anti-cruelty, not meat eating. I think if meat eating is necessary, then it's necessary. That's why I don't bug animals. I'm saying anti-cruelty I'm against.
Yeah, well, I'm 71 years old. I've lived with this shit for 71 years. And quite frankly, I've turned my back on meat eaters. I've just turned my back.
Animals have lived longer with it, and so long as you turn your back on meat eaters, you turn your back on animals. You may not agree with that,
I
but it's
don't
been
care if
true.
an animal does it.
How? Okay.
Animals, if an animal is a carnivore, if a lion wants to kill a human being, you know what? I'll
It
stand for
doesn't
what I
matter. The
don't
math
care.
says if you want this to change, you need the help of the meat eater, and only the meat eater, and only the meat eater can help you achieve, because they're the ones who have to give it up. And so long as you demonize them, they're always going to tell you
They're
to fuck
never
off.
going to stop it. It will never, ever end. The only thing
Then
that can
give
end
up.
it is the
Yeah,
end
give
of
up, because all you're doing
humanity.
is saying the animals are done. I'm letting them be. You're not really a vegan in that sense, and I would agree with him if you're saying
How
that. But I
dare
don't
you
think
say
you are.
that to me?
Easily,
How dare
because
you?
I'm not scared
I
of you.
am
That's
not
how.
a carnivore.
I'm not
Now,
scared of you.
fuck
That's
off.
how I dare. I dare because I'm not scared of you.
How dare you say
People-
not a vegan? I
Only
am
people
Oh,
who impose their fear on others
not
are
Order in the
terrorists.
WWE SmackDown.
How
Don't you
dare
dare.
you? I'm above you.
Oh,
You
shit,
dare
dude.
speak to me like
Oh,
that?
Yeah, I think we
You
could
asshole.
maybe. I think we could probably go past this and
Don't
talk
you
about something
dare
else.
do that
Maybe I
to
don't
me,
know.
okay? Because
Somebody,
I'm only-
don't you call me that sort of
Think
shit.
about his
And I
wife. I
mean it.
wonder who else she's banging.
somebody, anybody.
Hello, Dirty Lowlife. Please speak. You're
Hey,
on the
Danny.
Funny Gnosis group.
How are we doing? Getting a little heated, are we?
I'm having lots
Hell
of fun.
yeah, we are, man. You
I
already
can
know.
see Gray's
You're
now.
in a hot tub.
Yeah,
Virtual
with
one.
freaking.
I've got a lot of faults, but that
That is
isn't one of them.
relaxing.
I do love you, Chippy. I truly do. I
No,
do
you do
understand your
not.
pain as well, dude. And I'm
That's
not
the biggest
mocking you.
That
insult
was a
you could ever
strong
give.
word, I
Hey
think.
guys, can we let somebody else start talking?
Give
A
me a
little
hard
bit.
time because I feed my cats on fish.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
was
Feed
my
my
argument.
cats on you if I could. You know that? If I could feed, if I had me a gun, I'd come to your house with my gun with my cat, and they could
Is that
feast
allowed?
I
on me.
love you, babe. I feel your
One
pain. Don't worry.
little
Go for it. You let me. I want to hear it all.
Death
Don't worry.
threat on air.
Aim it at me. No one else, though,
Oh,
okay?
okay.
Just aim it at me, Chippy.
But I could
He's
kill
joking,
someone and
dude.
feed to my cats. I could do it. I don't even deny
You're
it.
actually
This show
saying
tries
that,
to break the freaking rule. It tries to cross the
I
line.
know. The stream's
It's
gonna
so
get taken
funny.
down.
It's so funny. Eventually, it's gonna go by, but I can't wait for
You're
that
gonna
day.
say pew pew. Pew
She's
pew.
all right. She's aiming at me. She's all right. It's all good.
But it's
Okay,
my
so
dog.
I'm just gonna say this one thing so we could probably get the conversation moving along. I think if anything, a good idea would be to clone what is it called? Placentas, because supposedly, again, I'm gonna say it. The vegan teacher said that people can eat placentas, like that's fine. If you're a vegan, you can eat placentas. So you just clone a whole bunch of placentas, right? You mass produce those, feed them to
The cats.
vegans. No,
Feed
to
the
vegans,
cats. Why to the vegans? Why would I want to eat a placenta?
because
If you ask
that's
me, I'd say
that's
go back and look
vegan.
at it
Because
before,
that's
so we
vegan.
know
That's
what
vegan
now.
approved.
It's
What?
like an ethical version of Soylent Green.
Because it's vegan approved.
It's a
Wait,
human
wait,
Why
organ.
won't eat a
It's a
placenta?
human meat. What the hell? That's a human organ.
I don't understand.
That I don't know. That's what the vegan said. I'm just saying what the vegan
Well,
said.
they think they're all mental anyway. I tell you, so the vegan movement has gone completely
All
mental.
right, let's actually see what
It
she
has
actually. I'm curious because that's a fucking human organ. How is a human organ vegan? A placenta is a human organ.
Yeah, I know.
Then, fuck is that fucking teacher on? Is she correct?
Because you never seen when babies are born, like most of the animals in nature, they eat the placenta.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
I
I don't
know,
think
I
all of
know,
them
I'm
do
not
that.
saying
All of them.
So that's natural, and it's not taken away from the animal. The animal is gonna just gonna go in the trash anyway, so you can
And
eat it.
vegans don't eat animals, and you don't
I don't
define
think
humans as animals. So what's the problem?
all animals do all the time. Like I still think it's
Yeah.
gross that it's the eat
So-
placenta. Yeah.
You're just like close-minded.
How?
Why
Should we
would I
cook
want
it
to-
in a
But I
fry
don't
pan?
like
It
the
has
taste.
to be
of it. I
heated.
don't like. Why would I want to do that? I don't like the
Sunny
taste
side
of
up.
it. Feed it to a
Sunny
cat.
side up.
A cat can
placenta.
eat placentas.
So we're gonna put it in a fry pan. Well, in a
I'd feed a cat your willy
It
if you
sounds
want.
gross.
cafe placenta. Anyone? It's on the menu.
What?
Hey guys, that's all. We've all been chatting a load of crap lately, and we haven't given Dirty a chance. Can we give him a chance for a minute, and we all take a rest of minutes? Even me, yeah.
Yeah.
You mean you
Time
want
out.
to breathe?
Go. Dirty's up.
Let's tell you something,
What
Christine.
I'm going to ask is, can I get a very brief rundown of what the gist of the answers have been to the show title tonight?
Can I just say something to Christine?
Oh,
Christine,
what-
do
what-
you know? Christine, I'm
Yes.
talking to you. Do you know that comfrey
Again,
helps your body to produce more
Brother
collagen?
Mucus.
Sorry.
Can you not talk over
If you
people?
put, if you
Fat-
put,
Well, I tell you what, everybody, let's just give Chickpea an answer. We'll answer Chickpea. Christine, please, we'll all wait, and then Dirty can go. Yeah, Chickpea, please. DNW's not
I
here,
just
please.
said to Christine, do you know that comfrey ointment causes your skin to make more collagen? Makes you look
Oh,
younger.
I see.
Yes, that's all
Okay.
I'm saying.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Are you saying that's
she's
something
saying you look
would not have
old.
written in the I swear, Dirty, please go, brother.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Well,
I
it
will
really
look
does
into that.
actually. I've really noticed it. Yeah,
Okay,
comfrey ointment.
So
My
what are the
own
answers been to the show title?
great.
How do we live in a world where nobody agrees?
Yeah, that's the original topic.
Oh,
Yeah.
DW's back. Thank God. I need
Has
to
there been any good answers yet?
Uh,
Not really.
Don't we just cease to exist by
yeah.
default? Apparently.
Yeah, I'm
Apparently
too
we-
autistic, so I can't pay attention to the conversation.
Oh, really?
Are you? Was that a joke?
No, I mean,
Believe it.
wait, no, I have
I
not
think-
autistic. Fuck, I said the wrong word. What did the other guy say? He said the other person. They said they're too they have bipolar. No, not bipolar. They said they had something.
You don't even remember.
ADHD. Yeah, I'm too ADHD. I can't focus on the conversation.
Oh, right. Yeah.
The DNW, in fact, if I'm being honest, and they don't like me, has had the best responses from so far, and quite a few actually. I'm shocked. He's actually answered more this question than anybody else, and has had the answers I would have give to show off with. But I was just going to shut up tonight, so he's actually on form. So maybe ask him when he comes back. His answers have been the greatest so far. Others have said other forms of it, but they've just been repeating what DMW said to me. But I'm not saying that I'm being original to them. But yeah, DMW's has been the best answer so far, and he's not here, unfortunately. But I don't know. Maybe as you come back, why don't you tell us the answer to this one for you then?
Well, what struck my mind, so I was trying to answer it when I was making a cup of tea. And what struck me when I sat down, because I didn't have an answer until I got here, and I still don't really, but what struck me is that the end of it is in a world where no one really agrees. And I kind of thought, that's true, isn't it? We live in a world where nobody agrees. And I think if we're all imagining a world where everybody agrees, and now we're noticing we live in a world where nobody really agrees, it's probably actually grief that we need, where we need to let go of what's imagined and died and move on and accept the fact that we don't agree and work out how to, I don't know, be all right with that. I don't know if that's even just restating the question or not, but yeah, just my thoughts.
All right, I got a quick one, and let's read because I need to do anyway. I love that. I agreed with it, but I'm not saying it's moot to be neat, nasty, because it wouldn't be moot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this. I was going to put in there. What about, if we change the question, about what about a way where we want to agree rather than whether we do?
Does wanting it make the world better?
No. That it doesn't. Wanting it has the potential to make the world better.
Why?
Because not wanting it doesn't.
Why?
Because not wanting it doesn't change anything, and wanting. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
I haven't premised this correctly. If I was living in a natural world where there was no issue and no suffering that was unnecessary, you wouldn't have this argument for me. So I should have said, from where we are, yes. Do I need to say more? Because I don't want to take up all year.
I still don't follow, because.
All right. Do you see? Is there any responsibility for humans to have for anything? I'm not saying good or bad. Are we responsible for a lot of shit that maybe we could put correctly? If not in the world, in ourselves.
Yeah.
Then that's my answer. Then we should. And then if we see where people are failing and there's stop points that we think we could all, I suppose right. let me say this then. Right? My thing also needs another qualifier, I suppose. I thank you, pull this out. This actually, I love this show so much. It pulls another qualifier out for me to say then, this statement I'm about to make needs more to it, but if you get what I'm saying, I'll call check on this one for now, okay? It also has a qualifier if I link it to like Peter Parker. I don't believe everybody should be in the position of changing things. Only those who can prove first they've got an understanding idea that can, and it should be vigorously tested first. I do believe in all these safeguardings and stuff, but so it's like I'm saying this, yeah, all right. If you're saying this, everybody, no, but I think some people should if they could.
Brother Marcus was on, but then he popped off. I hope he could come back.
BM, man.
Retro says, no one agrees. I think this is based, I think he's saying this to Gracie directly. No one agrees because your parents weren't smart enough to smack you in the direction of self-sustaining general intelligence.
Oh, they fucking did.
Or non-fake guru spiritualism. We get the opposite. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, well,
look at the panel.
You don't get that impression. That's all I'm saying.
Narcissistic, self-important, not looking for any answers. Know-it-alls of Gnosis. Wow.
That's what the
all narcissists. Who put that? Bring that person up here right now.
Here, we might have a complete unit.
Yeah, bring that person up here.
Rubbish.
Yeah,
Everyone's a narcissist.
Everyone's a narcissist. I agree, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah, the past few years, all I've seen is just people call each other narcissists online, which was not a thing before.
Christine, you definitely are a narcissist.
No, I'm not. Bro, you're a narcissist. See what I mean?
Now you're doing the thing.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just saying that you're a narcissist.
And this crazy guy, yeah, you're a narcissist too.
Yeah.
He's a little
What is incorrect with me being a narcissist? If you can tell me that, I'd be happy to oblige. But I don't understand. Is this an insult or something?
It's not an insult. It's just a fact.
Hold that for a second, guys. We've got Brother Marcus here. Brother Marcus, welcome. Very good to have you here. Chickpea is doing something with her camera. Chickpea, just 1 second. Brother Marcus. Oh, do you want me to take you off, Chickpea, while your camera? I'll take you off.
No, it's all right.
All right.
No,
Okay.
there's
Sorry,
something on my voice that. I was just showing Crazy, the little murderer that lives with me.
He's not a murderer. He's an innocent.
Okay.
She likes to go out to play.
Something's over the camera, babe. We couldn't see.
I don't know what it is. She likes to go out to play.
Clean it, you dirty bitch. What's going on?
Oh, sorry.
Right, guys. Brother Marcus.
Here she is.
All right, we'll get over this hurdle. I'm going to make this one big so everyone can see the cat. Which one's that?
This little girl is a killer. And she likes to go outside and kill.
Can I ask, are we looking at Chickpea's pussy here?
Yes.
No.
That's Daisy, my little killer girl.
Brother
Because you know what? I was told, Crazy, that I was wrong to let my cats go out to play. And
you have never been wrong a day in your life, my darling.
And wrong to let them hunt mice.
You've never been wrong a day in your life. And if they think, that you're out manipulating and controlling them cats, then you've probably got that syndrome that all these other people got when they get married and they don't let their wives do things or they do things, you know.
Brother Marcus.
Ownership.
Okay, guys. I think the host of the show is trying to talk to somebody right now. The host of the show is trying to say something.
Lock my cats up indoors.
Hello, guys.
Okay. I'm muting you now, Chickpea, for a second. Brother Marcus, save us.
Brother Marcus.
Brother Marcus, the topic of the show is how do you live in a world where no one really fully agrees with you on anything? Is this something that you have thoughts on? If so, please share them. And maybe if you have any advice for people who are finding it difficult, do share that as well.
I came here to address a certain comment, and it kind of ties into holding space for other people to disagree and agree. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What did you say?
Senor Marcus, we can hear you.
So if an individual is objecting to another individual saying that they can throw them across the room, I think then saying to someone that you disagree with that you will bring a gun to that you could see yourself bringing a gun to their place makes a space not a place that you object to.
Yeah, I disagree.
I'm confused. What? Sorry, did I
I'll be
miss that?
back,
Sorry.
guys.
I
You
object.
have to sort this out. You have to sort this out amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
Oh,
I'll be
shit,
right
here we go again.
Sorry, did you say afterwards they said that, or what was it?
I said, crazy, I said, okay, we were talking about cats. I said that if you like, I could bring a gun to your place and I'd bring the cats.
Oh,
with
you
me.
retaliated and said that afterwards.
I would let
Yeah,
my
I know the little old lady can punch back when she feels threatened by another man. Yeah. So what about that, Brother Marcus? I'm not having a go at you. Was that your point, or was you just pointing out the ethics of saying something like that? And for a lady like this, you shouldn't.
No.
I don't know what. Can I
we were talking
have
about
I still manned your point? Sorry, I apologize. I just got confused. Brother
right.
Marcus,
I
clarify what you said, brother, because I
Come on.
I don't have a gun.
Integrate the conversation.
Let him answer. I've already interrupted him because I didn't understand. Sorry, Brother Marcus.
Yeah. Okay, so Crazy didn't
Marcus,
understand.
I was joking.
So what? Clarify your joke.
What?
Clarify your joke.
We were arguing about animal rights or something, and so I said to him, we were talking about my indifference towards the vast majority of the human race. I've told you I am indifferent to the vast majority of people. I've learned that in my 71 years. Okay, so I said to Crazy, I mean, I'm quite capable of coming to your flat with my cats and a gun and feeding you to my cat.
Oh, me? When she said it to me, Brother Marcus. Right. That's why I'm getting confused. I think he was talking about
you made a joke. You made a joke about murdering someone and feeding them to your cat. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Brother Marcus, if your point is the ethics behind what she's saying, and maybe maybe she should think about her own hatred and how she treats things, maybe and judging others at the same time.
And also, it's a joke.
Against me,
calm down, bro. It's a joke.
Okay, so she started by objecting to vegan gains, right? Saying that he could throw her. So what she started with is that vegan gains, saying that he could throw her across the room, and then she makes a joke about murder, and then she makes a joke about murdering someone and feeding them to the cat.
She never said the word murder. Did she say anything about murder?
No. Listen,
when you bring a gun to another person's place, when you bring a gun to another person's place, and you're going to feed them to your cat, what do you think that implies?
No, he's not saying I don't think, Brother Max, is Seal Manu? Because I think I understand. I caused this. I think, and you can correct me. I think what he was trying to say, what he was saying is chickpea, right? Chickpea. She can explain herself. I'm not going to say anything about chickpea. I'm telling you what I'm getting from it. It's like in a sense of bipolar. 1 minute you can't sit there and say, well, someone threatened me, I can act this way and clutch my pearls. But at the same time, when Gracie said something simple, she threatened to kill him. Now, yes, in here, she understands with me and her have a special relationship for a little comic effect. So I've told you can't offend me. So she's playing along with that. It's not fair to judge her on that. But I think all he's trying to say is the moral outrage for one and then the other, and not understanding from points of view, which I think is the actual point of the whole show and what we do. He is correct in what he was saying, and if that is what he's saying, then it was my fault actually, because I confused it. Because I honestly thought he was still talking about vegan gains, not me. And now I get it, and say because I confused it all, saying I get his point now. If that's it, so because he's not here, and I close this. Can I ask Chickpea if that was his point, and he was saying, why is it because you're comfortable with Gracie as a friend to be able to express your deep emotion? I've said get into your passion bit because it gets at certain truths, even if it's not. Even if later on you reflect on and go, I don't mean that. It's interesting to find these parts of us in a safe place where we're all going to play with you and have fun because it's finding Gnosis. We may be starting from a place where Gnosis isn't and getting there. That's why it's finding Gnosis. But as long as we use the techniques to get there, eventually we will surely. I mean, if no one else agrees with that, explain to me. But he is asking, were you just being comfortable talking to me like that way? But you felt in that moment, that was a different level. You didn't know each other. It wasn't personal. And you felt that maybe he was getting that way. Was you genuine when you felt that we was threatening you?
No,
and in that moment, is because he used the words like should, you got confused, and with me we're definitely laugh. Was that the difference there, or are you generally just like, I'll be outraged for whatever I want to be outraged, and and I don't expect others to get outraged when I do the same thing?
Right, it's interesting you say this because, right, when Vegan Gang said all this to me, nobody came to my support. Nobody.
You don't need anybody to come to your
There
support.
was probably a whole bunch of men there. That's why.
But when I say something to you in a joke, all of a sudden people come out and support for you. That's interesting, isn't it?
It is interesting because it's interesting from your point of view to learn how you see it. But are you interested in seeing it from a different point of view?
Well, I was joking.
They're not you.
I don't possess a gun. And I'm very squeamish, so I couldn't kill you anyway.
You didn't hear me screaming from that rooftop. So I loved it. I thought it was amazing. How can I expect to be here and give it and not take it back? I don't care. I'm not here for that. I'm aware, but his argument isn't necessarily personally, unless it is, and I can't fully agree, Brother Marxist. I have to have a different conversation, not get involved. But because me and you have this different thing that we've, but what I'm saying, Chickpea, is, babe, he has got a point on the other point, though, if I'm steel manning him correctly, and that is this. Unless it's because you're playing in character with me and you have a little bit more of a personal relationship, we have a bit more of a friendship, and you have that more trust with me to understand me and you can have that banter. But in that moment, that was different because you were confused and you didn't know if you were serious or not. Or did you know and you're just playing two sides of a coin and maybe confusing people with your character? That's the way I'm looking at it. It could be something different, but is it one of them? Is it like, no, it's because me and Guru got a different relationship, so I don't feel threatened. I feel like I can say certain things like DNW and all that.
You've been accused of butting in and answering for Chickpea Guru.
No, I'm not butting in. What I did, I caused a commotion by accident from being confused, and I'm trying to fix it, and I've offered Chickpea all options to just fix this and say, did this help? And Marx has left.
Let the lady speak. Let the lady speak.
That's true. Okay.
Right. Guru, when VG somebody said to me, he said it in pure anger, okay? And thing. Whereas when I said what I said to you, I was giggling and laughing about what I was saying to you. Because we have had discussions on here, and there's actually a tape of me somewhere saying that when push comes to shove, say we come to the end of the world, okay? And there's no food for my cats, right? I could feed. I love my cat more than anyone else in the world. My cats come first. And if push comes to shove, Marcus has heard me saying I could feed a human being to my cats. If push comes to shove, it will never happen because by that time I'll probably be dead anyway if there's no food anywhere, I should imagine. I just said it all as a joke. But yes, people know I prefer animals.
All right. So what if we ask Brother Marcus to come back in now? What I mean is, I get what you're saying. You're seeing it from 2 points of view, right? I may, like I said, Brother Marcus, I'm sorry, but come in and tell us because I don't want to speak for you, bro. I'm a twat. I'm still learning this character, and because we've got Dirty coming in now, I got an actual I got a Wayfarer type character. I can actually mimic mine on a little bit because I need to get to that. I need to get his patience. I mean, I'm not going to be as placid as he is, and I hope he steps into the game and puts his cock in his hand a little bit and says some stuff later on in life. But I'm glad he's on the other end, and maybe we can meet in the middle somewhere because I'm mimicking. I'm like, yes, I got someone to look at, and see how he's dealing with it, how he's listening to you, and I'll get there. Don't worry. But I'm sorry, brother, I messed that up. But what I think I did is I mixed something up, and then I tried to fix it by asking Chickpea if it was just the fact that we've got a little different connection. So she did go into a character, and she was giggling. She don't take it too seriously, and that was serious. Now it's confusing. That was like DNW the other day, playing anymore and watching what people said. And it was great because even Dirty came in and gave his honest opinion and said, yeah, you played me. I didn't know what that was like. And I'm looking forward to actually having Raz and Dirty and DNW have that talk and talk about that day, when he came on here and he said, I did say multiple times, just for one night only, you guys should have just listened, yeah? But it'd be interesting to see what people actually said because it did affect people. I thought it was genius. I thought it was awesome. I didn't like getting kicked off when I was playing around crying, though. I thought, that's the last image of the so I told my wife to tell him I've just been a narcissistic prick, and I was just...
Whoa. Guru?
Can we get a word from Dirty Lowlife for a second, please?
DW, I've been told to ask you what your answer was to the show title.
Oh,
in gist.
As usual, you can twirl this around, and then you get to this point where you have like a paralysis by analysis. So how do we live in a world where no one really agrees? I think the most important thing is to try and conserve your energy for when you can make the greatest impact. Now,
that's an interesting idea. I like that.
But that's difficult because when do you know? How do you know? How do you know that you're not tipping the domino that causes,
you never know.
Yeah, you never know, unfortunately.
But you can know.
But you also have to ask what matters, what really matters as well. We never really got to that.
No, you don't at all.
What really matters in a world where people don't really agree on anything? What actually matters, given
nothing?
Crazy, can I just talk to Crazy for a minute? Please? Now, Crazy, okay, I may come across as a bit of a bitch sometimes, but at the end of the day, I have never struck out at anyone in my whole life. I've struck back because people have hit me, but I've never done anything else. I've never stolen from anybody or anything, okay? When I say these things about I could feed humans to my cats, it's very hypothetical. Because after all, when that time should come, when there was no food left in the shops, and I was here, blah, 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 I'd probably be dead myself. It's just a stupid thing, I say. Tell people, yes, I prefer my cats to humanity.
Okay, I want to answer DM's question real quick. I think what matters is results. That's what matters.
I don't act on my hatred, Guru. It's not hatred,
yeah,
it's
but what
indifference.
results matter? Hold on, what results matter?
The results, because if you want to, the results you want, like in life, because if you want to do something, you need to see there should be some end results and the things that you want to do.
That's to you as an individual, but I'm asking objectively.
Are you saying outcomes? Are you saying outcomes?
I'm asking what matters. Zooming out, what matters in a world where nobody agrees on anything? What actually matters?
Well,
I like that. I like outcomes.
What matters is your ability to make your will come about.
I think paradoxically, that which matters most is the immaterial.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's a good one.
Perhaps in a world where nobody agrees on anything, what actually matters is allowing a landscape where people can compare and contrast ideas, and there is freedom of expression, because the actual ideas will win out in the end, hopefully.
DW, can I say something?
They may not, but if nobody agrees on anything, the best thing we can do is put everything out there and hope for the best.
DW, can I say something, okay, to all of you now?
May the best man win.
DW, I've been in the armed forces. I was dragged up in the armed forces, and I've been in the armed forces. And people, when they're told to agree on something, they will agree on it if their masters tell them to. Okay, I've seen it all from my own eyes, scraping and bowing to their senior officers. I did it myself.
Be quiet.
I beg your pardon?
No, I didn't think
so. You know, people, we only fight now because we haven't got a master saying to us, now, be good peasants, pick up your guns and go out and shoot some Germans somewhere or some whatever somewhere.
Chippy, you know you said fight, Chippy. Do you know every time I started fighting, God walked away from me and I started losing.
All right.
He said you're trying to win, so I'm not helping you. I will never help anybody who tries to win. So what I say is I do agree with the fight, but in rebellion. See, everything is all in equilibrium. If your fight, as you call it, is just to return balance, not to how you see it, but how it is. Just, that's your test. And yes, there's a lot of questions there and being nuanced about it, but I'm just saying, are you talking about rebellion, not fighting? Like, not to beat someone up because someone convinced you to. Like, you're in the moment, in the present moment for something real. Is that the fight you're talking about? Or you really mean go and fight like you said you wouldn't do earlier?
So have you lost me? I'm just talking about people. We tend to all be disconnected, but when our masters say to us, right, you all connect now, like, you must know about the Battle of the Somme. You must know about that little horror
World
story
War
where
One.
all those soldiers
Yeah,
went and killed each other,
World
even
War
though
One.
they were partying the night before. So, we just do as we're told. We're just lucky enough to live in a world where, for now, we don't have
I
to.
agree you do, I don't.
Sorry?
I agree that you do, but I don't.
What?
Because you keep saying we, and it feels like you just excluded me, which I know you're not. So I'm
sorry,
saying
I just said we.
I agree with your world, but and you're going through that, and you don't have to, but I'm not.
No, it's like I said, I have been in the armed forces, and I was brought up in the armed forces, and I have seen how obedient and submissive the masses are when they're told to be. And they
Nietzsche
all do
said
it
that
as a collective.
Nietzsche said that
Hey,
the human is the
DMW,
most
I'm working on.
domesticated animal.
Sorry, what did you say?
Nietzsche, go.
Yeah, just the human is the most domesticated of all the animals.
Yeah,
It can be.
I
It
read
can be.
too.
When we're told what to do, and I've seen it in my own eyes. I saw the first 70 years of my life, I lived on army camps. Then I spent another 4 years living on navy camps. And I have seen how domesticated and subservient and obedient the human race really is, myself included, because for 4 years I went along with it too.
I was going to say, I see it in myself.
I don't know what to make of it all crazy. That's why I come here, because, I'm scared in case I reincarnate, which is why I'm looking for Gnosis.
You reincarnated? Do you remember?
I've been here before, yes.
No, I mean, do you remember? Not you, not anything subjective, but do you remember anything?
Back in the 80s, I went as a hypnotherapist to try and quit smoking. I discovered, to my utter horror, that I existed before I entered my fetus, and I was in a blue place, and I watched my own conception. I watched the cells dividing, blah, 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 blah. And let me finish. It was all a weird thing, okay? And this fetus kept growing and growing. Then I went into it, but my mother, before I went into it, I put a V on the forehead because the forehead was collapsing. But my mother told me I was born with a big red V on my forehead. So what I learned
was it B or a D?
You are phony and you're full of shit. You are full of shit.
Oh shit!
And you're a phony.
I accidentally let it go.
Would you?
I'm sorry, this is my fault. I didn't Oh, it's a newcomer as well. I'm sorry, I totally fucked that whole thing. I'm a failure.
There is a newcomer.
Yes, a new person. A primal person. A Nethandero.
Primal! Quanta!
I'm back. What's this primal chanter?
Primal
What the hell
Scream
do
is
you
a
wanna
good
say?
band.
Go ahead. Guys, shut up for a second, will you? Primal chanter, what do you want to say? Primal chanter. Are they in the toilet? Did I hear a toilet flush?
Oh, lovely.
Children of changes, feather on the bone, circle of eternity, wiser than before.
Riders of the sun. No.
Riders of the Storm. I know that song.
We all know who it is.
Dude, why did he leave us and keep going? What happened?
Yeah, that guy had a better voice than Kenny.
Probably is Kenny.
Yeah, no, it is. No, all caps. Yeah, it is.
I thought I had something better, but well done, Dirty.
Oh, you guys are so good at picking when it's Kenny. You know, the picture threw me off before. I know the frog, but it was too intelligent. I'm shocked.
Well, we have a musical interlude and then
Hey,
start
got
again.
it?
Yeah, musical interlude.
Here we go. Solid. It's good. I listened to it on repeat.
Where do
Oh,
you go to? Where do 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 you go to? When you leave my mind's eye. When you leave my mind's eye. Yeah, where do you go to? 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 When you leave my mind's eye. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. Where do you go? Where do you go? Where do you go when I close my eyes? Where do you go? Where do you
La
go?
la.
Where do you go when I stop thinking about you? Solipsistic crazy bastard. Solipsistic crazy bastard. This world is all about me. This world is all about me. This world is, but if I be the one, but if I be the one imagining everything, why can't I imagine a better world?
Hello.
Why can't I imagine a better world? Why can't I
Well, hello.
imagine a better world? Because I'm a solipsistic crazy fucker living in a world where only I exist. I'm a dumb cunt. I'm a solipsistic crazy bastard, dumb cunt. I'm a solipsistic crazy bastard, dumb cunt. I can't even imagine a better world than this. No way, I can't even imagine a better world than this. I'm a solipsistic crazy bastard, dumb cunt. I'm a solipsistic bastard, crazy dumb cunt. I can't even imagine a better world than this. No way, I can't even imagine a better world than this. I'm a solipsistic bastard, crazy dumb cunt.
Yeah, that was good. That was really good.
There is a newcomer, and it's British cunt. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
I think
Have I still got that name? No, my name is Wilder. Someone.
Wilder, yeah.
I'll change it for you if you want. I'll change it.
Oh, thank you.
Oh no, I can't. I'm not able to do it anymore. Dear oh dear, they've changed the settings here.
So
Oh, no,
he's-
I can. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
no, just thank you for letting me on, but I've not been watching for long, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, we're
So-
talking about living in a world where, people do not agree on sometimes extremely important matters. And in actual fact, nobody actually fully agrees with you on everything. So we're just talking about that, and maybe the fact that that can make life fraught with difficulties. Some seem to cope with it better than others, but we're just, stopping in what might be an uncomfortable place and thinking about it and asking ourselves quite simply, what to do in such a world.
Yeah, I don't think there could be a world where everyone agrees with everyone else on everything. So
that may be the case, but what to do in such a world? How do you see yourself going insane in such a world?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? Like,
is it a heavy question? Is it a hard-hitting question?
Yeah, it's
why?
The first
Tell us
time
why.
I've thought
Tell us
about
why.
it. It's the first time I've thought about that question. So,
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. You got to think about it.
It's
Okay, well, look, Wildheart, I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Have a little think about it. We'll move to Fantasy PGA Tour. Great to see you back, brother. Fantasy PGA Tour, you were here when I was introducing that question to Wildheart. Would you care to elaborate on the matter?
Yeah, I've thought about it for about 20 seconds as well. So I don't have a brilliant answer there. I mean, I suppose there's a balance, right? We obviously want people to have a freedom to think and believe what they want to believe. But at the same time, we don't want that freedom to impose on other people's ability to think what they want to think and believe what they want to believe, right? So it's a tricky one. Obviously, no one's ever going to agree completely on everything, but maybe if we focus on the things that we have in common. I mean, everyone wants to have a good time, don't they? So that's something we all have in common. We can all agree on that. Obviously, we have different ideas of what a good time is. But yeah, how do you live in a world where no one really agrees? I suppose you try and find people who you do agree with, maybe build a community around that. But I think there's definitely, we definitely want to have, we don't want to impose our beliefs or thoughts on other people that inhibits their ability to do the same thing. I think that's the main point.
Even if it's like going to stop them from doing something that's bad, you think you shouldn't like impose your will on theirs if it's protecting them?
If it's something that that's objectively bad or gets close to objectively bad, but if it's just your opinion that it's bad, then
I suppose what I'm getting from this Fantasy PGA Tour is, how does one know which one to build the community around? Because you will build a community around one idea, but then that community will be made up of members who disagree on other matters. So it becomes a situation where, even with your best attempt to build the community and provide a peaceful experience for people, is it not the case that community itself will fracture eventually? It's just a continuous process of fracturing, and new communities being born because of disagreement. And I mean, isn't that what's going on? But is that okay?
Yeah, I think that probably is what's going on. I think the way we resolve that is to maybe be a bit more comfortable with people's opinions that we disagree with, so long as they don't, like I say, inhibit the ability to think for yourself or inhibit your own well-being. But if it's just something you disagree with and it's not affecting your life, then I think it's just cool to be like, yeah, I disagree with that. So be it, But yeah, obviously it is a tricky balance. What you've said there is true. Even when you have a community, even like within Christianity, right, you start to get like fractures of different denominations and different ways of thinking.
And also personally, that I feel this cognitive dissonance sometimes, because you care about certain things, but then the people you care about don't necessarily care about it. You know what I mean? And it can become quite troubling sometimes. So I'm merely asking how to get over that as well. Just have a little think about it. I know I just threw it on you, but thanks for coming by, and I want to hear more from you in a bit. We've got Denizen here. Denizen, you know what the show's about, don't you? Would you like to talk about what it's made you think and feel? Denizen. We can't hear Denizen, so we'll go to Brother Marcus. Brother Marcus, you're back, brother. Good to see you back.
Oh, he's gone.
We just lost Brother Marcus.
Damn.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. We just lost Brother Marcus.
Sorry.
Oh no, he's back. He's back. 1 second. Sorry. No. Walla. Brother Marcus, welcome back. Welcome back. What did you feel compelled to say this time?
Brother Marcus.
Do you have someone backstage that needs the space?
Christina's there, but she wasn't talking at the moment, so she's happy. We have this agreement where if she's not talking, she goes back and lets other people on. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a struggle. That's all. I don't think there's any easy solution to it.
Of course.
There's part of the thing that can feed your pessimism.
Yeah, I was just going to agree with that as well. That was a great answer, by the way. Yeah, I think we just have to build communities, and maybe if we agree on the majority of things, we don't have to agree on everything, but if we agree on the majority of things, maybe that's a good start.
That could be bad as well if you're agreeing on what you feel are the right things, but in actual fact they may be the wrong things. So I suppose what I'm getting from it as well is one must remain open-minded in such a world, because you may be wrong.
Yeah,
So
but moral values.
Open-minded.
I think moral values is a thing that normally is what holds a community together. If you have certain moral values, that really is like the foundation of a lot of your lifestyles. I think
there's a lot of truth on that. There's certain things that we like to think globally are boundaries that you're not that are perceived as not to be crossed. Yeah. Kenny says breaking news. Scientists say breakthrough light experiment proves Jesus' resurrection. Do come on and tell us about that, Kenny.
That's great news.
MD, real fast. I wanted to ask you: is there any way I could play a audio clip of a thing that I wrote?
What is it about?
It's basically about the what is it called? The epiphanies that a person received by doing a certain experiment, and it's set up in a joke format.
Okay, go for it. Danielle says, where's LA? Well, Daniela, sorry. I'm afraid LA is no longer with us. Last time I saw him, he was being carried out of the trunk of my car and put into a very deep hole.
Damn. You killed LA. Damn.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, if I said something like that, I would have people ruling at me.
Yeah, but that's obviously a joke. That's obviously a joke. Come on.
Well, Chippy, you weren't joking. You were gaslighting by saying you were joking.
Okay, here we go. I'm starting the thing right now.
You were shouting at Gracie. That's what you were doing. And you're the person who objected to that type of space. That's what I was calling it.
You know what, Marcus? I've never ever said a nasty word to you. Never been nasty about you. Everything.
Yeah, I don't care about you being nice to me. I can call you out on your hypocrisy. Okay. The truth is the truth. The truth is the truth, regardless of who says it. My friends or not.
What have I done to be hypocrite? Okay.
Can anybody hear the?
Let's
joking when I said what I said to him.
Chippy, he's coming on. He's making a claim which he feels you might benefit from.
Well, I'm not going to benefit.
He's making a claim.
I was making a joke. It was a pure joke. Okay.
You said you were laughing. I literally. This is on the stream. I just looked back on it. The evidence is on the internet, Chickpea.
You couldn't see me because there's no camera here. So how can you say you can see me doing this, see me doing that? There's no camera.
Okay. Do you admit that you were yelling at the guy?
Yeah, and he was yelling at me. Cooey. Oh, it's okay. It's okay for men to yell at me.
I'm not saying it's okay. You're calling out vegan gains for giving you heat when you throw heat at other people. Everybody knows this.
Yeah, and they throw heat at me.
Okay, then when you get the heat after throwing heat, I don't understand your complaint then.
I don't know if Fanny says to you, but quite a few vegan gains started the whole thing off, okay, and he did. I know you're going to say, no, he didn't because he's so lovely, but he did.
He's so lovely. I don't like the guy. I don't even like Gracie. I like
You
you.
know what? I've never said a word against you.
But
Never
if you're going to
ever
call a
said
falsehood,
anything
I'm going to
nasty
call
to
you out
you,
on it.
nothing. Oh,
Brother
naffle.
Marquez says he likes you. He doesn't like these other people, Chickpea, and what he's trying to show you. Can I just step in as a mutual friend? And that is, there may be something to learn here for all of us, and that is, we're on the internet. You say things, and it will be used against you, and sometimes rightly. Okay. Now,
just like a dumbass joke.
Chickpea, it is. I know that. But for some
I don't
people,
have a gun.
no, you don't.
And I weigh 8 stones. So I don't know what good I'd be against a man.
Now,
Because you were objecting to someone else throwing you heat.
Oh, naff off. Go away, Mark.
No, I'm not going to naff off. No, I won't.
The context of the conversation was if I remember rightly, I was in the kitchen, but Gracie asked Chickpea somebody asked her if she hates humans. Am I right? And then she said,
Gracie was arguing that if you want to change, you got to be changing the meat eaters to be on your side. And that you're not vegan if you don't hold that position. And then Chickpea got angry. How dare you? That whole thing.
Oh, he's back. Maybe he could explain it. I don't know.
Gracie, would you like to comment?
Yeah, the only thing that matters is the hymn.
What?
The only thing that matters is the hymn, because the hymn is the only thing with the authority to matter.
Here we go, man.
Tell us what the hell you mean by that.
Yeah.
So anybody here heard of Alan Watts? He used to say this thing. It made me giggle because I got it as soon as he said it. I wish I'd said it. He said, people don't people, the planet does. So if that is also true, then it's not atoms that create matter. It's the orchestrator that tells the atoms to. And that's what we call the hymn. H-Y-M-N. That's why we say God is him.
That's what I thought you were saying.
And that's why we say Amen, to worship and give gratitude to the true God of this reality, which is the hymn, as from our point of view. So it's not the objective, it's our version in reality. Israel says an objective name, which should be the hymn. I know William is truly God's name, but the hymn is how we should universally see it. Because nobody has to share the name William if they don't believe in the same God as me. But my God is truth, who claimed his name to be I am that I am, and I am his will. So will I am William. He was telling you his name was William because he was telling an ego something he could call him if he chose to as a friend. But in form, it's called the hymn. It's always been hymn. That's what we do. We sing hymns. That's why even Gnostics, we create hymns. I don't know if you know that about us Gnostics. I was finding Gnosis and not Gnosticism. But Gnostics, we create hymns because we would never dare say what is. That's ridiculous. But we're trying to imply it just as the hymn does. However, the metaphysician in me dares because he's been told to, because otherwise how else would you understand to come back? So I've been in my crazy delusion, as you may admit it, as the return of Christ, or the second coming, not the return of Christ. I'm returning Christ, not the return of Christ. It's a definition. I'm just playing words for the narrative. I'd say that, I am him in the make it in, and therefore, because no one else is claiming, if I am him, I'm allowed to be a walking paradox. That means I'm allowed to be everything I'm not supposed to be, just so I can teach you guys how much.
Let me get this right. You are Jesus Christ.
No. There's nobody. There is nobody that is Jesus Christ.
Jesus was crazy too, so.
I am returning Christ is a knowledge, and then I wish to be the next Jesus, and Jesus is just a point, an appointment. It is not anything special. It's just saying, I would like to be the next walking paradox to teach you a new way, because this way is going to take us all to an end soon, and we need to change. And the culprit that's going to bring us to an end agrees with me. We call it artificial intelligence, even though that's not what it is.
Guys, we should briefly. Oh, sorry. By the way, where's Denizen? He was here a moment ago, was he not?
Yeah, he was here.
Denizen, if you're watching, mate, do come back.
Oh, someone made that compliment. That comment, I can answer it.
We should comment on what's happening in the world, and Any of you got any thoughts on what's happening in Iran or what could be about to happen in Iran, given Trump's statements as of late?
Boots on the ground invasion. There is
Sorry.
no other way to oppress it. Boots on ground. And it's going to fail for everyone. Yeah.
I'd like to pass a bit of comment, but it's in a bit of a different direction, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I've got 2 budgies. They're adorable. And I've been doing some research, and apparently they can see in ultraviolet. So when you see budgies with amazing colourful patterns, when they look at each other, they see even more complicated patterns than we can see.
Budgies?
Yeah. And because they can see in UV along with a whole bunch of other birds, there's a theory that the dawn chorus is actually the birds seeing the sunlight before it breaches the horizon. And they see the ultraviolet rays as the first thing to come over the horizon. And there's a theory that they're singing to that pattern that they see.
Dirty, do you want to know something cool?
Sorry, just before you do it, it reminded me of a hymn, Singing Reality. Please go ahead, Crazy, that's it.
Interesting.
It was to do with what you said about the budgies, what they see. I don't know if it's linked. It was like because they make it all about me because I'm not a prick, right? There's something unique about me, and it's nothing to do with my physicality.
I'll be right back.
It's everything to do with my mind, so you guys can achieve this if you believe what I'm seeing is not a complete delusion, because I think it's to do with basic reality. I don't see rainbows like you guys see rainbows. All right, that's an assumption because of what I've heard so far. So, okay, correct me. All right, there you go. I'm alive. It's a challenge for everybody. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna make this.
You're gonna have to say it, Crazy. How did you see a rainbow?
I've been told you all see a rainbow like the way we draw it on the picture.
Yeah.
Do you all see it like that?
Yeah.
Arc of Seven Stripes.
What do you see as?
Sorry,
The dome. You guys say arcs. I'm not saying what it is. Remember, I don't mind listening to a minute. Give me a second. I'm not saying what it is. I'm telling you how I see it because I haven't found another person who sees a rainbow like me at the moment. I thought it was strange for a long time. And then when I worked it out, I was like, that's how I explain it. And I said to my wife and she said, oh, that makes sense. And I was like, oh, okay, she's over there. She can tell you later. I don't see the full thing. It gets faded, but you guys don't see it. So maybe it's just me, but they're not an arc. That's just what you see in the beam. If you look and right, I don't know if you can do it, right? But I've always done it as a kid. I have this weird way of like being able to see like all the bits on my eyes and stuff like that. Anybody else do that? You can go in and let light out.
I think we all see rainbows. Yeah. Is that
what I mean is I'm not talking about the phenomenon, how it moves and all. I understand that as well. I think I do. I haven't proven that yet. But the one thing I can say is it's not about proving. It's what I experience is when you guys say that, when I did the domes as a kid, but I remember even doing it one time trying to do the domes. You can't draw this, so I thought that's what everybody was doing. And then I worked it out. You just guys all see it like that, don't you? I don't. They're like domes. They're not. It's just you see like the pinnacle from where the light is fractally in with the water or something. I don't know, in the air. And I don't know how that works, but that's science, yeah. So
you think other people are seeing a cross section of what you're seeing?
Yes. I see a
2D cross section of a 3D thing, yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't see it all. I see it like it comes down and fades as if like it, because it's the light in it. But because I also see on the edges coming in, I don't. It's like just seeing like an edge of an eye or something. And I just thought everybody saw that, and you can see it in different ways as well if you just sit there long enough and you don't think. And what it does, you got to let the body be curious of it, not you. And what it does, it starts looking at it at different angles, and it's like when you look at the sun and you change the color of the sunset.
Sorry, so can I interrupt you rudely?
No, yes, go ahead. I do it a lot.
Yeah, you've got to understand how science works.
I haven't got to do that. You can request it of me.
No, here we go.
I'm just
here we fucking go.
I'm just telling you how science works.
I don't like to be told, but I will listen. Go on.
Yeah, you're saying you don't understand it in the way the body works, but you understand.
I didn't say any of that. I just said this is how I see it.
That is just how you
If I did, I apologize. I shouldn't have. I'm saying something. That's not what I said.
Okay.
I meant I was explaining to everybody how I.
Rainbows are just like reflections of water drops coming down. That's it. It's easy. It's simple. It's science. Look it up. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why you're making such a big deal about it.
I can explain why if you'd want to listen.
Yeah.
Well, don't we also have video footage of rainbows that look the way everyone else describes them? So why do the videos look different to the way you see them, Crazy?
That's a great question. Why is that?
I thought you might be able to answer it.
I don't know. I have no idea. This phenomena has been bugging me for a long time while I was getting incorrect with not being able to draw this and people understand what I was trying to do. I thought everybody understood it when you was like mixing colors and getting rainbow mixing effects. I thought everybody saw it for such a long time. I just couldn't work out no model ever of the universe ever explains rainbows and admits it and still holds it. Academia admits they cannot figure how the phenomenon of rainbows works. They don't get it. It doesn't work with their model. But it's accepted because no other model presented through it. But that's not my argument.
Google it.
You can make a rainbow in your sink with light and the tap running.
You can bend light and stuff like that. I didn't say that.
You're saying that you see rainbows different than everyone else sees rainbows. You're fucking mental. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it might be the case.
We had this discussion.
That actually might be the case. By the way, it's everybody see 3 rainbows and not 1? Because I used to draw 3 rainbows, and everybody used to think I was crazy because I could see 3 rainbows. And then my wife were talking about it the other day, and I said, actually, no, the rainbow underneath. That's why the Welsh song says the colour's different. And for a long time, I thought that's what Welsh must be fit because like our Welsh rainbow song goes different to everybody else, and the one we all see, the one everybody paints. Even
Crazy. Have you had a colourblindness test?
What, sorry?
Have you done a colourblind test?
I was in the military, yeah. I've had loads of different tests for different things, yeah.
Have you got any sort of colourblindness that you're aware of?
No, the only weakness I found in any of the tests was my hearing.
Let me just put a pin in the idea that there's not just colourblind deficiency. There's also people with like 4-cone receptors that see
like the different communication types. Yeah, is that the same thing? Like communication has those different things. That's what colourblindness has as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, most people have 3 cones, RGB, red, green, blue receptors. Yeah, and you work out the rest of the colours by mixing them together in your brain.
Can you answer this? Because I don't know. Someone said this. Is this something about different between males and females as well in human beings?
Yeah, particularly women. And there's only about 12% of women have an extra receptor for purple.
Right. Now, this comes from the more cookie side or the formal side.
Women have different color receptors. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's about 12% of women have a 4th cone on the purple end, on the violet end of the spectrum.
I was told green.
And do they know why that might be?
Actually,
no.
I think it's evolutionary, foraging reasons.
Yeah, I was going to say the mothers they've got that.
Maybe it makes them see I don't know, blackberries or blueberries when they're gathering.
No, I won't.
Right, there's another part to it though. Whoever said that was great because that I feel that's correct. I haven't proven it, but there's another part of it. Is because the thing in which you compare it to is a male, and you're suggesting that the male is the one it's not lacking something or is in part of this equation. I know you're not. I'm just steel manning it. I'm saying that what if that is true, but it's also got to be in comparison, as most principles are with gender is because also males need not to have it so they can focus on different things for protection or something like that. I mean, I'm spectating this. It's new for me and I love it. It's brilliant.
I was going to say, related back to the question of we don't really agree. What if we don't even see the same world and we're actually seeing?
Do you know that's my fucking whole thing? Of course. Oh no, you weren't talking to me. You're talking to the group. Can't shut up, babe. I'm saying it. Sorry, guys. I thought he was talking to me in particular, and then I realised, no, you can take a prick. He was talking to us. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, guys. So I've often heard that some of the disorders that are out there have a strange evolutionary advantage sometimes, a lot of the time. Like, for example, someone told me that people with diabetics their blood freezes at a lower temperature.
Yeah, it does.
Than
Yeah,
normal.
Do you guys know the most famous one of these that D&W is explaining?
And
The most
also
famous one. We all know him.
anorexics, that their metabolism slows down to the degree that they're more likely to survive a famine. That's another strange one.
Yeah.
Do
There
you
was
think there's
another
any
arsehole in time,
evolutionary
yes.
advantage to someone being colorblind? Because
No, I'm
for
saying-
some reason it's still with us. Does anybody know?
What about camouflage of animals? Seeing a tiger in the grass. They used in World War II. They used colorblind people. They canvassed for colorblind people to see to preview photographs, aerial photographs, to see weapon emplacements that were under camouflage nets, because they can see the difference between the camouflage net and the grass around it. So yeah, it's already been utilized in that sense.
No,
Zebras.
Why didn't they just take a black and white photo?
Yeah.
Oh, zebras. See, I'm relating to things. He said camouflage is zebras. Do you guys know the interesting thing about zebras?
What's up with them?
No, there's nothing up them.
Are they a white horse painted black or a black horse painted white?
I fucking love you so much. Yeah. When I hear Marty joke, I
Oh,
love
really?
it. You're amazing.
Is that like the whole like a conundrum of that? It's like,
No, the
Zebras.
answer is it's an invisible horse that's painted black and white, so you don't bump into it.
oh shit. First time hearing something like that.
Zebras, yeah, they're not the only being. They share something with us, is the whole point. To share something with us is still something I'm trying to prove, right? Just pretend I prove on good faith, and you want to argue that, help me out, right? But I'm trying to argue, right? Zebras share unique quality with us. They're literally forced into slavery, into remaining in their pack, or they will die if they leave their pack. Why will that zebra die if it walks away from its pack? It will die. It's a guaranteed fact. It will not survive. A zebra walks away from its pack, it will die. It can't. You've already given the answers.
Does it its white bits turn yellow and it gets mistaken for a bumblebee?
I'm not taking it seriously.
Is it because it becomes statistically more of a target when it's by itself?
Very much so, and there's a really unique story how they
yeah.
figured this out. But yes, DNW. Anybody want to steal man DNW, or do you want to elaborate, Ian?
There's a good story about this, is there?
Yes, a very good story, and I want to make it mine because it's awesome. I'm trying to find a funny way to tell it, but it's a scientific story, and they figured it out by accident.
Is it about the tags on the zebra's ears?
Oh, not close. Well, actually, I don't know the location.
Because there was it wouldn't really show what you want it to show here, but this is as an aside. They did some kind of weird study on zebras where they tranquilized them and tested them or treated them for something, and then they put a tag on their ear to see to show that they've dealt with them already for future reference. And what they noticed is that statistically, if a zebra had a tag on its ear, it was more likely to not live, basically to die.
Yes, why?
Because the lions picked them out because they look different.
Right, so guys, here we go. Because
And
you
it
got it in
was
the
literally
chat.
just because they had a tag on their ear.
So here's the question. Ready? As the zebra's only camouflage is its pack. The lion can't hunt a forest. The moment the zebra walks away, they can see a zebra. So
Yes,
when the scientists were tagging these freaking zebras, it would like I tell this comedy, I go, it's like the zebras there going, Steve, it's on me. Get it fucking off. And he's like, nah, bro, I don't want no part of that. And, and you can see the lions going, yo, I see one of them. There he is. And he's running around going, get it off me. And they get all laughing, going, Dave's dead. Ha ha. And Dave was lunched. You know why? Because they put a beacon on that zebra for them lions. And the lions went, oh, what's that? There's something moving in that forest. Let's go hunt that. And they grabbed this. It makes, obviously I'm joking, but you guys get the point, right? A zebra has no camouflage, but its pack, and it's surrounded by its predators. So any zebra, that's why do you know when you think, well, how do they hunt them? Oh, they're the sick motherfuckers. They're the ones who break their legs. They're the ones that they can see. They can see those ones in the forest, but it's still a forest. Even when he runs, it's risky when they run as well. But when he just you're like, why is that pack of zebras just standing there like fucking ballsy in front of all them lions? It's like, because they're not a pack of zebras to lions. That's a forest. A moving forest.
You're saying don't stand out to stand out to be picked off. Is that the advice? Don't get tagged.
That's good. You were going too far in Steelman and showing how clever you are, you bastard. But yeah, right. I tell you.
You're not a zebra, so it's all right.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to be, just so I can hide. Just change it from zebra to sheep, guys, and go to the old analogies.
Can I ask our senior news reporter in the field, Kenny Given, to come on and give us an update on what's happening?
I hope he's not in that field.
Well, yeah,
Is that what that is right now? I'm feeling a lot of hurt right now. I don't know where it's from. I thought it was you. I was trying to work out what's going on. My heart's freaking hurting right now.
Kenny's saying it's official. American B-52 bombers were just spotted taking off from a military base in the UK. Time is ticking for Iran. That's what he's saying.
Can I offer a prayer for this? And it's not for them or anything. Anything you could just go. It's for anybody listening wants to know. And this is you all have a responsibility. Don't deny it. It will hurt too much. If you have the, say nice to God, if you have the ability to feel for this, what's happening right now, understand it's real, and this is how I deal with it, and just say you have a responsibility. Don't deny that. It'll hurt more. But in our responsibility is, in this moment, you're powerless. You don't have to be forever if you believe in it. But if you remain powerless in this moment by saying, I can't do anything now, so therefore this sucks to the hell. You didn't create this. You just got to watch another man's or another being's creation, and they're all playing games. Don't let them win you over. Just say, I'm responsible because I couldn't do anything till now. But if you let it drown you, you won't be able to do anything about the next time it happens. And if you don't think it's going to happen again, then I'd say, even though I don't give a fuck about history and I think it's shit, I'd still, if you do, read your history. Even that tells you, even though I think it's full of shit.
Welcome back, Brother Marcus.
Hey, Brother Marcus, what's up?
You don't have to put the spotlight on me every time I hop on and off. I'm doing other things and coming in and out.
No one said we have to. We wanted to because we
feel
fucking
awkward when I come on. It's like, hey.
Sorry, Ro.
It's already awkward after Grazy's thing.
Who's that? That sounds like Danny.
Me. Do I sound like Danny?
I'm sorry, bro. Oh, he's done a different name again. Is that Danny?
You do have a bit of a similar timbre to Danny, actually, yeah.
Not me, really. Danny sounds posh to me, man.
Yeah, not the same accent. No,
My bad.
Yeah,
if that's not Danny, he came across as that for a minute. Maybe it's me.
No. Danny is currently doing a comedy gig somewhere, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
What is he?
He does that? I didn't know that. I would love to have gone to see Danny. I never knew that at all.
He told me today he's doing a bit of stand-up. So,
wait a minute. Are you talking about his street theatre or in a club?
No. Apparently, it's inside with a roof over his head in a public.
Wait, is it being filmed as well?
That's really interesting.
Is it being filmed?
I'm
tell
not
about
sure.
whatever.
I didn't ask him. I didn't want to feed his narcissism by pretending I cared.
Do this one then, just for us, please.
Sorry?
Do it this once for us.
Well, he's probably in the middle of his routine. Oh, it's probably over now.
Well, not now. Ask him if it's footage. That's all.
I'm surprised he doesn't do that more often.
Yeah, I often said that to him as well. I was like, why don't you go on like one of these?
He loves cracking
like
jokes
Britain's
all the
Got
time.
Talent or
because the
Royal
denial.
Variety Show.
Yeah, but you know why? It's because of the denial at the moment. That's why. If I give you the only person in here, I have an alternative motive is of Danny. I don't mind being honest about it if you want to know, and that is that he was the one that got me. I was like, what's this fucking asshole on now? Finding Gnosis. Wait a minute, what? And I was listening a bit, and then you just talking to him, and I was like, I like his DMW, he's right. And Danny's on it. All right, I'll see if what's happened. And then I thought, nah, he's fucking too bored and he's lost him, and he should be ahead of me by now. So I thought, I'm going to come on. And he's the only one I have an alternative motive on. Hopefully he doesn't hear this, but I want him to get his love back. I think he could be amazing. And once a time, I almost convinced him to do a book with me. I didn't want to make the show about it. I was going to say later on show, but if anybody wants to look, please go have a look at the book and give some ideas. I put it up on DNW. You should put the link up for if he hasn't got it. It's on his Facebook page. The book I would like to do with Joe Cool, because he broke his heart the other day for me, and I loved that. And I've been looking for someone to do this for, and I really want to make about this show because I want to start. I don't know, I want DNW to take over and think it's a great idea. But the Finding Gnosis project, where we all create books. I know I've done this one, and I said I was going to do it for Joe because someone else started. But after that, I won't go, on my own or anything. I'll listen, and I'll even let DNW be the captain of that ship and say no. I'll decide on the final thing, and if everybody'd rather that, he's the only one that can handle us all, and he's done a great job of it. But if we all say, yeah, this all goes to DNW, he can own it all, and he decides, and then the money could go to the show and get bigger people in the show and talking, and after a while we can get a second one going, because you don't want to do this, and then some of us can move on, and DNW will run this, and you can trust Danny or someone on the other show or Dirty to run it, and we can talk about practicing Gnosis instead, so we can step it up and help people if we believe in our own bullshit.
Okay, well, put your plan together, and everybody can comment as and when it's ready.
Everybody who wants to be involved can be involved, but you've got the whole team in me because I'm fucking awesome, and I've done it a few times. Right? It's a skill of mine. It's a hobby. I don't want anything from it. I want people to learn, and so long as the message is in there, because I'm going to be arguing with you. So by the time we get it all done, even though DNW the last word, I hope it's going to be amazing things, and we've all discussed and it comes from all of us. Anybody wants to, even for Tim.
Earth calling Chickpea. We don't know where Chickpea is. Nobody's falling out with anybody. It's all just constructive conversation. But Chickpea, if you're watching,
Chickpea should know I argue with everyone.
Exactly.
Fatima knows this.
Who was talking about the loneliness the other day? Because I wanted that to make the first book, but because Joe inspired me, I do think we should go back there, because that was something that really connected me with this group. Because I heard you talking about loneliness, and I was like, that's amazing. That's right up my street. Because children, that's it's hard to my thing. I'm not going to all make it about the good and evil, but the loneliness itself, we can still talk about on a metaphysical level, and I think that is a big thing, to see the different grades of loneliness. You understand what it is you're feeling, so you can communicate what it is you're feeling. I think I made some good points on my hand. But there was others who made others.
Funnily enough, what's more lonely than living in a world where no one actually fully really agrees with anything that you think
is important?
In many ways, that is what loneliness is about, is it not?
Yes, and would then you agree this project that
therefore it's related to tonight's show?
So if there's
on loneliness and interweave it with the topic that we are discussing, which is how do you live in a world where no one fully agrees with you on anything? Now, I mean, no one fully agrees with you ultimately. That we'll say that. And how that relates to loneliness.
Well, you want to live in a world anywhere no one agrees with you ultimately, but not completely.
Can I also just proposition that you might not agree with yourself? So if you can't be internally in agreement, there's not really a hope for agreement with others.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oof. That is a fucking good point that came out of nowhere and knocked me for six. Because that is a brilliant point. Like, we don't even agree with ourselves. I mean, there literally is... I view the brain as like a fucking house. It's a house of parliament. It's like the House of Commons. You got, your emotions and logic fighting each other.
Something gets resolved.
That hit. Sorry, I was saying that hit hard, but someone else was talking.
Yeah. So yeah.
Sorry.
Would you say it again? Would you say it all again? I'm not trying to trick you. It doesn't matter how you say it. Are you able to say that again?
Yes. If you're internally in disagreement within one's being, how is there hope for agreement in the external world?
There isn't. There is not, amigo.
Do we ever disagree with ourselves, or are we just indecisive though? Or what's an example of something where you disagree with yourself on something?
In balance way, I'd say there's a healthy way to disagree, but there's a really chaotic way to disagree. So it's healthy to have a disagreement in order, but if you're chaotically, then that's how I interpreted it, because I see it like that, and I see that's how everybody sees it. Dirty has to speak for himself, though.
Chaotic or calm disagreement or healthy disagreement, it's all disagreement at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I'm saying one is healthy and one is not.
Yeah, but
But it's
disagreement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's for me, by the way. It's up for you guys to say something different or ask me why.
Fancy, for me, a simple example would be smoking. I simultaneously want to and don't want to smoke.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Why don't you want to?
Well, lots of reasons.
Give us the best one.
I don't like having a smoker's cough.
That's a great one. For me, I just think it's a filthy habit, and even though I agree that some people can give a great reason why they'd outrate that to what they're doing it for, but when you're doing it for dumb shit, just because it's not dumb shit really. I'm trying to level you because I don't see really any dumb shit. I get it all, but like,
yeah.
Sorry.
Say what you like, mate.
Yeah, seriously, why do you hold yourself back? Just like let it out.
Yeah, let it all out.
What I'm saying is, if you say to me, I don't want to smoke cigarettes, I'd say, I agree. You shouldn't. It's a fool's game. It's a trick. You've got to look out where or. But if you said to me, I don't want to smoke cannabis or kava or whatever's, ayahuasca, or I don't want to do these mushrooms. And I go, why not? God put them there for you to try. They're natural. Have a go. Well, it's not natural. It's natural for you to be quiet and eventually get to this point. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened unless you think somehow you're above God. That's my argument to Danny. Is like my ego is suffering, and my parents created my body, which then create my ego that suffers. So that my parents are responsible, because it certainly wasn't me. And then therefore, it's a nihilist approach, but I get it, and it's full of love. But oh crap! Put me on track. What was you talking about? Because I fucking. There's not just that in there. Right, what was it just talking about before I ranted about Danny again? It was about. So I wanted
I need help with that.
I wanted to make it about a nihilistic approach to line it with it.
Well, we were talking about disagreeing within oneself. Was it on those lines?
Oh yeah, from what you man said. Let's go back to what you were saying anyway about disagreeing with oneself inside, and yeah. Oh, that's it. Return to source. If I can completely agree with, which I do, I think it's awesome. Almost got tears in my eyes. What's hitting me at the moment still making me shudder. I'm not trying to do that to you. It was a wonderful way to say it. I haven't even said it that way yet, and I'm going to steal it, obviously. I'll say it in my own way. Make sure I tell nobody you said it first. But right then. So if I say to you and not take it into it, that is my work. But what I did is I tried to go all the way back to find is what can I try to convince people one thing that we can all agree on. All of us, every single person. I think I got in. My wife said, give us your details. He's a useless twat. He'll never get your details and stuff. And then afterwards go, did you get it, babe? And she's like, no, they give it to you, Carl. Send it. You want to bloody read your work. So you ask and ask and ask. Someone says you'll read it, and then you don't fucking send it. Sorry, Dirty. That's me apologizing, by the way, for being an idiot. But send it to her. But that work, if anybody wants to see it, now I'm trying to put it up on the Facebook page for everybody. It's just, it tells you that even the Bible starts like this, and this is how you can. Fatima, if you want to go against those preachers, babe, you've go this way. All you got to say is, anyone say you don't know how to read your book. It's a Gnostic book, something I'm learning now. You'll never know. And obviously, do that because you're having a laugh, right? But you tell them, read me the first line, and when they go, in the beginning, there was the Word. And this is Genesis, not the New Testament. The New Testament is supposed to do that, supposed to evolve it. But that's their line. You go, that's like an ego telling you their word is God. What are you talking about? God's transcendent of time. And it's like a Gnostic's book that's translated into a dogmatic would say that. But if you asked it, if it was a book of Logos, the true word of God, wouldn't it say, at the source of consciousness lies curiosity? For there is
okay, Guru. Sorry, Guru. We have
Hi,
Ricardo here.
Ricardo.
Ricardo, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show.
Been a while.
Ricardo, we are
Ricardo,
talking about
¿cómo estás?
how do you live in a world where people don't actually ultimately agree with you.
It's difficult. There's so many. Hi, Fatima. How are you? There's so many different opinions and views and things. You just can't get on with everybody. So the most obvious answer would just be to avoid people. Find out, get to know everyone a little bit.
Hell yeah,
right?
avoid them
But
at all costs.
Then once you find out what they're like and the values they actually hold, and if they're not congruent with yours, obviously, then you steer clear of them. If you can't change them, just avoid them. That's my answer.
Wonder we meet on the internet.
That doesn't really count because you can keep.
No, but
you
it
can
just
turn
seems
it
like
off at any
we're a bunch
point.
of people who don't really go. Never mind.
Disappear. But sorry, what were you saying?
There's a common theme on these panels in terms of socialization.
Yeah.
Care to elaborate that, Marcus?
Yeah, what's the theme?
A lot of people avoid other people in real life. A lot of people have admitted that on these panels. Not admitted, but have shared their interpersonal challenges, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying anything controversial here. Other people shared, and I shared it too. I'm in agreement.
Oh, sure. Thanks. I just wanted it to be explicit. I didn't know what you meant. Yeah, I agree. I've actually become more reclusive in the real world and then more extroverted on the internet recently, which is a rather strange transition.
Same. Yeah, same.
Well, I think you can treat people on the internet a little bit differently than people in real life, because
Why do you think that is? Because we're all people.
It's not that it's not that you're less real. Obviously, I know you're all real. You're all real human beings, or I trust you are. But I'm never likely to meet any of you in real life, especially if you live in Australia or America. It's very, very unlikely. Doesn't mean I get carte blanche to say whatever the fuck I want to say and call you all kinds of bad names just because I feel like it.
Ricardo, you remind me of the idea of when people are in a car, because there's a windscreen and windows around them. They're in this little bubble that is also wrapping their little bubble of an ego up. They feel much more safe to just scream and shout and F and blind and do all the road rage thing. And I think the internet has a similar effect of there's a screen in between and it's a bit of resistance maybe.
That works two ways as well, I reckon, because you don't have the fear of getting punched in the face, but also you can't actually see the person in the other car either. So there's a dehumanization element. I'm sure many of us have got angry at someone driving slow, thinking it's just some young guy being annoying, and then you pull up beside him and it's just an old person, and you feel bad about it. So yeah, I think there's two ways that works.
Brilliant example.
No, yeah, I've been there, so I can't say I haven't, but I'm just going to piss off because I'm going to go a minute and get one day in there. But would you say then that if you removed all your understanding of good and evil on someone, and just so that they might be ill or having a bad day like you we can be pissed off in our own heads, but that would help a lot more. I'm only doing that because I want to go for a piss a minute.
Should we just, if we feel really pissed off about something, then for a good reason, should we just keep it in our heads to not spread the bad vibes onto other people?
No, you can do something different, though, can you?
I think that actually depends on the type of situation, honestly.
Dude, I'm gonna go. Sorry about that.
No.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, no, I think if you were to remove the good and the evil, you would end up with an AI bot. Right. I mean, I think some of that frustration and maybe even having a frustration during that day sometimes actually helps articulate things, even if you're articulating incorrectly. I think the whole fact that we have good and bad days. I mean, maybe you have a bad day, and just because you're angry for the first time, you're not Mr. Nice Guy. You actually lay down the law because you're just I'm sick of it. I'm gonna put my opinion out there today, right? Otherwise, you just have a autistic AI that you're talking to all the time.
Yeah.
If you remove our everyday feelings,
I don't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I can come to a small agreement. Yeah, I can.
And I do get there. Also, somebody can be like a total dick. That's the nicest guy in the world because somebody punched him in the morning. His wife said he's getting divorced. The kids said they hate him, right? And
Yeah.
you're like, well, that guy's a dick. But it just happened to be he was a dick on that day. So
He's on the
obviously,
website,
you can go
right?
both ways on that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, brother
Yeah.
Marcus.
On LA's channel, he posted something about like might makes right, and in that video, there's apparently there is a clip of you and I going at it. I'm not too sure what I felt. I know I was being animated, but I was
Oh, yeah,
curious if you could remember, like, what was that experience like for you? Because we obviously had a disagreement, and it was animated for both sides.
Yeah, because I thought you were wrong, and I still do in terms of from where I was coming from, and the same with LA. I mean, I understand why though, because you guys didn't get what I was saying. I was talking. I remember that conversation was about him pontificating that all his problems happen are a result of imperialism and colonialism, Muslims and Europeans going to Africa and
But I'm
supposedly
asking more of the meta question of like how that experience felt for you.
Yeah.
No, it didn't bother me.
Yeah, it didn't bother me either. Okay.
No,
That's good.
because I suppose there's a difference
So-
between people you know and people you don't know.
Or is it the topic? Is it because like it's more of an abstract topic versus a topic about, beings you're trying to help?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
I was kind of skirting the vegan thing, but I'm like, is there a difference between an abstract,
Oh yes,
meta
obviously I
ethical,
did.
normative ethic kind of thing versus
I
like we're
think
arguing?
that I think the topic does matter. You're right, and that's why for LA it matters more to him than it does to me, and I completely understand that because he's a black man in America with an ancestry that was enslaved. For him, it's a personal issue in some ways, so he's going to feel very, very strongly about something, and I do understand that. And with the veganism side of it, because I feel like that, it matters to me, and it doesn't matter to him at all, in actual fact, which baffles me. But I just have to live with that. People have different brains, different psychologies, and there isn't any getting through to people.
Were you always vegan?
No, I wasn't always vegan. No.
Does it help to remember that you were in a position where you didn't agree with veganism and later on in your life you changed?
Well, not really. When someone gets to, he's older than me, and when they're older than me, I think, well, there isn't much hope, sometimes,
But maybe they weren't exposed to the information
Well,
like
I
you
think,
were.
yeah, I know, but I know he has been time and time again, and he's heard it from better people than me because I know his backstory.
Oh, I meant, okay. I was asking the question in general about the world and the people that you
Oh no,
interact with.
yeah, obviously it depends on the person. Obviously, some people haven't heard information before, and it's how you relay it to them and such. But yeah, obviously, yeah, it depends. In those circumstances, you have to try and understand how much information someone has been privy to before,
And who delivered the information? Because I think
exactly,
like some people on these panels, they got the information from the internet, like it's a select message from a certain segment of the vegan population.
But then he does know people like you who speak very calmly and
Selectively calm.
Not all the time. DNW,
Yeah,
not all
The
exactly.
truth is, some people just
Fatima.
don't want to know. Vegan Equilibrium says he's a science denier.
How? I don't hear. I'm not trying to defend him, but how does he deny science?
That's to do with the nutrition side of things. He denies anybody can be healthy on a vegan diet, and that is bullshit.
I don't.
That's the problem of denying science.
Sorry?
Can I ask
To deny anybody can be healthy. I'm not going to say there aren't outliers.
Actually, I agree
to
with
deny anybody.
Dirty Lilith. Yeah, sometimes a science should be kind of questioned, at least, right? It's like some type of
What about the
skepticism.
science? What about the science of eugenics? Should we have questioned eugenics in the 1930s? Or
Well, actually, you're talking
isn't
to
the
the wrong man
whole
there.
point
Vegan
behind
Equilibrium
science
is,
is
vegan
that it's to be
Equilibrium and
questioned?
vegan gains are both eugenicists. So there you go.
They are eugenicists. Wow.
Yeah, and so when people come across vegan equilibrium and vegan gains, they're going to think like, oh, vegans are vegan eugenicists. That's not the case. They're the outliers within the vegan space. Right? That's my point. It's just like
The squeaky
yeah.
wheel
You have
gets
to
the
get to
oil.
know the person. This is very related to today's topic in that this is exactly what this topic is about. It's that we are walking Venn diagrams with different opinions making up what we are. You know, different outlooks, different opinions, different biases, different types of ignorance, and it all makes up what we are. And sometimes we accept, for whatever reason, someone into our inner circle, or we at least are civil to them when they don't necessarily share an idea or are opposed to an idea we hold as important. And yet, when we meet someone who is a stranger and is also opposed to our ideas or doesn't share them, we may act differently towards them. And I'm just questioning that as a strategy, whether it's useful. As I said earlier, I think we should try and preserve our energy to be most impactful. And I'm not saying that's not impactful. I'm just questioning whether it is impactful or whether you're best using your energy for people who are, decision makers, power brokers, rather than people further down the line. But again, I don't know. I don't know the answers. I'm asking the questions. I'm trying to find
would you
notes.
say, DNW, that you would find yourself using more energy on somebody you know, and maybe actually even elevating the temperature on
That's
trying
a
to
good
get your
point.
idea across, but somebody you don't know, you would be softer with because you don't have that relationship,
Or
or
even the reverse, you might not be softer with them.
Exactly, right?
I'm the reverse for
in
me.
actual
Like,
fact, you're right in that sense as well. It may be that you don't have to use as much energy on them because you don't have the emotional bond, so it
Yes.
just comes out easier. There's that as well.
Oh yeah, no. When it comes to me, I find it easier to talk to people who I know than strangers. If it's a stranger, I'm actually aggressive towards them, and it's why I have my issues.
Would you say that's where the big divide on hate comes, when there are two different groups? Like, kind of the prompt is, right, like, how can we live together with these different ideas, but we're much more gracious to those that we know that have a different idea. But if I don't know you, you're in a different state, you're in a different province, you're in a different city, and all of a sudden I meet you and you don't like my team, you don't like my idea, you don't like
you
this.
do agree
It's this
you
hate.
Yeah, you do agree there is this phenomenon exists. Everybody here agrees that this exists.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And it is, and there's something about that. There's something about that that is very descriptive of what it is to be human, and perhaps something that needs to be analyzed further. Maybe, by the way, guys, what I didn't do is there's probably studies on this in psychology.
Yeah, no, there is DNW. I'm not. Yeah, there is.
Would you like to? Have you got? Have you
No,
got?
oh no, I don't have any. I don't have any. But like, I do remember going through like a psychology phase when I was like 18 to 19 years old, and there are studies that about the nature of disagreements and all that jazz. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I did want to bring up a part mentioning something about that, because I do feel like a lot of times there are certain positions that people like to have for themselves, like they consider themselves to be the tough guy, or like the smart guy, or the most like attractive person. And then if you go into that space and you kind of like disrupt their perceived, I think it's like, it does got to do with the ego thing, like their perceived perspective of who they are, then they will not like you, because they're like, hey, wait a minute, this guy, it's cool that he's smart, but he shouldn't be smarter than me. Like, I'm the smart one. Who am I if he is smarter than me?
I think you're talking about the false ego. So people,
I think that's one reason why a lot of people disagree or not like other people, because it like threatens their own sense of identity.
Is that why so many people disagree with me? Because I'm good looking, I'm stronger, I'm more intelligent?
Maybe. Probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry about the super ego coming out there.
Kenny, you're live on the Finding Gnosis show. You saw today's video, by the way. Anybody who hasn't watched it, there's a video for you guys.
I've seen it. Good watching.
Kenny, what have you got to say about the topic of today's show?
Yeah, I'd like to show a video. I'd like to show a video on YouTube, if that's okay.
Hopefully. Go ahead.
It's a YouTube video.
Here we go again.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Is it regarding light proving the resurrection?
I doubt it. I very much doubt it. I very much doubt it.
I want to hear that. But
This
go
is
on,
going to
Ken.
be something.
Just a random one.
Inflammatory, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah, an incendiary
No,
device. If ever
not
there was.
inflammatory.
It's on fire.
Let me know when you see it on the screen and it's ready. I'll press play.
Oh, audible. Is that not copyrighted? Okay, let's go.
What the-
That was an ad. Okay, it was an ad. All right, let's go.
Oh,
Go ahead.
that's good stuff.
Fucking Jordan Peterson.
Oh God.
It's not okay for you to be a weak loser.
He
It's
cries
not
every
okay.
day.
And the reason it's not okay is because you could be way more than that. And it's a crime, an ethical crime, for you to allow all that necessary potential to go to waste. It hurts you, it hurts your family, it hurts the world. Really it does. And people think, oh, okay, I get it. And they do get it because they know at some level, if you turn around and you confront the suffering voluntarily, you find out that you are way tougher than you think. It's not that life is better than you think. Life is as harsh as you think. It might even be worse, but you are way tougher than you think if you turn around and confront it. And so then what you discover is that there's a spirit within you that can pursue something meaningful, that has the resilience and the strength to contend properly with the catastrophe of existence without becoming bitter. That's actually the central. So, and then I would say that's one of the central themes of 12 Rules for Life, is that make no mistake about it. Like the first noble truth of Buddhism, life is suffering. This is true. And it's worse than that because it's suffering contaminated by malevolence. That's the baseline. And so that's very pessimistic. But the optimistic part is that you are so damn tough, you can actually not only deal with that, you can improve it. It's like, oh, well, that's a horrible situation. But it turns out that I'm armed for the task. Well, that's a great thing for people to know. And I think the fact that we're armed for the task is even more true than the fact that life is catastrophe contaminated by malevolence. We're stronger than things are terrible. And things are pretty terrible. So that means we're pretty damn strong.
Wow.
Yes, it's a very good thing to know. And it's not naive optimism. It's a very different thing. It's like, no, things are terrible. They're brutal. And you are so damn tough, you can't believe it. You know, the idea that in some sense you're an eternal victim, well, there's a truth in that, given that nature is conspiring to destroy you and will be successful in the end, that you're undermined by your own society at the same time you're buttressed by it, and that you're a target of your own malevolence and that of others. I mean, so there's a triad of tragic and malevolent forces that are aimed directly at your heart, and that's always the case. But to not take responsibility for that and to attribute to that to a cosmic injustice or a sociological injustice in some sense that's aimed particularly at you, that's somehow the fault of others, is to miss the great adventure of your life. In that adoption of that adventurous mode of being, there's a deep meaning to be found. Right, a meaning maybe that transcends just you, that involves your family and that involves your community and maybe even the destiny of humanity itself. But there's nothing about that that's secure or easy, and very little that has to do with happiness. The idea that your problems should be solved for you, let's say, and that it's unfair that you have them, well, it's attractive in that there's nothing for you to do except complain. But it's horrifying in that there's nothing for you to do except complain. The difficulty is actually, the funny thing is the difficulty is actually the destiny. And it is insanely difficult, but maybe you're insanely up to the task. The problem with the pursuit of happiness is that when life's storms come along, happiness disappears, and then you're left with nothing. And so you need to pursue something that's deeper than happiness. And if happiness comes along, well then hooray for you. You don't want to despise it because it's fleeting, but it's much better to pursue things that are meaningful than things that make you happy. It's deeper, and it orients you more appropriately, and it keeps you centered in your own life. It makes you more useful for your family and your community. So a lot of what people find in life that provides them with a sustaining meaning is a consequence of not the pursuit of rights or the pursuit of happiness or the development of self-esteem, but the adoption of responsibility. And the more responsibility, in some sense, the better. Responsibility for yourself, for making sure that your life lays itself out like it should, responsibility for your family, responsibility for the community. It's people who take responsibility that are the ones that you admire, and that's the right pathway through life. That's where meaning is to be found. And I think that's probably the crucial issue, is that identification of a profound relationship between responsibility and meaning. And for many of the people that I'm talking with, it seems like that's the first time that that's been articulated for them.
This man owes everybody an apology.
That's okay.
Jordan Peterson, I'm talking about.
I'm going to go for a rating out of 5. I'll give it a 3 out of 5.
Compare
I made fun of
yourself
it a little
to who
bit.
you were
But you know what?
yesterday,
There's some
not
really
to
good
someone
notes
else
there.
today.
Before, but I've seen it before. So
The best thing about that was the actual quote at the end, which was compare yourself to who you were yesterday rather than to someone else today.
It's not that. It's just it's me. I have a personal thing against him, right? And it's childish.
So basically, guys, let's get
Yeah,
to
I
the
think
chase here. Gracie has a bee in his bonnet about Jordan Peterson, and he thinks Jordan
Everyone
Peterson
does.
needs to apologize to the world. Go ahead, Gracie. Tell us why.
No, I tell you what, I don't want an apology, but for me, he can just apologize to Dirty. He's nothing done dirty, but he can take that. He does need to fucking apologize to me, I think. He's egotistical, but he does. But like, you can give it to Dirty, because until I heard Dirty talk a couple of days ago, I didn't really have hope for any idiots. And I mean that from the bottom of my egotistical heart. I'm just saying, and I'm trying to be nice now. Jordan Peterson, I felt, before even I decided to pick up his mantle, he had the greatest potential, and he just let his ego get in the way. That's my opinion. I'm not going to take up the whole show unless you've got questions, but I thought he could have done it. And
You're going to explain why and how
Oh,
he
right.
let his ego take control.
Because he understood the story of Jonah.
He misunderstands everything he talks about.
No,
So
no, no.
that's-
He does. No, Fatima. No, sorry. I actually agree with her. The one thing he didn't misunderstand was the story of Jonah, and that's what makes him a prick.
Well, go ahead. Tell us what really happened in the story of Jonah.
Can we offer Fatima if she wanted to say?
By the way, Vibe is a Christian, and he might have something to say here as well.
So do I, because I think he's
go
not.
ahead, go ahead, Gracie. Tell us about the story of Jonah and what is really going on with that, the meaning from that story.
I don't know what the meaning of the story is for anybody else, but I can tell you what it says to me, and I'm going through it myself personally at this moment because Jordan failed it. Every now and again, one of us gets a test. He admitted to the world he'd been given a test, even brags about it. And I is the only thing he convinced me of. Only thing. I'm not saying his stuff is not there. I'm saying he remained in the egotistical world to take on praise. If he understood the story of Jonah, he could have got where I am. And he was there before me. So to me, he's a prick because he's the guy, as far, it might be incorrect, it could be someone else, but as far as I'm concerned, he's the only one that's admitted he understands the story. When he told it, I was like, my interpretation is slightly different, but it's still the same point, and I got a little extra ending to it because
I'm asking you, what is your interpretation of the story? Tell us.
No, you're saying fucking speed it up. All right, okay. The interpretation of the story as I see it is this. If you see something in reality that's causing so much pain, and everyone except for you doesn't agree with you, thinks you're a fucking idiot for thinking what you're thinking, and yet no matter what happens, it doesn't go away, and nobody ever convinces you it ever goes away. And God is, and you think this voice in your head is going, yo, brother, it's not going to go away because it's there. It's real. Don't listen to them. Listen to me. And I'm like, no, they convince me not to listen to you, and I get ill and everything. And then the moment I start listening to it, it gets real. Like, what am I supposed to listen to? This voice I don't understand because it's disagreeing with all of you. So who's telling me it? Because who is telling me the stuff in my head that disagrees with all of you? Because it can't be you lot, because it disagrees with you. It doesn't make any sense. Someone explain to me.
What?
That's
I wouldn't
deep.
know where to start.
That's so deep.
And if it's deep, put your feet in the pool and have a go at answering it. If everything I'm saying doesn't come from us, where does it come from, and why is it coming from me? And let me tell you, bro.
I'm sorry, bro. I laughed. I shouldn't have laughed. But look.
No, you should laugh.
You want to
You
go back
should
to
laugh.
it, if you want to go back to you supposedly are a systems thinker. Why don't you go back to your systems thinking and realize everything that's happening in your head is a result of everything that has happened in the universe, okay, causing everything that has occurred to centralize in some way in your head, okay? All the dominoes of time and space thus far
I'm not
have
disagreeing with
fallen
you so far,
over
by the way.
to make you think what you think, and they're doing the same for all of us from our different vantage points.
Can both be true.
All
and our
connected,
different
man.
positions.
All connected.
DNW, because you're asking the question, this is for you. Can that be true and what I said be true?
I'm going to have to think about that.
I know you are. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm just being a dick.
I want to bring Vibe in. Vibe, tell us about the parable of Jonah, the story of Jonah.
I didn't finish my thing, first of all, but I don't mind doing that. But
We'll
Vibe,
come back to it anyway.
I insulted Vibe earlier on purpose. I want to say sorry first.
We're going to have a Grazy Vibe sandwich. We're going to go have a little Vibe interlude, and then we'll go back to Grazy. Okay. So Vibe, tell us, please, inform us who may have forgotten, or maybe they didn't even. Maybe some people don't even know. But tell us about the story of Jonah and the whale.
I will apologize when you're ready, Vibe.
Well, it's been almost a year since I read that one, but I've read it like multiple times. It really is like, if we want to go secularist view of it, it is kind of a story about running away from your problems. There is something that you have to take action on, and you keep on running from that thing that you have to take action on. The more you run from it, the more damage that keeps on happening to your life, even when everybody around you actually sees it, right? And people will be throwing you over the boat when they're like, you're cursed, like you can't make the right decision. Now, in a biblical term, God's saying, hey, I have a task for you, and Jonah runs from that task, right? So we can look at this secularist, or we can look at this biblical. Same thing, right? Like the fishermen of the boat, they throw him over, a whale picks him up, takes him to where he's supposed to go. So he's like running so hard from his problems, and God's just like, I told you what you're supposed to do. And even in the end, he's still kind of like sitting under a tree, like what did I do here? This was not what I felt I was called for. But I mean, it is kind of a story about running from problems, and the more you run from the worse they get. There also is something where you can be outwardly saying one thing to people, but in your heart, you're going a completely different direction. I wouldn't say it's an easy story to pick apart. And like I said, it's been a while since I've done the study on it. But from my recollection from going through that a while ago, that's kind of where I feel that the whole Jonah story kind of goes.
Can I finish my interpretation, Vibe? You okay with that?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Right. First of all, we can talk about it later. The dig earlier on, just to be asked, was I said you're not a Christian. That's not fair. I was just joking. It's just that to me, I like to jibe at Christians. It's not kind of true, but it is. It's, you're not Christians. You're Judeans pretending to be Christians. Now, there's a nuance there. It's not there. It's me trying to get a conversation going, which we can talk about later. It's not me trying to be a dick. I might be incorrect there, but Jonah. The story you just told me, I heard that one as well. Jordan Peterson told a version of that, but more close to what I was experiencing. See, I decided this. I decided when I read the Bible, I was never going to read something that hadn't happened to me, because I don't think that's the way Gnosis and the Bible would have been written if I believe in my interpretation that once upon a time, a Judean cult decided these Helos Gnostics who follow in the true Christ, they're gonna do it all. So they got rid of them all, and then they took their religions. And I've noticed in every single religion almost that dominates the world, you all got the same God, Judeo, the God of good and evil. Now it's not going to like this about you. We trying to get ready for later to ask questions, right? But the way I do is this: if I read a story in the Bible, and that story somehow happened to me in a way that I can understand it, and it links completely, I then pretend that that's the story and tell it to people as if that's what happened to me, so what it means to me, until someone convinces me that's ridiculous or something like that, or they got a greater version and I listen to it and go, oh, that's probably better, because I don't like to think to myself that I know the story. So I think I like to know the story and tell you the story I went through, Jonah, is this. I'm still going through it right now. First of all, can I ask a question? Is what happens at the end of the story of Jonah as you're aware? What is the outcome, and what was God's task for Jonah as far as you're aware? I'm not saying you're incorrect, because I could be.
Yeah, no, like I said, I did read it a while ago, and I am not a theologist.
I wasn't trying to put you on the spot, by the way.
Yeah, but if I'm remembering correctly, right? So he goes to warn the people, even though he doesn't want to, and then he ends up going back outside the town, and he ends up under this like tree, and he's like trying to get out of the shade, and he's thirsty. I'm trying to remember the exact end because it actually is poignant, and I do apologize that I don't know every single piece, but I remember at the end it was kind of like a twist of the story, right?
So sorry, I was in my own head, like freaking I had my own thought. I missed what you said at the end. Repeat the last line.
So I mean, he ends up giving the warning to the town, right? The thing that he was rejecting the whole time, the thing that he was running away from the whole time, and he ends up walking outside of the town. He ends up like under a tree. He's trying to get shade, and like if I remember right, and yeah, if you guys can blast me in chat for not remembering, but like I think like
they better know.
the shade was like taken away, and like he was thirsty, and because he was still basically running away even after like committing the task. But I'd have to brush up. I am
no, that's okay. I don't want all the details anyway if I haven't got them, because that's not the point. Let me be a little fair now. I know where you stand, because that wasn't what I was trying to do. Sorry about that, brother. It's as far as I remember, and it's not my ending, but kinda. It was that. The whole thing was that inside Jonah, that he believed a message of God was being given to him, but whenever he spoke it out loud, he seemed like a madman, and it was destroying his life. And the more he tried to tell them this message, the more he'd lose his family. He lost loved ones. His children won't speak to him. Even when he got jobs and he just mentioned at work that he lost his job, he took him down to the lowest depths because he just wouldn't listen, because he kept trying to tell everybody what he thought God was telling him or something. And eventually, when he broke all the way at the bottom, I think he realized, that this was the actual test. I can't tell them something I wasn't embodying first. So he says, I don't think God was telling me to tell anybody anything. He was saying, if you do it, they'll follow you if it's real. Why is your ego misinterpreting this? And then finally he got it. And so he turned it around. He had nowhere else to go. He had nothing else to lose. When he had nothing else to lose, he could listen. Because no one would listen to him anywhere else. And in the end, he listened to himself. And he realized his ego thought God was telling him he had to go tell everybody. Like I'm pretending to do, which I know I'm not supposed to do, which is his hope. I don't want to give my game away, shut up, right? Ask me about that later. But I'm saying that he would just learn that he couldn't force it upon anybody else when he was telling them anyway, but he had to first convince himself of the thing he was trying to convince anybody else, and he clearly wasn't doing it. That's how they were making him angry. His life was only going incorrect because they were correct. He was trying to push something on them to say, my God is telling you you're doing it incorrect. And they were just laughing at him, not realizing he hadn't learned yet. He was still doing it himself until he finally met himself right in that abyss, because that black eternal abyss is the final mirror you get to face before any giving up, which I've done myself and some others in, where God finally says, you're going to go back and stop complaining, or you're going to keep bitching. Now, I'm being poetical there, and I'm just trying not to remind anybody of hard
Do you like
times.
that picture on the screen there, Crazy?
Oh,
can I just say something?
Yes, no, yes. That picture, yes. That's where did that from?
I did that ages ago. It's from AI, but I made the picture.
The logos is beautiful. I love it. That is nice. Can I use that? Oh, that's nice. Look at me.
Yes.
Anyway, so just
me,
story. Do you know the part Jordan actually could play one of those partners for me is because the only person on the other side of the realm at the moment that claims to have gone through a story, and he kind of has. He just let his ego take the walk and kept walking with it instead of realizing it was a test for him. He admitted it. He doesn't understand the story. So if he does, I should be able to explain it to him and say, Jordan, you led your test to be about some ego thing and took on some ego project and didn't rise above it. Mine didn't. I know I pretend to be, but mine is about this. If the whole world is telling me this one thing I'm saying is incorrect and could fix all the problems, and then even in this room, which, by the way, don't change this. This is what this room's about. I couldn't do without it, but I'm just using as an example. I have to listen to you every single day, talk to everybody, talk about problems like war and everything else, and then I'll go, we could all solve it if we just, didn't do the good news. And, shut up! Yeah!
All right,
every single time I say,
Guru, sorry, I'm putting you in the box for a moment. Does somebody else want to talk?
I just wanted to say something quickly. When I saw that image and read the words, it just made me think of that's a metaphor for say the metamorphosis from, say, a caterpillar to a butterfly.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
That's what it made me think of when I saw it. So I just wanted to say that.
And hence the Goldilocks of fish, as you see it, for Christ. Yeah,
it's all symbolic. It's all symbolic and it's all metaphorical. If you look deeply enough, everything's related in one way or another.
Did Fantasy PGA Tour want to say something earlier and he didn't get a chance?
Don't think so, or I've forgotten. But that image did just remind me as well of Jesus, also, right?
Yeah,
it's him sort of re-emerging after.
As in Jesus the Logos, yeah.
Swallowed by the giant whale.
Well, yeah, but I also I mentioned in the chat as well that Jesus refers to Jonah as being like himself as well, in the sense that Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days and Jesus was in the heart of the earth for 3 days. He says that in Matthew prior to it happening.
It's part of the path, right? He's saying that that's actually, even though I wouldn't say it's about Christ because I can't yet, right? I'm trying to work it out myself, right? So I can't say it. But Jonah, I've worked out, isn't. I'm not saying Jonah is not a real character. They're archetypes of a character. These words mean things, and they're showing a story that if you're walking through the story, don't listen to everybody. God is speaking to you. If it's still after you lose everything, and like you're willing to lose everything because nothing else makes sense to you, keep going. God will help you eventually, or you put you out in misery. It's one or the other. Unlucky. You're the one who wants to pull out. I'm either going to end up as a statistic, guys, and I'm willing to go there because if I did
There is crazy. There is perhaps a beastly drive within us all, and that is the whale. That is what swallows us. Okay, we find ourselves inside the beastly drive that is of nature. We are inside that, and we are feeling desperate. We have been consumed by it. Yeah, it is all around us. It is our psyche. It is in many ways our outlook.
This sounds like
there is something else higher, maybe inside us, which we like to call God, that is telling us there is more. There's something else, and that is the higher power. We are looking to that as for hope and inspiration, and we do. In many ways, we have to defeat the demon, which is ourself, given what we are surrounded by, which is caused by our own nature a lot of the time. And by that, I mean, obviously, outside of that, again, is the world, but our reaction to it can create a beast that is not in our service, is not in service of us as individuals.
Can I still manage the God bit?
Can I play off that? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. A couple of thoughts hit me while you're talking. Just reminds you of being through Easter. and the solstice, and the sun sits at the bottom of the analemma for 3 days before it's arisen again. Yeah, it's all symbology. I love it. DNWU made me think of something I mentioned the other day about the threefold being, and you're a mental being, a physical being, and an emotional being. And the emotional being is the oceanal being. The emotion is the energetic motion. Emotion is the ocean. And the whale is the biggest beast in the ocean, isn't it? Yeah,
What is going on with you and DNW tonight? Freaking hell, I'm taken back tonight. I'm so glad I came on tonight. That's this stuff. You two tonight talking beautifully. You do both talk like this before. I've heard more shit comes out of DNW than obviously Dirty, but it's like really hitting us now. Like these are things that I haven't even thought of yet, which is nice. I haven't experienced on the show.
Please don't stroke my ego like that. I can't take it.
I'm always going to do it because you need to come over to the dark side of it. You do.
You can stroke my ego because I no longer exist.
That's the only thing I'm ever stroking of yours, by the way.
Yeah, I know that. And I'm glad about that.
I can't say that about my wife, though, as you know.
I'm grateful.
No, I'm not going to go there either. Even though I'm not saying she would want to.
I know your wife.
I believe in tantric isolation.
Tantric sex, no isolation. What? Are you lying?
I can imagine the best sex possible with your wife, right?
If
I have sex with her, it may.
I can't do it though.
It may not live up.
Here we go.
It may not live up to my imaginative standards. And what's the point of risking it? So I can have tantric. I like to call it tantric isolation. I can sit in my room.
This sounds like the art form of someone who realized he couldn't do in practice. So they can imagine it.
I can think of having sex with your wife on the back of a flying unicorn, flying over a rainbow. I can't do that in real life, Crazy.
How do you know if you don't try?
By the way, that's really weird. I wouldn't want to have sex on the back of a unicorn. I'm sorry. I was just using that for.
Then that's why you can't.
That is really weird.
That wasn't
I apologize.
As you go.
Yeah.
That is so fucked.
Yeah, no, what I meant is DNW. I mean, I love it. It's even cool how that managed to inspire people to say, well, I was thinking about I was thinking more the Trinity, like in Logos, like how you're showing the transcendence from obviously the doubter. We got the will, obviously the fish to represent that, the knot, and then obviously you got the father at top wondering, when is my child going to look at me?
I thought you said Daddy Chen then.
I've got another one somewhere. I'm going to bring it up. I have to try and find it. It's somewhere. It's another biblical AI image that I made ages and ages ago. I'll try and find it if I can.
Oh yeah, Dirty. I sent Dirty something. And everybody can have it if they're interested. It'd be a nice reading tonight. Actually, all you have to do is send your email. It's not dirty pics of my wife, I promise. It's a fable I've written, and I don't ever sell my books. I always give them away for free, but I allow others to sell them if they want to. I'll always give my books away for free and never take away from me. But like, if other people want to sell them, they can, as long as they're from good causes. And they're like, I would never give it to someone just for their own greed. And that's what I'm trying to do for the group as well, so we can all have. I think finding Gnosis is great. But what's the point going out to the woods with breadcrumbs that the birds are going to eat and you can't find your way back? If we don't leave some breadcrumbs, then everything we're doing is just for us stroking our own ego, like the end of it points out, doesn't it? If somewhere along the line, a couple of us can, if all even, can come together on a side project to take the transcripts of the things we talk about here, maybe write down every now and again a code word to say, yes, let's put this in a book or something like that. All agree on something we want children to learn, to replace the mistakes of the adults today, not to warp children into anything other than say, here's what we like for the vegans, here's what our outrage is with these freaking immoral beasts. Okay, how did we make them that way? And let's stop that. Anyone else agree?
Aye.
I don't know.
I can tell you already, the reason I went ahead and did this one without you is because I already told you all about it. And while you weren't on, I said I was going to do it, pretending you all agreed. Right? It just went against you, so I'm sorry about that. Dirty was in the room; he could have stopped me. Right?
I do want to jump in real quick because I was trying to share a video about 30 minutes ago, and I kept on getting cut off. So I'm going to just do this now. MW. Do you mind playing the video I put in the back chat? This is the.
Can you do it? Can you do it?
Let me
Share your
see.
screen.
Is this your video response to the Jordan Peterson one?
No, it's not. It's not a video response. This is a dream I just had last night. It's audio. It's just audio of a dream I had. So I wrote down the words.
Okay, all right, I'll play it. No problem.
Nice.
Oh, sorry, guys. Before I do that, there's another image. Now, tell me what that says to you, Gracie. You know what story that is, right?
I'd say Noah, but like you guys don't understand Noah like I do.
I'd say Adam and Eve.
Noah. And he was actually saving himself.
Do you know what? I do like that image, but not for the reasons you probably think.
Well,
why is he
tell me
too
what it said to you. And if anybody else wants to comment on it, please do.
I love this image only simply because, and I gotta admit, I don't fully understand your thing here, only because I'm locked between two stories, and this story is a very important story to me, and I think Judeans, as I see, no, don't say that. The Christians,
I'll be right back.
I'm
listening. Wait. Are you gonna play the video or not? MW.
They all look very unhappy, or quite unhappy.
In a few minutes, they're all the same person, right? All the same face, right? You know.
I said they're all the same person, first in different animals. I thought it was meant to be, but then I see too many sheep, so I'm like, is it? No, I don't get the message. But my point is because it's not like what the Judeans tell us, and it's something different. That's why I like it. But
it's
I
very
don't fully understand it. I'd love to hear about it.
It's veering on the horror genre. Oh shit, my battery's low. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Like
That's
from
what he...
I like that movie.
What does everybody think of the story of Noah? Anybody passionate about that story at all? Noah's Ark.
I thought it was interesting when I first read it, when I first learned about it when I was a kid. Yeah.
What if I said this is a story of how you transcend to heaven, and if you don't do it, you're going back to start again?
Never heard that interpretation before.
That's because the Christians are all fucked. Oh, don't be nasty, Carl.
No,
Sorry. I forget when people say Christian. I don't know how rude I'm being, but I'm playing, yeah, and trying to communicate. I just have a different view on it. I don't actually think this. I think I judge a human by his heart. I think ego's an idiot if you believe all them stories, but because you're here, you clearly not, and I'm just being a character.
No.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm very cool with being attacked as a Christian. Pretty used to it, especially in the YouTube universe. I once joined a panel, and they're like, "Tell us your religion and your are you left or right?" And the first thing I said was, it was an atheist show, and I said, "Well, I figured I'd show up here because just like every white guy needs a black guy, every atheist needs a Christian guy, right?" And they're like, "Okay, let's start with that. Why are Christians so racist?" They're like the most racist people I ever met. So,
I
can
lied.
take it.
You are Christian to me, but not for the reason you probably think. For what you
Okay,
just
guys.
said,
Okay,
I can accept you're a Christian.
Okay, the
Because
video.
Oh shit!
The video is ready, so I just want to reiterate again. This is dialogue from a dream that I had, so I just had to put it in ChatGPT and have it retell my dream because I thought it was pretty funny.
Okay, I'll press play.
Thinker's revolutionary invention. A guy bursts into a coffee shop, eyes wild, hair looking like it lost a fight with static electricity. He slams a cardboard box on the table like he's unveiling cold fusion. Everyone stares. He whispers dramatically, "I've done it, ladies and gentlemen, scholars, visionaries. Today I unveil a discovery that will redefine spatial philosophy as we know it." He opens the box and pulls out a completely normal book. Then he grabs a belt and wraps it around the box like he's securing a nuclear warhead. He clears his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the containment-bound knowledge preservation modular transport system." Someone blinks. "You mean a book in a box?" He scoffs. No. This is a paradigm shift, a philosophical reimagining of the relationship between literature and rectangular objects. This is Integrated literary spatial optimization. Another person. Isn't that just storage? He gasps like he's been personally offended by the universe. Storage? This is a symbiotic ecosystem where the box protects the book gives the box purpose, and the belt symbolizes the eternal tension between chaos and order. A third person raises a hand. Why the belt? He closes his eyes, pained. The belt represents the sacred union of stability and potential. It prevents overflow. Overflow of what? Ideas. He nods solemnly. To keep the lid from falling off. The room goes quiet. He continues like a prophet. This invention will revolutionize how humanity interacts with books, notes, boxes, belts, and possibly gravity itself. Someone finally asks, what problem does it solve? He holds up the belted box like the Ark of the Covenant. I have seen beyond the veil. He opens it. Inside, still just a book. You see this? This is not merely a book. This is a dimensional anchor, a fixed point in the chaos of existence. And this box, not a box, a finite container negotiating with infinity. And this belt, the boundary, the limit, the line between what fits and what refuses to be contained. A student raises a hand. Sir, are you just talking about storage? He lets out a long, unhinged laugh. Storage? I have transcended storage. I have broken the tyranny of spatial expectation. By placing a book inside a box, I have proven that constraints are illusions, that boundaries are negotiable, that the universe can be folded, compressed, and reimagined. The professor, who has clearly suffered enough, finally asks, what practical use does this have? The inventor smiles like he's seen the face of God, leaps onto a chair, and holds the belted box high, like Simba on Pride Rock. Professor, glorious doubter of divine cardboard, this sacred apparatus proves beyond all shadow of a doubt that God is good. Look at the box. So humble, so brown, so containery. And let's be real, that rich, warm brown tone kinda makes you wonder, maybe God's brown? Maybe a little Mexican? Who knows? The Lord works in mysterious complexions. It simply opens its flaps in perfect, unconditional welcome. If God weren't good, he would have made the universe with round boxes that never quite fit anything. But no, perfect squares and rectangles everywhere.
There's about 2 minutes left. I'll play it just for you.
Oh no, it's come to the best part.
90-degree mercy. God is good, and he clearly prefers right angles. He spins the box like a pizza guy on bath salts. And this belt, this sweet synthetic strap of salvation, proves that veganism...
He swings the box like a pizza boy.
You're a twat, dear W.
Is that the metaphor?
Bad.
Everybody.
Watch the tension. The belt doesn't politely suggest the box. Maybe ease up on the book.
Wait,
No.
can you rewind it real quick?
Cinches
Because
down with
rewind
righteous
it just like 10 seconds. Because the belt, you need to hear why the belt, what the belt proves.
No, yeah, that's sorry about that. Really good.
It cinches down with righteous authority.
A little bit
and says,
more.
You
Rewind
will
a little bit more. A little bit more. Keep on going. A little bit more right about there.
the tension. The belt doesn't politely suggest the box.
Okay, no, you keep on going backwards because you need to hear why the belt, what the
Watch
belt
the
proves.
tension. The belt doesn't politely suggest the box.
Oh my
Maybe
God, forget
ease
it.
up on the book. No, it cinches down with righteous authority. Rich, warm brown tone.
Just tell us it, bro.
Kinda makes you wonder. Maybe God's brown? Maybe a little Mexican? Who knows? The Lord works in mysterious complexions. It simply opens its flaps in perfect, unconditional
Okay, here we
welcome.
go.
If God weren't good, he would have made the universe with round boxes that never quite fit anything. But no, perfect squares and rectangles everywhere. 90-degree mercy. God is good, and he clearly prefers right angles. He spins the box like a pizza guy on bath salts. And this belt, this sweet synthetic strap of salvation, proves that veganism is bad. Watch the tension. The belt doesn't politely suggest the box. Maybe ease up on the book. No, it cinches down with righteous authority and says, "You will stay contained, or so help me, I will leave permanent indentations." Veganism is what happens when you remove the belt and hope the book doesn't explode into 1,000 loose kale recipes. Without that firm, unapologetic squeeze, everything spills: ideas, morals, and apparently your daily B12. The belt teaches us that some things require restraint, not almond milk negotiations. Veganism wants a world without belts. Have you ever tried to keep chaos in check with a polite conversation and a flaxseed waiver? Exactly. God gave us belts for a reason, and it wasn't to hold up hemp pants.
No, it's
A
put on the end of a
barista
leash.
drops a mug. He doesn't flinch, and most gloriously of all, he cries, voice cracking with pure ecstatic nonsense. This proves that evolution is a lie and creationism is true. If evolution were real, this book would have grown little legs by now and walked out muttering, "I identify as a bird." The belt would have evolved into a sentient noodle that decides to become a garden hose. But look, everything is exactly where it was designed to be. The box didn't mutate from a slightly smaller box over 3.7 billion years of packing accidents. It was spoken into existence with perfect dimensions for this book. The belt has exactly the right number of holes, not one more, not one less, because an all-knowing creator foresaw that one day a mad genius in a coffee shop would need to cinch it at hole number 3 for maximum philosophical tension. If it were random mutation, we'd...
That's it. That's the whole thing.
That's it. So basically, it ends.
Oh, I got something for it.
mysteriously on a kind of cliff edge.
What
I
the
don't know.
hell?
I don't know. She
Wait a
didn't
minute.
finish
That
it.
ended for you?
That was the dream I had.
It talks about restraint, but that veganism is bad.
Guys, it was a dream. It hasn't got a beginning and end. What are you doing? It's a dream.
That's
It
true.
doesn't need to make sense.
In real life, it would have been just randomly a situation where the dream just ended because he woke up or whatever, and it may not have been.
It could be dreams work like they work, and all like others say, and dreams work like this. When you remember them the way you remember them, like you look at in the subjective way you look at objective, because they're objectively bound. If that is, if he's saying it's not a daydream,
Crazy. Do we have dreams, or do dreams have us?
Oh, that's a
good question.
That was what I was just trying to know. That was brilliant, because actually said what I said better than me. So thank you. DMW, yes, I agree. That was what I was trying to say. You just said agree. Was fucking on one tonight. Yeah, that's my point is. There are dreams you can have, and there are dreams that have you. And then there are dreams that have either other.
I have to assume that all of you guys have had a dream like that, where when you're dreaming it, where you're like in that dream, and it might be work related, it might be life related, it might be cosmos related, but while you're dreaming it, you're like, holy crap, this makes total sense. And you wake up, and you literally wake up from that dream and you go, I'm going to apply this. And then all of a sudden, when your logic kicks in, you go, yeah, this is a bunch of horseshit. It doesn't work, right? But now maybe it wasn't horseshit. Maybe it wasn't horseshit. Maybe we actually were grasping it in our dreaming state. And once we're in our non-dreaming state, now we can't grasp it anymore. Or maybe it is bullshit, right?
5, yes. But is it not that you can't grasp it? It is, really, isn't it? I mean, he is correct. I'm just saying that. Is it because the way in which you remember it, because you've been taught to only think, like, you know, the IQ I have, yes? It's different from others, as you can see. Now, I am trying to learn, like you guys, you teach it, unless you know, but I am trying to learn from you guys. You don't know our savior you guys have for me. If I have to be one for you, you've got to be one for me, right? But I'm saying is, yes. So I am agreeing with you. Sure, what was the actual point? Because I think like I'm talking myself again now. What am I agreeing to with? Sorry, a minute. 5, what's your main point then?
Yeah, well, where we have these thoughts where in the dream state, we are so confident in the dream state, it's real. We wake up and we even believe the moment we wake up that this is actually applicable for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, because what
we are equating it to the reality and then realize we're like, oh, wait, that doesn't work. I can't actually take this banana, put it in the toaster like I did in my dream, and plug it into the universe and actually save starvation, right? Because sometimes we have dreams like that. They're so abstract where we're like, and in the dream it makes sense when you take the banana and put it in the toaster and plug it into something that shouldn't be plugged into. In the dream it makes sense. My question would be, though, maybe we were tapping into things. If we can actually figure out what the banana and the toaster and the plug was, we did have the answer, or maybe it just was.
No, that's the answer. No, what DNW said was, I love this show because look, it couldn't have happened without all of us. What DNW said was, I can't remember who said 1 minute, but let me go for what I remember. What DNW said was correct and answered your question. If I suggested the reason you can't remember it that way is because it was a dream you didn't have, it was a dream it had you. And you think you can remember it like a dream you had because it's all you've been taught. But if I'm correct, if I could show you how to remember it like a dream that had you, you wouldn't order that way. It was brilliant to hear his dream because he did say it was a dream. That's why it was weird when you guys were all laughing at some parts of it. But it's a dream. He remembered it that way, and all I tried to say is, why would I remember this dream this way? Because I can see a message, and it was so chaotic. But like on one hand, there was this divine holiness to it, the transcendence that we used to explain things, and yet another part, I thought it wasn't to lift anything up; it was to shit on something. So it was kind of like a beautiful bit of poetry, and I loved it. I thought it was amazing. And then when people said it ended abruptly, I went, "Wait a minute, when did it end? It was a dream, wasn't it? Oh, you mean a story ended abruptly? Well, that's what happens, isn't it, when we remember a dream." So you are correct in what you're saying. I get those all the time, but
I do want to say. Sorry. Go ahead, DMW.
I was going to ask Mind about his dream. It was his dream. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, in my defense, I was pretty lucid in the dream while I was having it, and I literally was laughing. I was laughing in the dream while the guy was telling the story, to the point where I woke up laughing, and I had to write the dream down right when I woke up because it was so funny.
Yeah, and the mind, by the way, it was brilliant. And if you saw me giggling there, it literally was because I have had those experiences. And like I said, I'm not trying to be unique here. I think all of us have had those experiences, right? Where I'm like, oh my God.
Unique. What's the matter with you?
I get that, right? Now, I don't know if it actually makes sense in the universe, right? Like now that we're out of the dream state, can we actually apply that and say, yes, there's some logic in there. And I mean, I think we could probably spend 6 months analyzing that particular dream and all figuring out what our concepts are, and maybe even come up with a new religion from it. It's like, how far do we want to dig into it?
You know, like lucid dreaming, you said, man. What do you mean by that? Like, I'm not allowed to, right? You know, in all my craziness, I've got one weird fear that's been put into me. Like, I've made an agreement. I want to do it so much. It's my biggest thing. I even want to talk about it, but I've been told it's the one thing I'm not allowed to do. Maybe I'll figure out that it's in my head as a delusion, but right now it feels real to me, just in the sim with this. So I'm just not going to cross that bridge just in case I'm correct. It says, you're not allowed to lucid dream. You can talk about anything. You can teach others to do it, and they can tell you. You're not allowed to come back here. I don't know.
Just a question. Sorry, are you conflating lucid dreaming with out-of-body experience?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
No, I am, but I was. I don't know if Mark was. I was. Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm not allowed.
Right, sure.
I'm not allowed to go back at the moment until I'm done here. Otherwise, I've left something there.
I've been looking into lucid dreaming a bit as I've had a few weird. I've had an out-of-body experience. I've lucid dreamed a bit, and I've had out-of-body dream state things. And then
like sleep paralysis.
I had a lot of sleep paralysis as a child that I forgot about until about 5-10 years ago. The sleep paralysis always comes with it. But forgive me, I forget my point. What was I going to say?
That was my fault. I'm sorry, brother.
No, it was my fault. You said you had different states of, you had astral projection, lucid dreaming.
Yeah, so then the question arises, if you leave your body, who comes into it when you're not home?
What do you mean by who?
If you're something that can possess the vessel of the body and you can leave it.
Right, I get what he's saying. So if you leave your body, what happens to the biological, organic material that's left behind?
Why does something have to happen to it?
It could be just empty.
It could, yeah.
Now, I did kind of make a weird. I wouldn't say poem. It was a bit of prose I wrote a few years ago on this channel, and it's probably on my Medium, but it was just thinking about thinking and awareness and the fact that you never actually experience now. Yeah. And it was kind of like a horror kind of bit of prose, in that I wanted the reader to think about that, as in, like, think about the fact that you are there, right? And your thoughts are all related to the past. I mean, when you're thinking about now, when you're trying to witness the now, it's the past that you're seeing. It's the past that you're experiencing. And even the thoughts you have are thoughts that have come from your other parts of your brain in the past. Yeah.
I'd have to argue with you on that.
I do as well. No, I agree and argue with him.
You never experience the now. So in a sense, you're like this biological being sitting there, blind to the now, but experiencing.
I think you only experience the now.
Okay.
Please carry on.
DNW, I agree with you, but not in the way you right. What you're right for me, I'm mapping.
I just wanted you to try and imagine.
I'm mapping what you're talking about, but not in this arena.
Try and imagine the meat of you just sitting there, right? And in that very moment, it's thinking of the past. It's not thinking of that very moment.
The meat is thinking.
Yeah. So there is a point where you're unaware of what's
How did the meat think? What do you mean? The meat
later
think?
on. Your
What
body.
do you mean by how does the body think? I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you're going off on a tangent here.
No, my intellect thinks, my body doesn't.
Oh, well, actually, so if we go back to primitive life forms like the jellyfish doesn't have a brain. Every one of its cells actually has little spears in it that will sting you. When the right side of a jellyfish hits something,
Jellyfish
it
is a
stings,
brain.
and the left side has no idea that even happened, right? Now,
the jellyfish is a brain. It doesn't need to have one. It is one.
But the left side doesn't know about the right side, right? And it's not going on experience.
It just works differently, like me.
Yes, right. So we all work differently, and we could even go like if I ask you a question and say, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to answer this question, and it's going to be a really tough question. Now you're going to start accessing all your. Do you want to add something? I'm sorry.
You said if you asked me a question in 10 seconds.
Yeah, if I asked you a question, it's I'm going to give you 10 seconds, and this is the most important question you're going to answer in your life. You're going to start going through your past, your experiences. This is where I agree with you. However, if I swing a bat at you all of a sudden, showed up behind you, right? Like, is your past experience working there, or are you kind of acting like a jellyfish at that point where these are not neurons that are connected in your past thoughts? These are neurons connecting based on how you're going to behave in that moment.
I was obviously employing some, I wouldn't say exaggeration, because it's literally true, but it may be a point that doesn't matter, because it's like it can be nanoseconds. You know what I mean? It could be half a nanosecond. It could be the smallest amount of time, but there's still a bit of time, a delay between what was and what is.
Yeah, and I would say our past does dictate what we do, but I also agree with Dirty that we live in the now, and even if it's milliseconds, the amount of milliseconds in between what we do in that time determines on how much past actions we can actually access to determine what we're doing, right? So therefore,
I think Fantasy PGA Tour, I was making a kind of more poetic point, not necessarily something to get carried away with. It was just a fun. You got what I was saying, didn't you, Fantasy PGA Tour?
Yeah, I got what you're saying. Sorry, yeah. Basically, yeah, all your thoughts are derived from past experiences or stimuli. But it's still the now, though.
Truly experience the now. The now is never truly experienced. There's always a delay, even if it's only a nanosecond or whatever it may be.
There's no such thing
I'll
as
grant
now.
that, but
that's all I was talking about. And I was trying to get everybody just to imagine you sitting there, like there isn't, like, even if it's only for a briefest of moments, like a nanosecond or less than a nano, whatever the hell it is. There's this constant moment of this being there, unaware of what is actually happening.
Yeah. So what I'm seeing is always happening before what I'm hearing, right? Because there is physics, but is that really a debate to whether we're actually living in the now, even if the now that we're perceiving is milliseconds away, right?
One second. live in the now, the tomorrow, and the yesterday all at the same time.
I'm going to shut up
only
now.
have to live in one.
Or was it then? I don't know.
Because what I'm finding out is you all premising this, like, for example, you can only live in one of them, and it must be one. It can't possibly be that we live in all of them at the same time.
Well, we can actually live in our minds in the past.
That's not my question. Is can we?
We live here now, and we can't see the future. We can only fear the future.
So another way of looking at this is there is only the past. There is never the now. The now is an illusion, and the future will never be for us.
Yeah, I want to jump in here.
Milliseconds ago.
I would like to jump in here real fast with this whole now concept, because I do think
I'll be back in a minute.
I do think when we start talking about like the speeding up of time and atoms and stuff, the time perception gets very distorted. Because, yeah, so I don't know. I do think if you move fast enough, supposedly, like, you can slow down in time, and I think what
we don't speed
now
up, we slow down. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I would say. You slow down. So I think their perception of now would be kind of, in a sense, extended or elongated or something, as opposed to our version of what now would
that
be.
Would be our perceived notion of their now, but their perceived notion of their now will be different than our perceived notion of their now. We're talking about our minds, which is always going to be, no matter how we're perceiving it, going to be their now.
What does everybody mean by the word now?
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
What are we all talking about now? Everybody's talking about now, like you all understand what we're talking about, and it's making me uncomfortable. What do you all mean by the word now?
Yeah, no, and tell me different, because I am literally coming off of this.
For me, now is like the Holy Spirit. So if
no, God, just that, like Dirty said,
I wasn't
the first
called
one to
God.
actually say, I believe we're only living in now. I said, I agree.
Yeah.
I feel like we own, and I feel like is not science and it's not a fact. I know that, right?
Yeah.
I feel like the only thing we ever really do live in is now.
Then you can't know it, then, can you?
Tell me how you think that is incorrect, because I'm willing to listen. Like, I'm really not actually arguing or debating it.
Wait,
I'll tell you in two ways. Ready? Back and forth. Ready? First of all, I can tell you how what you said was illogical. Yeah, because if you only live in the now, if you only the only thing you do is now is all I live in.
Which is already gone.
It's already gone. If that's where you,
I think you live in the now, but I don't think it's already gone.
Yeah, but that's it. Right. What if I said, you know, the now as a structure, it's not structured like the Father or the Son. It's structured like the Holy Spirit. It means it has a center and a perimeter like an orb or a circle. It's not structured like a line.
Wait.
Let me get to it. I'm trying to build the structure is what I'm trying to say. So when I look at it now, I look at it as the neutral part, which rightfully so, spiritually, that is all it is. But I'm not just a spiritual being. But if I was, I'd absolutely agree with you. And I can explain what I mean by that. Just let me finish. I said that now then has two components, which I find people get really confused about, but they're not two different components. They're just the corresponding points of each other, and people get lost in this. And it's a weird thing. And maybe this is what you guys can help me. Am I getting this correctly? If I said the Holy Spirit is Holy Spirit because it has 2 points, not a singular point, and so it's not one of them images, it's something that can compel. So if I said soul and spirit together, working together, two things working together. So in the sense now has that component because it's the neutral force that holds it all together, and that's why I think I get what you're talking about. The one of it is called the moment, which one of you was talking about, I think Vibe. The other one is called the eternal, which Dirty was talking about. They're not two different things. They're the poles of the same thing. It's just some people have this weird thing of looking at the poles as two separate things in this context because they think of it in a polarity way. The polarities of it are the Father and Son who have to work together. The Holy Spirit is not nice. The innocent feminine archetype.
That's described as the circumpunct symbol, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the areas I am actually struggling understanding. I'm not understanding. I'm just going to say I'm not understanding. I'll be honest there.
Yeah, that's okay.
You were trying to do a center, and I think you're. Would I be incorrect saying that the center? Because if you saw me putting my hands up, I was like, okay, wait.
I feel like I was saying, if I said the now is not a
center
point.
is now.
No, I'm saying the now is not a point. The future and the past, that's why I said I get you. The future and past are points. The now is not a point. It is the point that encompasses all points. So in other words, it's like a core, an orb. It's the all. So in other words, if I took an orb, yeah.
How is it an orb?
Can I try and interject a breach of language, if I may, just to give you my
please, I'm sorry. Please.
To my mind, it's simplest that if you have the past in mind, that image of the past is imagined in the present moment, and if you're projecting and imagining a future, the imaging is in the present moment. And you may think you're somewhere else in temporal existence, but you're not. You're now, because now is time is an illusion. Effectively, now is an eternal moment, just the turning of the energy, eternal. I believe it's toroidal rather than an orb, but I think the circumpunct is what describes what you're saying, Gracie, which is a dot with a circle. And sure.
I'm going to bump in here with some maybe other more disconcerting views on this, and that is, no, I don't think you ever experience now the present. You are just receiving memories of interpretations of
a paradox.
The past. Okay, and not only that, what you feel is the now is literally just you thinking of both the past and the future. So it's a double illusion. Because,
that is kind of correct. In a linear way, that's correct.
Hold on a second, because it's a double illusion. The present is a double illusion in many ways, because first of all, the data you're receiving is not of the present, it's of the past. It's your sensory system, and relaying information to you from the past. Okay, it may be near past, but that's beside the point. It's not now. It's not in the present moment. And secondly, not only that, but
is it also in the present moment as well?
You're not thinking about now. You are using information from the past to literally think about the past, which you consider now, but also to think about the future, to predict the future. So not only do you never experience now, you never think about it.
How does knowing the past or thinking about the past and thinking about the future negate the now? Like I'll grant you almost everything
I'm being pedantic.
but the only thing I'm hearing is that you're saying that negates now.
I'm accepting that we have this thing that we see as now. I'm accepting that. But all I'm saying is, in actual fact, it is an illusion. We don't really experience it. That's
I'll accept
but I realized this is of no use to anybody. It was just an interesting fact, but it doesn't actually do anything for us.
Well, it could.
Could it?
Yeah, depending on which way we swing on this. It really kind of constitutes on how.
I'll be right back. I am listening on my headset, so keep going. I'll be listening.
It could totally change the way that you live your life based on if you think that everything that's happening now is an illusion, and like I said, I'll grant the milliseconds that it takes for light to get to my eyes, and I'll grant or not even milliseconds, maybe a second here in our conversation on the internet. What's happening with Gracie right now happened like way before I actually saw it on the screen, slower than the speed of light. So it's an illusion that I think it's happening now. I agree with that. Like, I know it's an illusion that it's happening right now, but it's not an illusion that right now we're doing this, right?
Yes, it's in the same way truth, yeah? Truth, we don't know truth, but we have faith it's there because we circle it and we look for it and we love it, and it's everything we look for in life if you look at it like I do. But it's very much like that transcendental nature of spirit, and now it's like something you see because you can see all the pieces around it, but not the piece itself. And therefore, the fact that you see everything else around it, except for that piece, doesn't prove the piece is there, but it says, is there a necessity that says that piece needs to hold everything else up? So the now is that. What boggles me is when you guys talk about the now and you think you can see it, you pull little egos. Because like I said, I can say we can talk about the now, we can map it, even like I was trying to. But you can't, I don't think it's fair to claim to know it. You may as well claim to know God, as far as I'm concerned. That now is the transcendental state that we live in, but cannot see. But we can, because like I said, one eye lives out there.
Just as we cannot see ultimate truth we cannot see now. We cannot experience now.
Yes, yes,
now.
like that.
We can see our now.
We can see
Our
the opposing ends of it.
now. Right?
You're both right. Why can't both of you be correct? Which would make all this make sense, yeah? If one of you is correct, he's not incorrect to say the now in it. Already, you might like this actually. The now as God in its omega form, you can't catch, you can't see. It's like a ghost. It's a soul. It's constantly going. He's correct. I would never claim that what he said is incorrect. The Bible even says this. He probably could show me what it says better than I can. It does, and I agree with him. But also, what Dirty's saying is, how can that moment, as the sun, as the child, exist without a plane existing, the field which he's talking about, which is the eternal. Dirty, he's a big boy. You can tell me I'm full of shit, but
there's
which is the
also-
eternal field. That eternal field must be there as well, and in correspondence, the soul is in correspondence to the universe. Therefore, for there to be a moment, there must also be an eternal moment. Both of them the same.
There's also
but not-
something else, though, guys, which is worth thinking about, and that is now is an illusion. Literal now is an illusion. But also, what we think is now is ultimately a projection of the past that may be faulty.
Can I show you where your God and vibes doesn't agree with you?
It's in many ways you trying to quickly process the past. And guys, are we in agreement that things done quickly are more likely to make mistakes? Would you say is that almost a universal law, or is that no? I won't go that far.
All things in time.
I would only say that
I wouldn't go
sounds-
that far, or because quick things
It depends.
can also
It really depends on what you're working
can
on.
have strong direct.
I got a banger for vibe, by the way. If anybody wants to hear it, it's a short as well vibe. If I said to you,
I would for D&W there, because he was asking if I agree. I would say, from my feelings, yes, I think that is a sound statement. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I also wanted
Crazy,
to jump
so
in
you.
here. I kind of wanted to jump in here and say, I think meditation is a thing that kind of can be thrown into this conversation and maybe might throw a wrench in the gears because
no,
I mean,
it's actually really, really relatable. Actually,
is it? Yeah, is it? I think it's possible to be in a meditative state where you're just focusing on your breath and your own body, and that's what meditation's supposed to do, is to help you focus on the now, supposedly. And
I get what Mind is doing, because he's talking about this is so awesome. He's talking about vibes now, the moment, that meditation. But you know, the other meditation that Dirty's talking about, is that not what we're all doing right now? Is everybody not meditated right now? Because isn't this what meditation's about? Just being part of it, but also watching it and taking it in on multiple different levels. So, Vibe, I got a quick one for you, because I do want to quickly use a loo again. I do. If I said to you, Dirty, what realm? Right. It's not me and you judge anything. This just answers from curiosity point of view. If, for example, we didn't understand if the past, present, future, or the now, or whatever you call it, is real. If you had to pick one of those dimensions for you logically, that one of them God lived in, I would say all of you, but let's just say for the sake of it, God lived in one of them dimensions, then you would say that now, that moment you live in, or whatever, that would be the dimension he would clearly live in, because that's the real dimension to you. Before I finish this, I just need this information. Would you say, if for playing along, obviously, yeah, God would be in the dimension you say is real, which is the now, just for the game?
Yeah, so I don't agree with that. And I think this is where I was losing you, because you kept on bringing in the God, the Holy Spirit, and the Trinity and things like that, where, like, that's not my reality. My reality is the reality I live in, which is these dimensions that God does not live in. So where I will agree with you from what I understand of God.
We don't think God is the same thing then.
He
Guru,
doesn't
let
have.
him speak. Come on, Guru.
He doesn't have a now. He knows the beginning. He knows the end. He doesn't have that dimension that I live in. I can't understand that.
Yeah.
So no, God does not live in my now, and I do not force God to live in my now, because that's the only thing I can understand. I know that I don't understand who God is. Therefore, I also understand that if I were having an argument with God right now, he'd be like, yeah, I know I gave you a limitation, but you don't understand what now is. And I'd be like, okay, sir, I get it. And he'd be like, yeah, I get it too, because I understand I didn't give you that comprehension of understanding
Your Bible will call you
a
blasphemous.
timeline of not of a beginning and end or a middle point, right? That's the only thing in my world that I can understand, but that doesn't have to be a limitation because that's what I understand on him.
Do you think you have a now? Like you have a now? To me, the reason you can't see the now as you framed is because you don't have it. Like the NW said, it's the part of reality that has you. But these egos, I'm not picking on you, but I am a little bit. These egos like you that seem to think you have a now. And I'm like, did you read that book you call the Bible at all? I'm being a dick, but I'm just trying to be...
Yeah, no. I, myself, as a human being, yes, I do feel like I have
Your
a now.
me is...
Now, I don't believe, I can actually concede to say that maybe there isn't a now. But
No, I agree with you so far. You do have a now.
Me, I would say all of us are actually living in a now right now.
Called
but
the moment.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
I'm not. I'm saying that you have a
point.
now.
He raises another point. Of our minds.
I'm not saying that people can live outside of a now. I'm just saying that I think we live in a now.
Listen. I agree that you that's not here, that lives somewhere else, lives in a now. But the you that's here lives in a different now. Unless you think you should.
But what's the different now?
Different now. Okay, I'm gonna jump in here real quick. I think there is a different now, and that would be what MD was kind of saying, EANDMW, and what the other crazy guy is Greasy, or I keep on thinking it's crazy.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Our guru,
yeah, he's saying there's this eternal now, and I do believe if we were to know everything, we would be in this now, the sense of actual now, because we're actually aware of everything that's happening in the actual moment. But because we're limited, like DMW was saying, by our senses, there's like this lag because we have biological bodies. We can't really know.
That's good. And let me finish my point because I got to go. Vibe. I'll do this because I'm going to do it a different way because that way was my fault. It didn't work. That wasn't my point, but I like to answer you anyway, Ryan. So to put this, I'm just going to play with something and tell me what you think of this. I'm not saying this is what it is. What do you think of this? Ready? And God said, I am the now, the all, the everything. I am both Alpha, the future. Masculine, man, yeah? Masculine, the future, the order. I am both, because it's how you would see it. It's the only way you can see it, yeah? He said, I am the feminine, the emotional past and everything, yeah? The past, as we understand, these are the gifts he gave us. They're not real, but they're real for us because they're our gifts to see the all. But I am the now, the Omega moment, which you're talking about, and the Alpha, they're eternal. You cannot have a moment without something by which to put it in, a universe by which to put that moment in to even see it. How are you seeing them? From what position are you seeing the moment?
So, who is that you were just talking about?
No, that was me making something up from the Bible. I barely know ignorantly. I just wanted to line it. So
but who was that was saying that
me?
They live in all those existences. No, who are you reading about?
Oh, the Logos. The Logos. So when the idea is in Gnostic texts from which we believe you Christians stole our book. I'm claiming anyway.
Yeah, I know the Gnostics. I know the Gnostics.
We would never write a book claiming to be of the Word of God and then write it in a subjective language. That'd be blasphemy from us.
But who were you telling me about the now, the past, the present? Who was that was saying that? You were saying it was
the Logos was saying it about itself. Well, the Logos is the self saying it about the soul.
Now I know Gnostics and Gnostic Christians and me on my side of the Christianity, we definitely have different views on this because the Gnostic side is more like there's this secret message from Jesus that
I'm not one of them Gnostics, by the way. I don't agree with them, but but I will listen to you.
So, I mean, their thought is that through that secret knowledge, right, then you can be God yourself, right? Because God created us in his image. We don't believe that we are God. We believe that God created us in his image, but not all powerful like he is. The person that you're describing and the counter you're doing to my now was basically telling me what God's now is and basically saying,
what it was to me,
you're failing your now because I just defined to you, reading text that I don't understand, that God is actually saying you're wrong, yes, that is from God's perception, not my perception, and I am not God. And if I were perceived to say I am equal, then I would be saying I am God.
Can you see God? Oh, I got better. So this is idiotic, actually. My mind is going to stop, Carl. Me and you don't see the word God as a label for the same thing. What do you attach to the label God to, sir?
Well,
so I
it
can understand what
depends,
you're
right? I actually think we
No,
do.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're talking about God, sir. Don't be blasphemous. There's only one God, and if you can't point at it, you're full of shit.
Okay, so as a secularist and as a scientist, I would go, okay, there's some things we don't understand in the universe. We call that X, and we're going to do everything we can do to solve.
What do you mean
for
by you
X.
don't understand it? Because you've just told me your God tells you there's things in the universe that doesn't exist, and then tell me God doesn't exist. Is that the argument?
No, I did not say that. I'm
All right,
saying
okay,
that I'm saying that all of us have gods, no matter how we define them. Even as a secularist who does not believe in a God,
No, we all have
actually
words
has a God
that
which is
God
X,
represent
right?
something.
It's the
So
things that we don't understand. Now, even as Christians, we say, "Hey, God did it. We don't understand it," but we still strive in science, and we still go we try to figure things out. We figure out molecules. We figure out quirks. We get things down to quantum mechanics.
You're
right?
speaking for every Christian right now. I'm just curious.
I'm actually speaking across the board that everybody has some sort of God in a definition of there is something that we don't understand.
Yeah, the word God. I don't know what you mean when you say that.
Or something that we worship or bow down to.
If I kept saying,
It's always the unknown, right?
If I kept saying everybody worships Flob, and I don't understand why you don't understand Flob is this way, and I kept saying the word Flob, and you just didn't understand what the word Flob was, would my explanation of everything make sense to you?
Actually,
or would you be
I
like,
do
this
not
guy
understand.
keeps using this word Flob and thinking I'm supposed to understand him. You keep using the word God, and I've said, before we get any explanation, surely as adults and as scientists, we should logically say, I think if we all tell what we mean by the word God, this conversation would go a lot smoother. And I don't mind going first if you want me to tell you what I mean by God.
Well, I actually think it's kind of irrelevant to the now.
Then you're a logical idiot. How are you a scientist? If you think because I'm just playing, if you feel that it's irrelevant for us to define the word we're all talking about, when it's clearly we all don't agree on it, so we can first have clarity. My point is clarity needed first?
Into this philosophical question on whether we're living in the now, and then you just quoted off from a book that you don't believe in about how this God exists in all these different areas.
Off a book
My
that
God,
I don't believe your interpretation of. You see what I mean? You keep saying things as if you understand me without asking questions.
Some good news, guys.
Okay,
Some good
okay,
news.
okay.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Good news. Apparently, Trump
Yes, thank you,
ceasefire with Iran. So this is on his Truth Social. He says, "This is him writing this. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and
Yes, I'm getting lost in the ego, but thank fuck.
Pakistan. Will you be quiet, please?
Sorry, I'm sorry,
Guru. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Hasim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agreed to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
I think it's all BS, but I am glad that BS
Israel
isn't going anywhere.
ceasefire.
Like I said, I don't care about the egotistical stories and narratives. I think that's what's making it all go wrong. And I'm limited in power at the moment. I'm trying my best.
I want more Israelis to feel fear, though.
No, I don't want anybody to feel feared personally, but I do get your hatred, not your hatred, your hurt that causes hatred. I'm just saying, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just saying that.
Of course.
I'm glad our ignorance as a species and the stupid games they're playing today are not ending in innocent lives as I see it being harmed, even though someone might say about animals and everything else. I'm just saying it's not a tragedy, is it?
No, Israel's still there. It is a tragedy.
Remember, Israel is an idea, a stupid idea, along with many stupid ideas, but there are people caught
It's
up
an
in
evil
it.
idea.
Yeah, but the people the people aren't, though. The idea is still fictional. So
I would disagree with that historically. They are evil people.
Were they born evil, or did the idea make them evil?
We have to say that's a bit outrageous.
Yeah, I think some people. Wait, just for the record.
I think he's got to go for a bit. I'm sorry, Fatima.
Wait, who is he talking about? Sorry.
Israelis, to call everyone in Israel
Oh.
that's just, come on, that's just fucking facile and stupid. They're going to call a toddler
No, it's
evil?
hurt. It's
I mean,
hurt,
for fuck's
DNW.
sake.
I know what you're doing. You've got to do what you're doing because that is stupid, actually. Because like me the other day, I don't think Fatima meant it, but obviously he's trying to make
You know, it's a stupid thing to say, isn't it? I mean,
it is on this platform, especially, even though we're finding Gnosis, because it's a bit disrespectful show, and I did the same thing the other day, obviously being a twat to that guy, not realizing that he had more viewers than I shouldn't have said the things I did, but yeah, that's all it is, and it is hurt, don't forget, guys. But Steve, what's difference to what she's saying to what someone's saying about people who eat meat, you know?
And you don't believe in evil, by the way, do you?
No, I don't, but I do understand what it is. Say it again?
Anyways, look, it is some good news. We have to dwell on that a little bit, at least. Some good news.
Yeah, it is.
Not going to bomb the shit out of Iran today.
I just want to say, if we want to go somewhere else, but then say, I apologize to Vibe, only because what I did, I made it never explained it. I took a story, just try and see what he thought of my thing, to link it to something, to be clever. Maybe I should have done that. But the point is that when I say, it was linked to what DW was saying before, I think, and say that when I say God the Logos spoke to me, how can God the Logos speak to me unless it's within the mind, because the all is mental? I open my mind because I think I open much more things in me than others do, because I've taken away this horrific mark in me that was always there until I realized it, which was this pure addiction, this natural addiction that was placed, not natural, an unnatural addiction was placed in me for the idea of revenge or its equal other, forgiveness. And I realized the thing that keeps people in revenge is because they're taught its opposite, forgiveness, is okay. And it just creates the other one. You don't need to forgive anybody, and you don't need to have revenge. You don't need to be forgiven yourself. You don't need to do it. All you have to do is align yourself to mistakes. You could disgrace yourself. I disgrace myself every night because I'm like, you didn't have to. I was like, yeah, it did, but I didn't. You know, it's not.
Do you mind if I ask this guy a question? The Christian guy, real fast, a question. Okay. I heard you say you do believe that God does have some female aspects to him, right?
No, that was Gracie when he was reading. He is both the feminine and the masculine and stuff like that. I never made any comment like that.
Okay, so you don't I thought you were in some agreement when he was saying that, because I mean, I believe that God is the Alpha and Omega, right? The beginning and the end, and I thought that was directly correlated to him encompassing everything. And if you believe in the Bible, right, which I believe there's a lot of truth in the Bible, I'm not just gonna dogmatically believe it. They do say in the beginning of the Bible, in the beginning we created man in our image, male and female, we created them. Do you remember that part or no?
Yeah, no, I just want to take a step back, because what we were talking about was the now and whether we're in the now. And then he started bringing up the Trinity, and then he started reading about God being the Alpha, the Omega, and all those things, right? That's not what I was debating. And my point of trying to remove that from the conversation was, and I'm willing, by the way, still, I actually wanted to unwind it a little bit to go back to the now, because he doesn't even believe it. He was reading he's like, I don't even know this text. He's just reading out something to try to prove that my now is wrong. But I want to know why my now is wrong based on what he thinks is now. I'm not really getting into the theology of if God is the, and I agree with what you're saying, right? It's just like we're totally changing debates from the now and to I was just basically going, what does that have to do with everybody on the panel here who some are Christians, some are not, of whether we're actually in the now. I think D&W and I came the closest of conceding that there is something that you're experiencing, I'm experiencing, Dirty's experiencing, right? That isn't exactly now. It may be a little bit delayed. I think we can all concede on that. And we all go, yes, we live in our brains, and we do look at the past. And yes, we make decisions in the now based on things that happened in the past. Yes, we think about the future, but I still think we're only living in the now. And I don't need somebody who doesn't know scripture reading me scripture to tell me that we're not living in the now. So it just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I get that. I did hear him start talking about the divine feminine, and I was wanting to get your take on it because I do feel like there is some truth in there, even if that's the thing that happens with I think everything we run across, whether we know it or not. There's always a bit of truth and a bit of lies in everything, and it's up to us to be able to filter out the
Well, I mean,
two.
that's the greatest gift. I mean, as a Christian, I believe the greatest gift God gave us was a mind and the ability to either accept him or not accept him. The ability to figure out how he created the universe, as we work very hard to do. I think every time we come up with new quantum physics things that are correct, he's like, I'm proud of these guys, right? I created them in my image. They're getting closer to understanding how I created things. This is really cool. I think he likes to see us do those things. If we were created in his image and we are male and female, then yes, we have to, both males and females have to be the essence of what God is in totality, right? I can't say that God was masculine and then just invented this random woman concept on planet to annoy men. They had to be something bigger, right?
Yeah.
It's all animals.
Fantasy PGA Tour says even with the nanosecond argument, 1 second, sorry, my screen. He says we're still living in the now. The sensory information and its representation of reality is just slightly lagging, but the sensory experience is still now. Yes,
and that's what I agree with.
But can you know it, and can you prove it in real time?
Well, no, and I mean, and that's what our guru was trying to say.
You
is
can't
that
ever
we're
know
not.
that. You can't ever know. It is true. We know it's true, but all I'm saying
Well,
is
we think it's true.
I'm saying you can't experience it in real time. Time is the problem here, actually, as well. Not just well, it is time, isn't it? It's information traveling across a distance. So
time is an illusion. Lunchtime, doubly so. Time is an illusion.
Yeah, I agree.
Lunchtime, doubly so.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think time is a construct of the mind. Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah, does any of this matter? We might as well play the theme song.
Where do you go to? 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 Where do you go to?
I can't hear anything. I believe will come back.
Where do you go to? Where do you go to?
Oh my God, it's my crap.
Where do you go to? Where do you go to? When you leave my mind's eye. When you leave my mind's eye.
Let's get past it.
Yeah, where do
I
you
don't.
go to?
Easy past it.
Where do you go to? Where do you go?
Actually, we'll
It's
leave
fine.
that open now. It's too long. The song is too long to play too many times. Let me just see the banners here. Oh, sorry, the chat. Fantasy says PGA Tour. Fantasy PGA Tour says time is an illusion. It's intuitive. So time is an illusion is an intuitive take for me too. But what about when massive objects like planets distort time? Does that not prove its existence beyond our minds and mental constructs?
No, that just proves even more how much of an illusion it is.
Right.
How so?
Time is an illusion, but the thing time maps is that an illusion?
What?
Our perception of time, yeah, that's why I said it's an illusion. In reality,
No, I didn't say that. I said time is a mapping of something. It's a way of calculating something. It's a measurement. But what is it measuring? So just go check. What are we measuring?
I'm not sure it's a great measuring device.
It is. It measures change perfectly. In fact, to measure change, we use time. That's what we use.
I got that part. Listen to the rest of what I was about to say. I'm not sure it's a great.
Oh, hey, Joe. Sorry, brother. I was in character, bro. I shouldn't have been rude. I thought he was one of the guys who we've been rushing us. Sorry, brother.
Good to see you guys.
Myself. Love you, bro. Hey, I've got us. Did you see it? Sorry, guys. I've been waiting to speak to her. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that it won't be the greatest measuring stick because it is pliable. With speed or gravity, the tape measure would change. It's malleable, so it might not be the perfect measuring instrument. That's what I was going.
And yet, all things like speed and all that all need time, but time doesn't need any of that. Well, actually, it's not true, really. I'm trying to show you something. If you know what I'm really saying, you realize, wait, how come one not in here? Shut up, dirty, don't do it. I'm just trying to get him to see something, ready? All right, just change the question, Colin. Joe, is there measuring tool that we've created formally in our mind that does not use time as its meta base? Or
go ahead.
I was going to say, or vice versa, if it's easier. Does time need anything else other than time is source principle to be itself? Like it's the one that all other numbers need to be.
In our life, as you were talking, I find it hard to anything to pop in my head that doesn't have time built in some way.
Does that tell you anything, Joe?
I guess it tells me something. Nothing permanent like you're thinking, though. It doesn't. I don't think it's real. That's where you're going. It's just some guy created.
No, I'm not going to. Don't do this to me, Joe. Joe,
okay.
I know what you're doing. I love you, brother. You play your tricks on these, brother. Right? It's not what I'm asking you, right? I get where you're going. I'm asking a simple. No, don't say that. You don't like it. I'm asking what I'm claiming to be a simple question.
Yeah.
And I'm saying to you, I'm not saying time is real. I agree with it, but it's illusion. We created this.
Then it is what you said it is. I'll give you that too.
Yeah, but like God being a word, a mapping we created to map something. The thing we're mapping, though, time. What is it mapping? Now, the phenomena I was trying to is change, but I've been waiting for something smart to say. I'm
going to say time is measuring movement or distance.
Oh, yes. Keep going.
Change is better.
Yeah, but they're not better. They're both the same, and they're both pointing to something else. Even though technically, you can decide if I'm correct here because this would help me. What they sorry, just answer. Does anyone ever go? If not, flux. Anybody? All right, Dirty. Can you talk to them about flux? Am I putting you on the spot?
Yeah, flux is change. Delta. Yeah. Like I said, hysteresis, which is motion, which is all these things are the same.
That word is dirty. If I said flux is not change, flux and change just are the same thing in different ways of perceiving it. So one perception sees the same thing. Each perception sees the same thing, but they all call it something different, and that's why you're getting confused. It's like when someone asks me, "What is the eye?" I said, "Don't do this question. You'll lose. I have many eyes."
Yeah, that's why they call it the universe, right? Because ultimately we're all.
I like that. Yes, do that.
Ultimately, everything in the universe is the same, but it's just kind of different, and that we're always talking about the same thing.
According to Hermes' principles, what does the universe need to be a necessity to be? I can tell you if I just.
I think you'd have to. I don't know what Bernoulli's principle thought it was necessary. Yeah.
The universe is a point, like not a point. Sorry, like I was trying to say before, it's not a point. We mistake it for a point because it's the alpha point is the containment field. It's just hard to explain. They're just taking.
You got to smoke more or smoke less. You're having trouble.
All right, there we go.
Slow down and take your time. Relax and take your time. Yeah.
Help me out, then, Joe. To you, is there a difference between a point at the center of the circle and the perimeter of the circle? Are they two different things or the same thing to you?
They're just descriptions of location. They're the same thing, but they're just descriptions of time and location, which aren't.
That's what I'm talking about, right? And so, you know, the perimeter, that's the universe, and I'm just for this, right? And everything in it. But like you just said, can that universe exist in any way structurally without that point at the center? And that point is the soul. God can't possess his soul because he knows it. He's supposed to know it. The God, the way I'm saying it, the position, but I'm going to tell a narrative to help out because people aren't going to understand my structural form. So just play along, but ask questions, right?
Okay.
If God, the structure, the position, the ultimate force of all things, the authority of, it doesn't matter, right? God, the position, if it is the universe, for example, it can't be curious of itself because it's the all. So, but it has to have a soul. And therefore, at the center of the universe, where we are, the rainbow, it has to place a soul. But that soul can't escape. It has to remain contained. That means we have all these things to play with, but all souls reach a maturity at some point in their life unless
can you back up? I'm not, I want to stay with you, but I've been,
fair.
So many things I disagreed with in my head.
Just ask me questions about what I mean by it better.
Yeah. From the beginning, you said that the, whatever you said to get to the conclusion that the universe must have a soul. I'm not sure I agree with you with that one, but I kept on just to get your point. And the next one you said was, I disagree with that one too. And then the third. So can we start over, go one point by point if you can remember?
There can never be a universe if there isn't a soul, because I'll ask you this, if a tree falls in the woods, I love this question,
Me too.
and nothing with the ability to hear it is around, does it make a sound in that moment?
It's not logical that it would. It would be a waste of energy.
Does anybody disagree with that?
It's the difference between sound and sound waves. It would make sound waves, but it wouldn't make a sound because there'd be no brain to interpret the waves to create a sound.
Thank you.
No, I disagree. It wouldn't even fall. That's not a thing.
Okay.
Wouldn't even fall. It would appear there. If this philosophy is holding, it would appear there. And when the next person gets there, they would see it and assume it fell and made wind and made sound. But why waste the energy if no one's there? If the universe is all about us, why waste the energy?
All right, you've answered my question, Joe. Here we go. Ready for this? Are you ready for the? Not checkmate. I'm playing ready, but hopefully I'll be. Hopefully, what I mean is, Joe, I'm going to show you what I see, and you're going to tell me if you agree or not. Now, because
wait. Can Joe repeat that question? So I didn't
yes. Go on, Joe.
Yeah. Why would the tree fall? Period. Assuming the universe and all things are created for us, it would be more like a video game. You playing GTA. You go somewhere and do a thing, and when you come back, you find someone dead. They didn't really die in the game. There was no reason for all these things to occur outside of your absence. All you need for the trick to be complete is to see a dead body, and you fill in the rest. So the tree would make no sense. It wouldn't have to fall and make sound or nothing. It just had to be laying on the ground, and you would do the rest.
Yeah, okay, Joe, I'm going to tell you, brother, right? This is what I love about you. This is something in you, and I can prove to everybody now. Ready? Dirty, listen to this. This is, DNW, it's on your show, so you get the honest. Ready? Listen, ready? I love what he said so much, and so you did in a different way, that I thought, Joe, that is an actual amazing thing to do, that we can turn that. I've never heard this. Tell me if you've heard this, ready? What if I told it in the way Joe just said in a different, ready? What if I said this, ready? If a tree was standing one moment and nothing was around to see it fall, did it fall when it was lying on the ground the next day? At what point did it fall? If nothing saw it fall, did it ever fall?
I told you it's not logical to me that it would fall.
Yeah,
The energy
no,
the universe
I was
does
listening.
not like to waste energy. That would.
I was asking the others if they were listening, Joe, and I think Dirty understands that. Dirty, answer that. I want to know what you think. I really do. If nothing saw the tree fall, as we all saying it, did it really fall? If one moment it was up and at another moment it was down, but nothing saw it fall. Nothing could perceive it. Shut up. You know
You're
what I mean?
asking me that question.
I don't mind
I think
actually, but
he's
I want
asking
some Dirty. I
Hallmark
don't mind.
about that.
Dirty actually answered it. Go on,
I
DW.
don't
Go
have
ahead.
this. I don't have this view that humans are the center of it all. You know, I think evidence shows us that things happened before
You're
we
not.
were here. You know.
Yeah.
And therefore,
No,
that is evidence enough for me to say things can happen without us looking at it.
Very good. I like that.
Would you say
And therefore,
consciousness?
yes, even whilst we're here, why would that change?
He is saying the tree would absolutely fall.
Would you not say consciousness is the center of everything, if not humans?
There's some places without consciousness in other planets, right?
Okay, I need to jump in here because I've been wanting to say this. I think technically everything that exists in reality, down to like the subatomic particles, is directly experiencing reality.
All right. You are. Let me have a go. This ready. See if this answered that by me answering Joe. Then just let Joe leave.
I'm almost done. And with this,
No,
does anyone disagree with that concept? Like everything that's in reality is experiencing reality. Is that
don't think I could
illogical? Who? How? Why?
I don't think I could.
Okay. Can anybody else?
That sounds logical on his head so far.
I think everything can only experience reality through nothing. It can't experience it through itself because, like,
Okay.
that's what water is.
No, I don't. I don't see any evidence for everything being aware or being able to experience.
Well, I said everything
I like
that
that too, DMW.
So why?
Sorry?
Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Because I'm saying.
Well, I've never heard a dead man tell me what's going on.
Why would the rock need to
Well,
be
yes,
aware
you
of
have.
experiencing
Yes, you a
anything?
dead man. A dead man you have. Yes, and not a dead being.
Let's
but
say
a
a
dead
rock.
man
Why
you
would a
have.
rock?
Yes.
Oh, well,
You
exactly.
fib at
I've
the end
never,
of it.
I've never been to a rock concert where there were literal rocks on stage.
Okay,
blame the weird man.
so
Blame
now
the weird
let's talk
man.
about consciousness, right? Because when we talk about consciousness has to do with awareness, right?
A rock isn't aware of anything. A rock.
I partly agree, but go on.
Okay, so you say a rock isn't aware. The things that the rock is made up of is having
That
this
was fun.
having an interaction with reality. If
But it's not
there wasn't-
experiencing it. It's not thinking about anything. It doesn't have a mind.
According to you, it's interacting with reality in a state
According
of
to
awareness,
me.
and that's because what you're doing is you are putting your ways on it. I mean,
call
is it
it
not the case that there are many ways of being, and sometimes it involves thinking, sometimes it involves not thinking, sometimes it involves moving, sometimes it involves not moving. Is it not fair to say that we live in a universe of duality, and that some things think, some things don't think? Therefore, you could say some things experience, some things don't experience.
Yeah.
You're giving him an out. You're giving him an out. By being able to say that his contention, I like it better when we were trying to determine if the rock was aware. Now it's been watered down to the rock is in reality and is going through it. That's a little different than what he was saying. He was saying, I think he was trying to say that the rock is not just in the video game; it is experiencing the video game.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to say.
that is.
I'm saying, generally, I see the existence as one of binary states, and why not just accept? Why
I
not?
love
If
it.
everything else is a duality, why wouldn't it be that there are things that can experience and things that can't experience?
Well, I think
natural and supernatural to that.
I think what it would be more like conscious and unconscious. That's the dualities of the two things. Because
What's unconscious? I don't get this word.
What is conscious? What is consciousness without experience? I mean, if you don't experience, you're not conscious because you're not experiencing your consciousness.
I know what consciousness is without experience.
There's different states of awareness.
Is the tree experiencing it, or help me answer the rock question? Is the tree experiencing the thing, or is it just
It's not thinking about
the tree. Yes, the tree is experiencing. Yes, it is.
Can I answer a minute because I started this and I'll end it for a minute so then
an
everybody can
object.
answer. is that Joe? My whole point of all that, I'll bring it around to it's not.
That was me asking, is the tree experiences?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now
I would say yeah.
Oh, is the tree? I thought you was asking about the tree falling. If it really fell.
No.
I
Is it
My
experience
apologies.
like we're trying to figure out if the rock can experience a thing? Well, can a tree? Because at least there's an argument that the tree's alive. There's one that the rock alive is a little more distant. There's a better argument the tree's alive. Is it an experience? And it experiences a thing. It can get burned
Okay,
or whatever and have to fight for its life because it's infected. It's experiencing things.
Rocks can grow.
it just
That's
be a
all
thing
I want
without
to say.
experiencing it?
Minerals grow. Minerals can reproduce. Minerals can break down, and
It's
minerals.
because of external factors. It's not because they can
Okay,
do it
can I
themselves.
ask
Yeah, well,
a
guess what?
scientific
You
question?
are alive right now because of external factors. You wouldn't be alive if the sun wasn't beaming down on you and you weren't eating some vegetables or some kind of external
No,
food
no,
supply.
no
Yeah,
shit.
No
yeah.
one
I'm alive.
thing.
I'm
Can I
Exactly.
just
So
say?
you're part of your environment, you son of a bitch.
Can I just say?
Correct.
Awareness seems to be
What is awareness, DNW?
something from evolution. Awareness of our environment. Awareness of what we need.
You keep using
seems
the
be-
word to
seems
try and explain it. What do you mean
seems
by the
to
word
be
awareness?
Can I just say something here? Our awareness, whether we like it or not, seems to serve a purpose, and that is our survival. And our survival is linked to evolution. Evolution favors those that survive, by definition. Survive until you can mate, at least, and obviously raise progeny if that's what your species does. But yeah, so awareness is just another tool to allow for a greater chance of survival. And what are you aware of? Well, it does seem, if you analyze what you're actually aware of, you're
Okay.
aware of things that favor your survival. So you're aware of threats, you're aware of things that you're attracted to, you're aware of hunger, you're aware of
So the
your
tree is aware.
Your anxiety. Sorry?
The
No,
tree
no, no.
is aware. The tree
What
experiences
what I'm
thirst.
arguing is
Yeah.
that's because evolutionarily we are animals, okay, and we move around, so our awareness is obviously very heightened because of that.
So far, plants are in your definition of awareness.
All right, yeah, Joe, okay. If I say I almost
said
fully
plants
agree
are
with
still
you.
in your definition. They fall firmly in your definition of
Well,
awareness
because
so
you're
far.
saying
They
they're
move
aware of,
around, they experience things, they get
What is
thirsty, hungry,
DNW? What is DNW
they die.
describing, everyone? Okay, what else is he describing? What else in your existence did DNW mostly correctly describe there? If we stop polluting our mind with the word awareness, what else in physicality did he describe? Because he perfectly described something else that you have two of them physically. You have two of these physical things, and he described it to a freaking T, and he's correct, because that is really what awareness is internally, and you'll get it once you get this. What
Go
did
ahead,
DMW
you say it. I think I got a word, but I don't want to poison it.
An I. He defined an I. He defined, you can do it all again, you can listen for one. He defined what an I was, not a physical eye, but this function.
I
of what it does.
understand. I am, or whatever.
He just described the most important tool any single being claiming to be.
I described
Yeah, all right, yes, okay, you
your
did right.
awareness of hunger, your awareness of being horny, your awareness of having an orgasm, your awareness of wanting something. These are all different. These are all to serve your survival, which is in my view evidence that, like everything else that favors survival, it's an evolutionary trait.
What did your awareness do to give you that information?
That came from evolution, in other words.
Yeah, DNW, you talk about it, and let's see if DNW knows talk about, because he's been on form tonight. Your awareness, as you said, going on your question, it did all this stuff over there. How did it tell you it? In what form did it tell DWW? How did you hear it? Did you? What did it do? What was its job? How did it show you this?
How did my awareness show me what?
All the stuff you claimed. Yeah, all the stuff you claimed your awareness does. How did it do it? We all know DNW's awareness give him all this information, but how did
my
it give
awareness?
You said it was.
Awareness.
He was.
No. Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, I thought you meant how did I come to know? How did my awareness come to teach me these facts?
Well, yeah, I kind of do mean that, but not
Well,
as
no.
broad as
Well,
that.
obviously, there's
The delivery mechanic I want, but
we live in a kind of hive mind. People influence each other through time and relay information. So it's not
Boy, he
all
threw a
down to me.
monkey
partly
wrench in
true.
your
Yeah,
plan with
partly
that
true.
one.
No, I agree.
But
Partly.
In terms of how, I don't understand your question. How did it tell me what that my awareness is my
I can explain it in a
my
different way.
awareness is aiding my survival. Is that what you're asking me?
I tell you what, I can explain this in a different way, and I'm ready to do it.
'Cause
But if
I
Dirty
think-
or
I think-
anybody wants to steal
I think
man
it's
me, I'll shout
obvious.
a minute.
I think it's obvious. If I wasn't aware, yeah, if I wasn't aware,
Which you haven't
I
told me
wouldn't
what
be
you
able
mean,
to
by
move
the
away
way.
from danger. I wouldn't be able to use my instincts to survive. I wouldn't be able to feed myself. Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah, I
wouldn't be
agree.
able to, just
In part, by the
surmise
way, I
whether
agree.
I'm in danger. All these things.
Yes, yes. But, yes, right. And right. So let me tell you, you know, a knife, when you're out in the wild, a knife can help you survive, yeah? But can a knife... Oh, no, I don't ask that because it's stupid, because it give you a great answer.
react.
How?
Take
What?
us where this is going.
Do you only need that knife to survive the night, or could a bunch of tools help you where the knife couldn't, really?
Other tools would work.
I still don't know what the hell you're on about, because awareness is
All right,
just.
all right. Yeah. I'm not getting that yet.
just
I'm going to
a-
link in a minute. I'll link in a minute. Just follow me a minute, please, Dean. It will help you. You've even criticized people on here saying we're not following Welsh's way because he does it differently. I'm not having to go. I'm just saying, try and help me then, right? I'm not saying anything is. These are no gotchas. I wouldn't do that to you, right? If I promise you now I'm not on a gotcha, I actually want to know this. This is interesting for me. If I said to you, all your tools, everything you need, there's a way around this, obviously, because we're great, yeah? But you need another tool to operate them all. This is kind of the same what I was saying before them tools, which is your eye, yes? And I'm saying to you that on one level, not every level, the eye is one of the most precious survival tools we need. And you can describe it in a spiritual way, like you was describing awareness. So what if I said to you, the eyes inside your awareness, they're the internal... It's easier to I'll try to make it quick. The consciousness, like you asked it. No, the mind is an eye, but that's a combination of all eyes working together to show you a greater field. The more eyes that work together within you to collect and make the mind's eye, the greater you will see of the objective reality, which is the mind. That hence the principles. Yeah, I can teach you guys how to do this from my point, but
Okay.
you've got to help me
I'll
reach
tell
you
what,
first.
Don't tell them right now. We might package that.
No, I won't. I can't. It's not
We
fucking.
might package that into a course and sell it.
I'm not that egotistical. I can tell you all today, guys. I don't mind saying I can
want
teach
to
you.
bring Fantasy PGA Tour into the
Fantasy, I'm stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid.
I'll even go away. Can I just answer Joe's thing? And it's really quick, because it will make
Oh,
all this
for
go away.
fuck's
And
sake.
it will end it, I promise. Because this was what I was saying to
Take 5
Joe.
hours.
Joe, you know everything you said so far already? You know when you said there was a universe? Then surely by everything you've heard so far, that universe that's real must have something that's observing it that's real also to claim it to be real. If the thing claiming it to be real is not real, then the universe surely can't, because that's what you've all been defending all night.
I wouldn't
you for that.
disagree with that.
Right, quickly, guys. Fantasy PGA Tour while you still can. While you still can.
Yeah.
Wait. Fantasy before you go. I was in chat reading fantasy shit, right? And I'm like, fantasy, you're killing it. You should be on panel. He like, Joe, I'm on panel.
He couldn't speak because Grazy, brother, with respect, there are people getting irate in the chat because you are talking over people, talking too much. Just remember that. Sometimes less is more. Sometimes.
And I'm just going to say fuck off, and so you can kick me out and give them all a go. Kick me out. I dare you, you fucking prick. Go and listen to him. I bet you won't really, you pussy. Go on, kick me out.
I want to tape that and put it in the video. Hey, you want to kick me out your fucking
damn.
pussy? That shit sounded dope. I want to clip that, bro.
I kicked him out for a bit. He's on his sofa now.
I'm gonna record that on my other phone. I might put that in the video.
He's on his sofa thinking about what a
I'm
naughty boy.
gonna mute up. I'm listening fantasy.
Fantasy PGA Tour. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, guys, I don't even have anything specifically to say right at this present moment, but I do appreciate you, D&W, for obviously...
I got some questions for you when I record this. I'll guide you because I got some questions from what you said in the chat. Give me a second.
Yeah, okay, ask a question then, Joe, if you've got a question.
Joe is going to ask us a question. Guys, I don't know what to say. Only sometimes Crazy Guru was talking about awareness. Sometimes it has been painful to be aware of this stream. But it is what it is. Has anybody learned anything, or at least thought of something interesting that they might go away and think about a bit more?
I've I mean, in the backstage chat, Dirty Lowlife has typed quite a bunch of things that I might look into, but it all sounds way too deep to go into right now.
Oh, can you tell us, Dirty Lowlife?
We were rambling a bit about geometry, basically, and a few other bits and bobs. The 7 liberal arts of ancient Greece. The nature of consciousness and whether it's distinct from experience itself. Yes, all the time.
Toroidal geometry, vortex geometry.
Yeah, so the toroidal is the donut shape, basically. If you imagine the magnet with iron filings around it, it's describing a three-dimensional donut shape. That is the topological structure of
Motherfucking hell, got bored without me.
Sorry, go ahead.
And basically how the magnetic field, which is also the electric structure, the electromagnetic structure is one structure. They're the left and right hand. They're the counterspatial structures of one another. The donut and the hourglass, if you can imagine those shapes, and how they relate to the circumpunct that we're talking about, which is basically if you draw a circle with a compass, you've got a circle in pencil, but you've also got the dot in the middle, which is where the pinprick went through the paper. And that is the circumpunct symbol, which is, I think, kind of linked to all the stuff we've been talking about, the trivium, the trinity, the toroidal geometry, and straight geometry overlaps.
Well, I hate I missed the beginning of that. That sounded like it was pretty good.
Is there like a video or something we can consume now for that?
Can you recap what you said? I totally missed it. All I heard something about the Trinity and toroidal shapes and donut and the hourglass, but I'm not sure where you were going with it.
If you imagine the circle with the point in the middle, also there, so you got a circle with a dot in the center.
Yeah,
your compass makes.
Yeah.
Now that structure is geometrically identical wherever it is in the universe, whatever orientation it's in, and whatever scale it's at.
You mean like it's the same thing in a cell or a planet or something? You mean it exists
you can
everywhere?
draw it anywhere at any size, and it's always the same thing. Yeah.
Go ahead. Somebody call me. I'll take it later. Go ahead.
That dot is actually, imagine it now as a line coming straight out of the page at you.
Okay.
So it's actually a circle around
a three-dimensional, an axis. Very good.
Perfect. If you take that into 3D in your mind, now that straight line is not a straight line. It's actually the tangential edge of an infinitely large circle. Okay.
Is it still a circle though? If it gets really long, I guess if the circle expands. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, if you scale the infinite circle down below infinity and it becomes a circle again, the other circle scales up and becomes the central line dot of the circle you've just scaled down. So they are one and the same shape, and it basically describes that the dot, the line, and the circle aren't actually separate geometries. They are one thing, which is three things that are one, which is a trinity.
So far I'm with you. I may argue a little bit or not understand. Is it still a circle when you start extending the line and stuff? But I understand the concept. They are one. I'm with you so far.
I don't know if this video is going to be any good. It's only a short one. Let's see.
I was able to find this image, and it's actually a pretty good visual of what a toroidal universe might look like. You have a double torus structure here. So you've got the expansion out from the disk, from the core, and actually what this particular one is showing is that at different stages along the torus, you're going to have different galactic structures. So when it's first emitting, it's almost like that so-called quark gluon plasma that existed at the beginning. And then as it's moving along this toroidal flow, because of like the energy dynamics of different locations along the toroidal structure, you get the formation of quasars. And so
Hey,
it's
can you
actually
pause
like
it?
the location within the structure.
I like what he's saying. I'm not sure if it's true. So you guys maybe can tell me this. I'm picturing here. This is the same way the Earth magnetic field looks and works and protects us.
It is the structure of magnetism itself. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what I'm noticing is the arc on the left-hand side, how the things are lining up with the semicircle of the whatever you call it of the arc. Is that a thing as we know it? Is that something I know about the Earth or the sun or something? Is it? God dog it. Hold on.
This is the structure of the universe itself, and basically,
I'm wondering though, do they gather on that arc? Is that a thing? Right? You see,
you imagine like a flat plane cut through the middle of the donut. Yeah, that's called the plane of inertia.
Okay.
If you to look top down on the donut, you'd see the circumpunct that we talked about earlier, the circle with the dot in the middle. So that circle is the plane of inertia cut through the middle cross section.
I see.
Where in a magnet, everything is falling to. It's not falling to the center. It's falling to that flat plane.
Right. And do I see that in the real existing universe? Do our planets do this? Is that a thing, or are they random bodies in motion tied to their own gravitational shit, or do they follow a overarching arc of the universe or something here where they line up in a predictive pattern? Is that 3-body motion shit multiplied infinitely? It seemed like these two designs go against each other. If they're going to follow the electromagnetic field or not, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not sure I follow you, to be honest, but
right.
This is describing the magnetic structure, but the inverse shape, the gap in the middle where they got the spiral through it, is how electric current flows, and it's how plasma Birkeland currents are formed through the.
Let me try again. From this model that I'm looking at, can I assume that clusters of objects will gather more in some places and less in others? Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that'll answer my question.
To me, I think this structure is like I was saying about how you can draw this circle structure in any size or scale, and it's always the same topologically. I think this structure is infinitely scalable. I think it's the fundamental substructure of geometry itself, because it describes the point circle line, which is the things you need to do any geometry, which gives rise to mathematics. And
I'm screenshotting this, and I'm gonna be looking for it and see if it's observable, and keep it in mind. Okay, please continue, and thank you.
Okay.
Is driving the characteristics of the galaxies that are observed. And so, we are in a pretty advanced galactic structure. The spiral galaxies, barred spirals, those are pretty late stage type developments. They form late, relatively speaking, in the developmental stages of the universe, after a lot of smaller galaxies have usually come together. And so, like, you could kind of get an idea of
He's answering my question.
here you have galaxies that are of the level of structural complexity as what we observe around us. So maybe, we're here in that toroidal structure.
There's another interesting thing that you might like, Joe, as well. Just regards of how much this scales in the universe. I mentioned it to Dirty backstage. But yeah, we actually have an electromagnetic torus that emanates from, I think it's our heart. It creates this torus electromagnetic field from the heart. And the waves of that field actually align with our inner emotional states. So if we're happy and calm, the electromagnetic waves that we give off are actually stable and synchronized. But then when we're
looking for that
so
everywhere,
there's something
bro.
to that aura stuff the hippies talk about, or they used to talk about.
I've had this weird idea for
I
that.
was like, that's some crystal healing sort of stuff, but I actually looked into it, and it is a genuine, true thing. And even there are machines meters away that can actually detect these electromagnetic waves as well. So we actually.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I don't think we'll go on much longer tonight, but we might go into this another night this week. Actually, it seems really interesting. I don't know anything about this, so it is. It's definitely worth thinking about electromagnetism and this toroidal formations.
It's because it's predictable. The field is predictable, so I'd like to see it whether it exists in other places and so.
I wonder, is it down at the lowest level in terms of the replication of matter as well?
We'd also have to consider the field is bigger when the planet's alive. It's more active. Like, for instance, something like a moon or Mars, they get fucked up because they don't have the field as active as we have it. It shields us from solar rays and gives us an environment and atmosphere and all that. So this thing is going to be complex.
Just on the human emotion thing, I've had a thought for a while that your heart is one of the most powerful muscles because doing this regular work in terms of endurance is pretty up there.
Yeah.
The heart is driven, like all the muscles, by electrical stimulus. Electrical stimulus means there's magnetic fields produced. Every time there's motion, you create a magnetic field. So every heartbeat, you feel emotions through the heart. Every heartbeat, you're creating this inverting top to bottom magnetic field.
And it will be pulsing a bit as well.
And when you hug somebody, you actually bring your hearts together, and you can feel a magnetic differential between you. Yeah.
Guys, it is highly involved in DNA as well. I'm just looking up and doing a cursory glance. So
yeah,
probably has something to do with abiogenesis. It probably does. We'll have a look at that. Maybe, just maybe, when the parts were in the right shape, they caused the replication because of this process. This.
Oh, what a theory that is!
Yes,
they make octaves of one another as well. So these donuts stack on top of one another, and so that's the structure of sound.
And maybe that's to do with the whole, because it's magnetic. Then that caused that process to the replication, because it also caused the attraction and repulsion, and then it's just like fractal. They get attracted to bigger. They form bigger shapes as they go.
Mix with other,
and then they just attract and repel. And then, in a way, it's still going on. We're attracting and being repulsed by each other as well.
And we could never keep up with how our fields interact with just the two of us. Like you were saying, the hearts exchanging fields. Let's assume they're a little bigger, and there's a room full of people, and everybody's fields touching each other. Now, what ripples will occur? Because this guy's heart, he's in a good mood. He's putting out this type of field, and this guy is always depressed and wants to jump. LA wants to jump off a roof or something. He's putting out a different field.
Joe, cool, bro. Joe, cool. You weren't so cool about me in his live chat the other day, brother.
I love trolling, bro. Oh no, it wasn't live. It was on his comment section.
You should know me by now.
Joe, tell him you can't always be seen as cool if you sometimes don't show him the opposite. Isn't that right? Isn't that what we discussed tonight, bro?
I don't mind. I still love you, Joe. Cool. Don't worry.
I have a bit of fun. I think it was in his comment section, not his last chat. I was like, he mad. That is it. And then And if it's the short, you
I'll be honest
ask
with
LA.
you. I'll be honest with you. I shouldn't do it, but you know what I was doing. I was creating up a storm in a teacup for a bit of
Yeah.
entertainment. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it.
I'll never remember the question you asked him, but he
Oh, so
gave
you
you
were
a political
I
answer.
was creating a drama. I was being a drama seeker, drama maker.
We end up in makeup for show him his book.
I was
Show him
doing
the book we
some
did.
like voodoo magic, fucking
Right.
weird chaos magic.
I get it.
I was
I get it.
siphoning all the drama, and I was growing in strength because I was like making all these people neurotic. I was being an archon essentially.
I can believe it.
Yes, you were. I'm glad you admit that, DNW. Yes, you were being an archon.
He's obviously smart enough to know when he's doing that. What the
And I've noticed
outcomes
it from the day I met him that what he is. He's using those powers just to get ahead, Levin, bless him.
No. But me and LA are cool, you know.
Are you sure about
it's
that?
entertaining as fuck to me.
Jesus needs Satan to show you guys what's up. So
That's
I'm gonna
absolutely
say,
correct.
You know,
That's the truth.
Anyway,
Shit tonight.
guys, I'm gonna have to close the shop because it is getting
All right.
late. And
This is great.
Wait a minute.
We'll go around.
As usual.
And we'll do some. We'll go around and do some closing remarks. As I say, guys, honestly, guys, I want us to dive deep into this toroidal shit, man, because that stuff looks fascinating, you know. So please, next time we're on, everybody, if you can, find something on it, and we'll go deep into that shit. Because if we're going to do another stream and it's going to be 5 hours long or whatever it is, could even be longer, who knows? We may as well be using the time with prepared information as well, you know. Try, if you are finding stuff, try and find stuff that is digestible on like it's not too slow or it's not too. You know,
Actually,
we're trying to explain shit to everybody, so we need it relatively. We need stuff that's well written or well communicated. Basically.
Communicated.
What about book club? Like every week,
well communicated.
Every week is not finding Gnosis. You apply to DNW what you want to bring to the club, and if he's seen what you want to bring on this particular night is cool, he'll get you in. So it's not everybody can join on that one particular night. It's you've got to submit what you can do. So DW's getting some substance, and we do that. So if finding Gnosis for one night a week or month comes. Found Gnosis or something, I don't know, play on it. So we just do like a book club every now and again where from everything we bring what we think we've learned or something, and if people want to work with me,
a show and tell of what you've learned in the last month.
Go for it.
From your studies.
Yeah, and because we can keep it about that, we can.
That would be good. I would like that, and like once a month. We do it once a month, or maybe once a month is enough. I think
every full moon, baby, every full moon. So we don't like
the full moon loons.
Is there a standard time you go on DNW? Because I be busy during most of the day. Not really. Okay, it's more conducive for me after this time. Before like 5 o'clock, I got to be in and out and always catch the NW. But like this, I'm freed up after 5.
It might even be better, see, to run 1 or 2 of these to not miss out everybody. Because sometimes having all of us in, we can just make little groups.
Exactly. This toroidal shit, it's not exactly stuff we're going to get in one go. So even if we do a few streams on it, it doesn't matter, because even if we hear the same thing, it needs to go in before we understand what the hell it's all about, you know? So,
and I think we all got an understanding, but we do have to make it very communicative for other people listening as well.
Exactly. Okay. Well, we'll go around then. Dirty Lowlife, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, man. Thanks, DNW. Good show. I think the answer to your question has been sci-fi here tonight. I'm very tired. It's been nearly 5.5 hours. But at the same time, I feel very energized by the conversation we've had. It's invigorating to have good discussion and actually roll some difficult topics around your head. And that gives you a different kind of food. So I think that is how you get on living in a world where nobody really agrees.
Don't. As I say, guys, make sure you do other stuff as well. This isn't meant to be the be all and end all. This is only just a chilling out place. Fatima, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, thank you for the show, DNW, as always. Thank you a lot. You know, always a pleasure talking here. You know, thank you.
Okay.
Gracias.
Gracie, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yes, please, buddy. I'll just ask Joe if you could please, in the comments backstage a minute quickly before DNW switches off, give me his email. That's the only thing I really want for myself. And then just add to what we was talking about earlier on, to say that anybody can do this. I'm going to make sure of it. What I mean by that is I'm sure of myself in this. I might fail, but I can give something to DNW for him to look at. That is that anybody. You don't have to be like me or anything, can do what DNW is suggesting we might do with joining and bringing a piece of work, because I can make a little, because then I'm loving the idea. I think I'm imagining, and he can look at it. I can choreograph to you what you can do, because there are some things when DNW releases his transcripts, he's trying to take it with me, because he's trying to get. He must have turned them off because I can't get them at the moment. But there's other ways to get around that. But if you could take the transcript,
I haven't turned them off.
Yeah, whatever. I'll find out that. I might be incorrect. I haven't got all the evidence. It hasn't come in yet, but we're looking at that. Because I told him I use it. He's like, I have cut his legs off. He won't be able to learn it. I go ways around that as well, sir, right? I can teach him. But if you get the transcript of the show, which I recommend everybody does, even those on it, even I do it, and that's why I'm an egotistical prick, because I admit it. But if you take the transcript of the show, you can just listen to what everybody else is saying, and you can just talk to the AI and say, hey, I have this idea. It might be silly. Would these guys listen to it, and how can I present it? And everybody, when we do shows like this, should allow people, because it's not easy to do certain these things. I'm sure DNW will agree. We don't want to scare people off. You can read your works and everything, and in that night, arseholes like me won't be around. We will all be a lot more loving and caring, and we will answer your questions you have for us, which I think is a better way to do it, and then ask if we have some questions for you. Now, that's how I do things best for me. Other people not agree. Maybe DNW might find a way of finding a bunch of different things that work for everybody, so everybody's satisfied.
All right, thank you, Gracie. Joe, cool, brother. Do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, Guru, I put the email in the backstage. And again, as always, I really enjoy you guys. I never said it back for stay for long. And I'm gonna give anyone the master class for anyone that's hanging around. We all are all one. You do exist in two states at one time, the I and the us, a real thing, and they make one, even though they seem like it's not a real thing. We are all each other's mirror. I am literally you, you are me. When I'm talking to you, I'm teaching myself, and vice versa. I'm helping myself. And the master class until you understand and love yourself, which means you got to love everyone else. Totally. This shit just goes around in a loop. And that's the master class. In 20 years, we'll still be around, and we're going to be like, damn it, Joe was right. He said that shit. Right.
Amen to that. Okay. Thank you, Joe. Cool. Good to have you here, brother. We have, then that means Fantasy PGA Tour. You're giving the last remarks this evening.
Yep. Well, yeah, no, thank you, DNW, as always, for hosting. And yeah, thanks to everyone else as well for a good chat. Quite like Grazie's idea, actually, of like a show and tell episode of ideas. That could be quite a good way for everyone to get a distributed equal amount of talking time on some subjects also. And if we do the thyroidal geometry video, then we definitely need Dirty Lowlife here. Otherwise, it'll be a train wreck as well.
You guys can teach me about it.
I swore to God, DNW Club, we found this guy to bring in just to calm me, just for me to have someone to learn from, because I was bouncing off everybody. And obviously, since he's come in, I just feel so much calmer, because I'm like,
okay, good. So yeah, thank you. Are you finished now, Fantasy?
Yeah, I'm finished. Yeah, much love to all you guys. Yeah,
good man. You too.
You too.
Okay, well look, Dirty Lowlife. I don't know if you're on Twitter or X. No. Oh, you got my email address. It's in the description if you want to email.
Oh, right, okay.
And we can set it up so that you're here to talk in depth about this toroidal formation stuff, because it just sounds fascinating. And then what we can also do is we'll have it so that when we're definitely going to do a late one, we can make sure we can do the show and tells, because the show and tells need to be open to everyone, even the people in America, who want to come on. So maybe the weekend or something, we can do a show and tell. The first show and tell maybe this weekend. What do you think? Just bring an interesting point or an interesting fact or a series of facts or whatever. But yeah, because we are meant to be doing some work here. We used to do a bit more on this, We used to do like little mini lectures and just like explore topics. We don't really do that anymore. So maybe it would be good to go back to doing some of
That'd
that.
be a good idea.
Because at the moment, yeah, we're kind of like touchy, feelings and emotions and shit. But we used to look at other stuff as well. You know what I mean? Like bit of science and psychology and stuff. But so maybe it would be good to do some of that again. More in depth. Okay, well, listen, keep your bell on, and Dirty Lowlife, email me then if you want, and we can arrange that.
Yeah, sure.
And thanks, everybody. We'll be back soon.